Good morning, world. We're on day 20. It's cool to be. That's what I'm telling you. There were moments today that I wasn't, despite everything I talked about yesterday. All right, I think we're good. Let's get started. Full screen. We're going to start somewhere where I wouldn't normally start. With our shepherd vest and our shepherd talisman. We're going to start diplomat. Everything's a reminder to pay attention to differences and start deconstructing things and figure things out. Thanks for starting your hero path, Ian. Once a shepherd, enjoy your bow. Signs of the past, right? So where do we begin? Not where I would normally begin. Why am I starting there? Destroy evil. Because have you guys ever paused once you catch that there's bad things happening to you? Truly, people are like, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Have you ever paused when you know that there's bad things happening to you? And bad could be, hey, for example, I don't know, stubbed my toe on a chair, or bumped into something outside, or I saw a dollar bill. And remember, I said, for me, money equals now a reminder to heal, right? But also a reminder for how far we've come. All right. So those things could be bad for me. They could be bad for you. Do you guys get it? So I'm not trying to get you to go down a dark hole here. Could be you're playing a video game and you make a mistake, or someone you're playing with makes a mistake, and it could be super minor, but that could be bad for you, right? So I just want people to put it into context. It doesn't have to be anything terrible. It matters to you. It means something to you. The bad means something to you. And I want to begin by letting all of you know that despite what anyone else says, it's bad for you, because that is one of their greatest weapons, them up there, and the people around us that they weaponize, that they will say that you're overreacting. Now, we talked about it yesterday, right? Where progress journeys, right? Where it's like, as you're progressing, you realize, like, wait a minute, why was that such a bad thing when I've experienced now so much? Like, as we experience bad, right, our limits increase. And as we experience good, our expectations increase, right? So I'm not saying that there aren't times in our past where we have or have not overreacted, right? But remember, it's always relevant to where you were at. So if you've never been punched before, or if you've never been someone's never snapped their finger next to your ear, that could be really bad for you. Do you guys understand? And that's justified. Now, we talked about yesterday, like, if you actually do what we shared, like how to reevaluate your entire life and realize how far you've come and focus on things that matter, how to just understand your worth, to have belief, have hope, realize that you can always change your circumstances by even 1% as long as you're trying, and how to break things down, how to learn how to create, how to realize that, hey, do we want to win? But what's a win for us, right? We talked about all that stuff yesterday. Okay, a lot of valuable things. And if you do all the things that I talked about, now, even if it's the first time you've experienced something, you can handle it. Do you guys get it? It doesn't destroy you. But it doesn't change that some things are always going to be bad. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Even if you don't react to it, it still is bad. So if it's still bad for you and you point it out to someone and they're saying you're overreacting, do you guys get it? You're like, actually, I should be reacting significantly more. Yet you don't. But if you ever do, you best believe that they're going to mention that to you. Do you guys get it? Because what does that do? And we've the popular media has coined the term, right, like victim blaming, right, and it gets the message across, but there's it's more part. This is super important. You're actually going through bad stuff, and it's not an accident. And if you've been following along, then you're starting to understand the spiritual stuff. But if you haven't yet, and this is the first time you're listening to this stuff, I just want you to know that the majority of people in this world get what I call dark consumed. They go down a dark path, right? So I call it the N1 plus R1, right? A nudge and a reinforcement. And if you're not fully healed, if you're not fully on the light path, that is enough for you to get dark consumed, which just means there's no perspective, it's context and outlook. Okay, it's not it's truly. If you start listening to what I'm saying and I teach you and you learn how to go on a light path and go on positive shield paths on demand, and you know how to change meaning and all that stuff that we've talked about, you're going to be surprised. Like, because truly, like a few hours ago, my outlook was different, but I wasn't dark consumed, right? Because I was feeling the topics that I wanted to write about today. But I was also rebelling against these things that are trying to control my path. Okay. So, but just from some simple little changes, my entire outlook changed. And yet, most people would think that they're like, if you follow some of the more popular people in the world right now who have such a powerful voice, they would tell you that it's like you're a pessimist or it's your perspective that's the issue. And for the longest time, I agreed with that. I think it's a powerful start, just so people know. I don't think that there's anything wrong with starting there. Okay. It's a starting point, right? It's the beginning of the climb, but it's a lot more than that. That's not the full picture. Because once you understand the tactics that I'm saying, you realize that all of a sudden, or even it's not tactics, it's just the knowledge. You realize that, wait, from in 30 seconds, I can go from thinking that the world is doomed to believing and having hope and wanting to try. And you're like, how's that possible? And it's just through a positive shield path, starting to heal and going on a light path. That's when you realize perspective is bullshit. Do you guys get it? It's all about context and outlook. So that's why I'm just trying to let you guys know that when people talk about victim blaming, like it gets the message across, but that's just step one in a climb of understanding what it actually is. Okay. I'm telling you, they've created a scenario, the spirits, but now anyone who gets dark consumed by them, right? So all it takes is one nudge reinforcement, right? So I'm telling you, if you don't like Star Wars or mugs with this symbol, right? Or maybe like because you used to play Star Wars Galaxies and you were a Jedi and you got hunted by a bounty hunter and you died and you lost a lot of stuff because they would lose like experience and levels like if they died, right? Or resources. So that could be really punishing, right? So let's say that happened and they see this and they're like, oh, it brings back those bad memories. It was in a video game. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? For me, I was one of those bounty hunters and I did that. And sometimes I know I caused them disruptions. So I might have, if they see my arm or even my character's name, but they see that name anywhere else, even just on a piece of paper, do you guys get it? They might feel, do we understand? And it was just someone in a video game that did something, maybe disrupted them only for like maybe 20, 30 minutes. But still, you guys see it's still a disruption, right? But what if that day, like they would just wanted to relax because they were stuck in an abusive situation at work and they just wanted to come home and that was their happy place and that happened, right? Do you guys see all of a sudden now it actually wasn't that harmless. Now it was a reinforcement for bad. Do we get it? Like it's not so simple. But someone would be like, why are you freaking out? It's you just died in a video game. But we also didn't understand back then that if you get any negative thoughts, any intrusive thoughts, that's them. So maybe right then as they died, all of a sudden they got a push into their head that says, oh, you died because you suck. You're really bad. See, that's why your boss always says that to you because you really are bad. You're even bad at a video game. And now they just get completely dark consumed. And what happens when they get dark consumed? Now they don't have a shield anymore. When they don't have a shield, that these guys get full access. What happens when they get full access? Now they start telling you to do things. All of a sudden you feel like doing things. That's what you guys don't understand. It's just you feel like right now I feel like I'm going to grab this pyramid, right? I felt like doing it, right? And so I chose that, but I want people to understand, right, that if you're dark consumed, you feel like doing things and you don't even hesitate or question. Also, who would have thought that there's spiritual entities or things that can have direct access to us if we don't have a shield, or if we're not focused, or if we're not thinking, we're learning something that they can get access to us. We're not in a state of flow and encourage us to do something. Not always for bad, just so you guys know. A lot of them are not bad things, but still, they're not our choice. Do we get it? It changes things when you think about it like that, right? Think about how mad all of you get if anyone around you starts controlling you. And I'm telling you, there's something that's doing that mentally consistently. And all it takes is if they get you mad. So those people who say to you, you're overreacting or something of that nature, the majority of them, if not all of them, are dark consumed. So what does that mean? That means that they're getting put those. I'm telling you, there's times like I'm shielded when I'm doing this activity, but there's times where I'm not shielded, like when I'm like writing ideas for this and I'm not fully in a state of flow. Where think of it like you guys know like predictive texting on like your iPhone. You guys know how sometimes like it populates the words that are going to show up, and a lot of times it's good, right? Do you guys understand that? First of all, they can manipulate that, just so you guys understand. They can. But that could change your your sentence, right? Because all of a sudden you're like, I was going to say this, and then all of a sudden you see that, and I'm like, oh, that's actually really good. I'm going to do that. Doesn't mean it's bad. Do you guys see it? It's not always bad. That's the complexity behind all this. It's not always bad. I'm just thinking about something, and like I now know my code, right? We've talked about how important it is to learn your vulnerabilities, your weaknesses, or even a positive, but you know where it can lead, right? And sometimes the same positive is going to be a negative because you don't want to go too far down paths, right? For anything. Because if you do, then they keep reinforcing and keep nudging and keep, and also now everything is going to be a reference and an interpretation based on that. So sometimes having a lot of different balance is really powerful and important because, well, it's balance, right? I'm telling you, if you're even not fully in flow and you're not even dark consumed, if you're full light and healed, there's still times where I'm like writing something down on my piece of paper or like coming up with ideas, and all of a sudden they want me to say like, "Hey, and remember how it was with you," and then, that's what I call my light spirit. And I was like, "No, I'm not gonna write that down right now," because I'm like, remember to do the thought, the words pop up in my head, how it was with you. I'm like, but see, that's a positive one for me, just so you guys know. So that's why I use that because it brings me back to World of Warcraft, my raid leading, heroic Omnitron defense system. Da, 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 da. Remember how it was with you. So remember how far we came, right? And how much we deal with. The reminders that we talked about yesterday, right? Progression journeys. But do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? Like, there's these things that truly, like, they put like the predictive messages in your head, and not always for bad. Yet sometimes it's just a specific word, and I'm like, ooh, I know what that word where that goes. Like, for example, like if they put in my head right now, remember how it was with you. I now know that for me, that's an association with World of Warcraft and that song. Do you guys get it? So if I'm doing something else, I'm like, but let's say I had just had, and I want to move away from that path, and then and pops up again. I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm not going down that path again. Do you guys get it? You start understanding your paths. But that's what they do. Now, that's happening mentally to all of us. And I know it's really hard for all of you to conceptualize yet. So I want to take a step back and get you guys to understand that that's happening to the people around you, right? People around you are doing the same stuff to you, but just through, like, if they're playing music, especially most of them is through nudges and suggestions. They say things out loud to you, or the sounds that they make, or objects that they move around in the house or at work, or things of that nature. Do you guys get all those stuff? Or like I said, what if like this, for me, this is the Shepherd Talisman, but it's related to Final Fantasy VIII. What if you had a bad association with that? And I caught that it annoys you. So now I wore it once, but maybe, if I see you walk by, I could do this. But instead, I choose to do this. Do you guys understand? They are doing that. But if they're dark consumed, it's them pushing that person to do that. But imagine if I'm just walking around like this and they get mad, and then someone else is like, why are you getting mad? That's his Shepherd Talisman. But I know that it's their vulnerability and their weakness. I'm telling you, there's people that do that intentionally, even if they're not dark consumed, because they're just fucked in the head. Do you guys get it? But the majority of them are fully under control by these guys. So think about that. Something as simple as that could be bad for you. And it is bad for you. Yet I would be like, you're overreacting. And then what does that do, right? Do you guys understand why victim blaming is a lot more complex than we think? Like, that's just step one. But it's real for every single person because it's based on our conditioning and our experiences and our repeated things and what we associate with it. Do you guys understand? So and it's not that we're being a victim, or it's not that no one's at fault. It's just every person has had their own reality. So what does that mean? Is that we have to be understanding of other people's things. If it's a vulnerability or a weakness or something that could potentially cause problems for them, we have to help. If we learn it and we don't change, then you're part of the problem. Silence is complicity. All these things, right, that you've heard, I'm telling you guys, if you learn that you're being dark consumed or that you're causing negative actions and you refuse to heal and you refuse to take the first step to start breaking free, you are part of the problem. Why do you want to be part of the problem? You're not. Yet by choosing to do nothing, you become it. Now, what if you're actually someone who's actually taking a step forward every single day, trying to heal, trying to improve the situation? You listened to the stream yesterday, day 19, and your day 9, I can change my story. I can improve things. There's many things that you can do, right? Yesterday, we talked about how trying is the way to go. Today, I'm telling you that's still the way, but there's another approach that we can do to force their hand to try to improve our situation, right? There are other ways to do so. What if it's actually doing nothing is the answer, right? You see, like there's so many approaches that we can do to try to change our circumstances. Yet people are like, wait, what? I thought you said we want to try, but I mean intentionally doing nothing. So that means you're still changing what you do. If I always drink water with my right hand, and that's the manipulators know that, and this time I just choose to, you know what? I'm not even going to drink water because they were relying on me to do that because they were going to like hit my mug so that I spill. Do you guys see? I prevented something. I changed everyone's path. So sometimes doing nothing could be the thing to stop them, right? But we have to be careful because I just wanted people to understand like it's a lot more complex than we think. So why am I starting here? Because I'm first of all, I'm detoxing. I'm scrambling my head. We've talked about this every single time. It's super important. I'm changing my path a little bit so they don't fully expect, but also because they set up things just right before I started my stream. And just so you guys know, like I can fully handle them now. Like I fully expect them. I knew it was going to happen, right? And we all know who I'm talking about did it, right? Yes, you guys know who I'm talking about if you've been listening to my streams, okay? They use him every single day, okay? And it's not like it's these terrible things that destroy me anymore, right? Because I've now grown stronger. But I'm telling you, they're all related to all things, potentially bad things. They start paths to that. Every single thing that he does. And he does things that there's no reason for him to do, just so you guys understand. Okay. Like think of it like over here. I have a Q-tip right here. Okay, guys? It's just literally right here. And it means something to me. And he like this is my little area, okay? I'm not saying I need to take over everything, but this is my little area. And like if the moment he shows up, if let's say like I went to the bathroom and showered and I came back here, my Q-tip might be gone. And I'm just like, hey, why is my Q-tip gone? That's what they want, right? They want you to react. They want you to ask. They want you to start an argument so you can start a path. But now I'm just like, now, as you learn more stuff, I'm not going to get lost here, but they can move things, just so you guys know, even without a physical vessel. They can. It's possible. So if some things moved and there's no one else in your house or something, I'm telling you, they can do it. Out of sight, they can start moving some things. It's possible. Just catch it, okay? But let's say I know that it was him, right? Maybe I even asked to confirm. And I'm like, why did you do it? He's like, I just saw that and I thought about it. And I'm like, what? Because now I set it up preemptively for my stream. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, I set it up for my stream. Like, there was a reason I had it, right? It means something for me. And I was going to use it. I mean, look, I'm using it right now. And now it wasn't here. Like, you guys see, like, that means that he actually messed with my stream, my performance, my recording, my talk. Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? Yeah, people are like, it's just a Q-tip, just get another one. I'm like, sure, but do you guys still understand what I'm trying to tell you? So think of it like that, okay, guys? But what if like the last one in the past, like when I was used to work as a sales rep, that I had a boss that would do stuff like that. Like whenever I would set up for things, he was just he didn't like me. By the way, this is real, right? Because I was an ethical salesman, right? And I called out, and he would jabs like that constantly, just to try to like sabotage. Think about that. I'm like, why do you even have me in your company if you're gonna? Anyway, that's a topic for another time. I want people to think about that. Truly, now, right? Controlled, but do you guys get it? So maybe that brings back reminders of that. Because I'm like, why are you sabotaging my performance and my work and my stuff? So think about it like that, guys. That so I already knew. I'm like, okay, now my brother just got back. Let's see. I already preemptively remove things that sort of to prevent him from doing stuff, right? So like now even cleaning and moving things away is to prevent him from setting up things. And yet even still, he found ways. I'm telling you, because as you start learning all the tactics I talked about, if you're someone in your castle that refuses to heal and refuses to take this seriously, so I know ways to minimize, right? Because after a certain point, though, like their tactics, right? Because if they give it away, right? If he realizes that he's fully under control, then he's gonna snap out of it. Do you guys get it? Like if it comes a point, like if all of a sudden you're like, they're like, brother, help me. I'm moving towards you and I can't control myself. Like, you guys get it? He would wake up. He would actually start healing. He would take it seriously. Do you guys understand? There comes a point where even the biggest non-believers will become believers if something like that happens. So they make sure that never happens because he's one of those people that will wave anything away with logic, right? Because right now, like a Q-tip was flying. He's like, maybe there was like a gust of wind from like the AC back in the day or from an hour ago that was still flying around. I'm like, what? But you see, like you guys all know people like that. You might be one of them, and it's okay, right? You'll get there. You're doing the progression climb. You guys get it. So if they made him, if he did something so, he would catch it, and now he would say, "Hey, I want to learn. Can I watch you stream?" So before I tried to force situations like that, but it did never work, right? So they try little jabs and little things that can be waved away with logic or explanation, right? The whole reason why I started down this journey, just so you guys know, is that they fucked up. They messed up. They got mad at me because I deviated from the storylines that they wanted. And then they created a new one for me and I still deviated again and again and again and again. And then I was exposing things. And then we talked about it like, I don't know, maybe day 6, 7, but essentially they believed that I knew more about everything that was going on at that time than I did because I got really close to the answers because I was just piecing it together, but I didn't know everything and they thought I did. And they desperately tried to stop me. And think of it like if right now, like my laptop just shut by itself, not turned off, like it's just closed. You're like, wait a minute. And then right then, like the Cheerios box over there just flies up in the air and the door opens. Like things like that happen, right, guys? So like it caught to the point where I'm like, okay, the world is different than I thought, right? And just a lot of things happen, right? So they just gave it away. And once you give it away, it's like if you catch like someone in your vicinity that's manipulating or abusing you, like if you actually like see them setting something up, like let's say like your boss at work, right? They were you have a feeling that they're doing fucked up shit to you, right? But you have no proof because they're always either using other people or there's no written trail, right? If anything, maybe they abuse you on phone calls, but they never write it out on an email or text, or they pull you aside to a different room where no one can hear, no one can see, right? So that's why, like, if you record it or whatever, like you could capture it intentionally, right? So that there's no way that you can prove that that's happening. So what if like you're like, hey, I'm gonna show up a little early. I'm only someone who like tended to show up right on time, right? Like that was just my thing. And then I was 1 minute late. That was just who I am. Okay. But it was okay, right? It just didn't really matter. But let's say you show up now 5 minutes earlier. You did something that they never expected. Okay. And all of a sudden you see your boss like setting up little traps and you're like, oh. You're like, what the fuck? You're like, oh my gosh. You're like, wow. I knew it, but I wasn't sure. So I'm telling you guys, I now know my paths and my code and what these things mean to me. And like he places things in the order. Right? We talked about it sufficiently, but I'm like, so you see that. And now like I don't even realize it's detox right now because it teleported me to different time periods. You guys understand? And I had to make sure that it won't affect my actual performance. This is all valuable stuff, right? Just so you guys know, because this is so you guys can relate. But I didn't want it to affect the things that I wanted to talk about and let it get tainted, even just 1%, because it affects your performance. Like if right now, like let's say you're like a singer or something, and you're about to sing this your new song that you just created and no one had heard yet, and all of a sudden someone nudges you and says, "Hey, do you remember when your boss abused you?" Like, you guys get it? So now we're going to interrupt because I'm sorry I said that. We're going to do the confusion unconventional interrupt. 2 Q-tips. What does a Q-tip mean to you guys? And why do we call it Q-tips? Why wouldn't it be called like white tip, or like I used to be in Star Wars Galaxies a pikeman. So I could be like, well, maybe I start calling these pikes. Do you guys get it? You're like, what? These are pikes? Why do we use pikes to clean our ears? Could we just clean them going up and down? Why do we have to like do circular motions? Have you guys ever thought about that? Why don't we call these pikes? Maybe I'm going to start calling them pikes. I might try that actually. Pikes are currency. They're also my currency symbol. Most of you are probably really confused right now. That's intentional. You see, like it resets you temporarily. You're like, wait, what? Anyway. So I call this the destroyed dark shield right now, this moment. I want to go more down a light path, right? After this. But I wanted people to understand that there's these things that happen to all of us, and they're not harmless. They're even if you can handle it, even if you know how to rewrite it, even if you know how to like just push it down or change your path, it does affect you. Even if it's 1%, do you guys get it? If I perform 1% worse now because you guys know who set up something in the kitchen, despite me trying to prevent all of it, is that okay? Why should he have that influence and impact on me just because he refuses to heal? Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, if anything, it actually is helping my performance right now because I'm talking about things that are going to be valuable for all of you. Yet I'm still telling you, like, it's not okay. It's completely unacceptable. Completely. It's completely, entirely unacceptable. And this is why we don't talk at all. I've accepted that they fully converted him. So be it. That's what he wants. But if they mess with me, I will program him and reprogram him to do his shields. They know. I allow and tolerate for no bullshit. Zero. Now, I'm not going to get into a fight with him, but you guys get it? I know it's them. He doesn't know these things. But you know how sad it is to realize I'm like, really? You went digging for that? You found that thing again? Just like, do you guys get what I'm trying to say? They're doing it to people in your castle, people at work, everywhere. You guys aren't crazy. You guys aren't reading too much into it. It's real. I mean, just so people know, like the girls who enjoy wearing more revealing clothing because they value them, they think that they're beautiful and they're sexy, and they are, right? You don't have to, right? I hope you're doing it for the right reasons, not because you've been conditioned and started a path to believe that you have to do that, right? So that's why I said we have to break our chains, we have to break our locks, we have to break all those things that we have. Because if you're one of those girls that does that because you feel like you need to, right? Because of all those things, well, that's a problem. But if you've broke everything and you're still choosing to, well, that's a good thing. But people weaponize that, right? But it gets to the point where you can choose. I'm telling you guys, we all think that we are choosing. And the reason why, this is going to be where we transition. The reason why actually I started this conversation is because I want people to know that they were trying to get me to talk about different things today. I told you guys I've still fully accepted that I'm their slave, right? Just so you guys know, I am, because they torture me, torture me, and I've this is essentially one of the only things that protects me and heals me. Yet they wanted me to talk about other things than that I wanted to. They also ruined some things that I wanted to talk or may potentially could have talked about, but I'm like, no, I don't want to talk about that right now. But then they were only nudging and putting other stuff in my head, right? Through my dreams, through my sleep, through the things I see outside, through all that stuff, right? And I'm like, no, I don't want to talk about that. There's no reason to. There's just no reason to, right? So normally my expected intended reaction is that as I'm like discovering things or learning things, I take notes. I write things down. And I'm like, you see guys how worthless you are? I'm not writing anything down today. Nothing. It's not worth it. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not even going to stream because like there's nothing new to talk about. Like I didn't feel like I don't even say inspired, but there was nothing, no reason to. You guys get it? And I was like, there's no new to teach. There's nothing. Because a lot of times my youth spirit does help me get to answers as well, right? Like and stuff that I consume and listen to and things of that nature. Like today, I used music to get to certain answers, right? But I had to break free because these things were just spamming things and negatives and trying to get me to talk about other things. And I'm like, no. You guys need to take this seriously, right? But other people around you are doing this to you and you guys don't even understand it. Trying to get you to do what they want or their path. And I ask you guys, why do you allow that? Why do you allow your current situation? Why? Why? Why do you allow your current situation, whatever it is, it can be better. Doesn't matter. I'm telling you guys, I'm making it better, trying to make it better every single day. And still, I do not allow it. Why do you think there's this massive war going on? Why do you guys allow your current situation, whatever it is? Why? Have you guys ever stopped to ask yourself that? Why do I allow it? Just doing a quick check to make sure they're not muting shit. This is the stuff that they used to do. Why do you guys allow it? It's the most important question you can ask yourself. And it's the question that we're going to talk about the entire time today. The answer is not easy to get to decipher, and it has multiple layers. It's not just there's a lot to it. And it all builds on each other. Because we just think they're like, well, okay, I'm just going to flip the switch. I no longer allow it. And everything's going to be better. It would if it was that easy. But if it were that easy, with the majority of the world, I would say the entire world, just so you guys know. I would say the entire world, because otherwise the outside world would be completely different. I would say the entire world doesn't know this. Because otherwise, it should not be operating the way it is. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, every time most of you thought I was just talking about like, well, are you talking about like my home life situation? Are you talking about maybe work? Talking about like the friends? Are you talking about like how much I'm getting paid? Like all this, like, I'm like, sure. Each time you go up one, I'm saying next one, the next one, the next one. If you do this climb with me and you get up here and you broke all the things that I've told you guys about and you're following along, it gets to the point where it's like, why do we allow for anything that's going on outside to be like this? Anything. Why is there a single money cost? Why do we allow that? Why do we allow the fact that we actually even have to go to work at all? Why can't we just all be teaching like this, the things that we want to solve and improve in the world? Why? Why do we allow that to not be that way? Do you guys see? Like, you guys all were thinking down here. I'm talking up here. All those things matter, just so you guys know. All of those things matter. And we're starting there. We're starting there so that people can start there so people can figure it out. But I'm talking up here. Why do we allow it to be the way it is? You're going to hear my standards and my journey. And you're going to ask yourself, oh my gosh, who does he think he is to demand that or expect? And I'm like, that's what each and every one of you need to get to. Now, the paradox that is going to happen is all of you are going to think that that equals being an asshole, entitled. It's the opposite, because you can go down that path of demanding things because of entitlement. I'm saying we're demanding it because we're trying to make the world a better place. I'm not asking for any money. I'm not asking for any gifts. I'm not asking for anything like that. Do you guys get it? There's no entitlement. On the contrary, I'm demanding it because there's no world where we should be experiencing any bad. And if it does happen by chance, once in a while, not intentionally, like it just accidentally happened, right? Like I said, if I'm walking around, I'm wearing this, and you tune in on the stream and you have a negative with this from the past because those fuckers traumatized you in the past to symbols like this, well, then I would fix it. You guys understand? Like, we can't fix what happened in the past anymore, but we can still prevent it or avoid it. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, we no longer accept or allow anything else. And if this happened and I caught it immediately, we now live in a world where I'll be like, oh, wait, I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, hold on, I'm a healer. Let's sit down. Nothing happens. Let's get you on a light path. I'll fix it. I'll get you a shield path. All right, you're good. All right, I'm so sorry. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, that's the world that we need to be demanding. Zero bad, zero negative, only positive, only support, only encouragement. No money costs. We should be able to survive forever. We need to figure out if we don't. I don't believe we need carrots on a stick, right? But if luxuries or some of those things can't be given for free, because it would maybe like cause chaos if like everyone just wanted to, like, for example, I just think of it in the past, I enjoyed resorts. Like if everyone just always wanted to go to resorts and it wouldn't have the capability of that. Well, then maybe we have to like create like a token system or something that, hey, if people are doing stuff like what I'm doing right now, an equivalent of this, whatever it is, they get like a token and they can exchange tokens for stuff like that. I don't know, right? My point is that's not my mission. That's not my storyline. Now, I'm throwing the darts and giving people ideas so that then you can take it and evolve it. My storyline has been to try to heal people, to try to teach people this, to try to guide people and heal myself. That's all it is. Okay. I'm just giving the knowledge. I'm the shepherd, the start diplomat. All right. Let's get started. I took a risk today. I did an intentional mistake. I used a cream that I know was a risky. It's not that bad, but turns out it's still not the best choice because since it's warm right now, I'm sweating a little bit and I can feel the cream reacting to my skin. So just so you guys know, right? Like you have to learn from your mistakes. We have to learn from our mistakes. But as we start catching mistakes or things, right, we stop allowing it. But you guys, let's say, so now tomorrow, would I put that same cream on again? If I do, you're asking, well, why did you do it? You should ask, why are you doing it? I'm like, oh, it's because I wanted to see if maybe if I put on the AC, the cold air, if I would have the same reaction. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That's actually really smart. So let's see if that changes it. Right? I could turn it on right now. Maybe I should. I'm not sure. Do you guys understand? Like, oh, so then you're trying to learn something. Think about that. Why not ask the people in your castle or at your work, like, hey, I told you that this is something that really hurts me or bothers me. Why did you do it again? Why haven't you started a path to try to improve things? Crying over something and destroying yourself over something that happened 2 years ago. Can I help you? Like, why don't we get started on healing? Why aren't you doing anything to improve your situation? I'm telling you, these people, the spirits, they weaponize the people that don't learn from their mistakes. They weaponize the people that refuse to actually take the first step. So think about how sad that is. A lot of these people aren't bad people, but they become bad people because they refuse to actually do anything to change their circumstances. So we got to break our conditioning, guys. So I'm eating cereal on stream every day to show you guys. Show you how to break programs. Your health. All right, I'm going to warm up my coffee because I prefer warm. And then we're going to get started. Okay, we're just changing one thing, just the music that we're listening to get into flow. And let's do this. We can't find those. There we go. Nope. Here we go. Gotta make sure the ad doesn't bother. Oh, no ad. Whoa! Do you guys see? I just want to point something out. I just want to point something out. What's just happening? This was really good. I'm sure they made it happen. Nothing's an accident. I expected that there was going to be an ad. I expected there was going to be a negative ad. Do we understand what I'm just saying? I've had so much bad, so much torture, so many problems, all trying to remind me. Like, for example, even earlier, every time my brother comes back and is in the kitchen, I know that when I go in there the next time, I'm like, okay, be ready. There's going to be a few negative paths and things here. Be ready. Like, do you guys understand? Like, if there's ever a moment where it doesn't happen, I'm like, oh, hallelujah. Even if it doesn't destroy me. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? We get conditioned to terrible. It's not an accident. I'm so ads are fucking horrible. All just trying to recreate and bring back all the worst things of my life. Truly, they time it, right? At least in my reality. So if I change songs on YouTube to listen to a song and loop it to prevent as many ads as possible, right? But they still sometimes insert them. And I don't get one. Do you guys get it? I'm overjoyed. I'm like it makes me happy. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? That gives me happiness for like 20 like think about it. I'm smiling over it. Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? I get tortured so badly that I now smile over not getting an ad. So then we wonder sometimes why the people around us tolerate things or deal with things. And do you guys get how it starts happening? So I want all of you to we started with the question, right? Why do we allow things, right? Why do we allow our current situation? And it's not so simple, right? There's many layers to it, and it's not just the bottom of the pyramid, right? Because what we're doing today is we're awakening our terms, right? I want all you guys to understand that that's what's happening today. Okay, we're awakening our terms, and what does that mean? It means that we're realizing that it's not impossible to change things. On the contrary, it's extremely possible. It doesn't have to be this way, and we can. That's the only way we can start creating a new world, right? So we have to build our own pyramid. Okay. Yes, we talked about that. Each of you are your own individual pyramid, but combining it. Now we're combining it together, guys. Okay. So we have to learn that anything can change for the better. Anything. Every single thing in our lives, personal and in the world, every single thing can change. Do you guys understand that? Anything that someone tells you cannot change, you need to be very wary about that. I would say that there's almost nothing that can't change. Truly, actually, I think nothing. Because if you think about it, like let's say, I don't know, like let's say like you lost an ear, right? Deseo de cosas imposibles. I'm gonna have to listen to that one again. Maybe we can finally listen to it again. I'm writing it down. That's a song from an artist group called Oreja de Van Gogh, Ear of Van Gogh, and he chopped off his ear. I think I probably guess why now, because if he's anything like what's happening to me, they just insert senses into your body nonstop. Or is it that the world is different? can be a torture. So if his ear is just constantly feeling something, I could see that he could chop it. But I don't know, right? I don't know why he did. But I just want people to know. That's the name of the group, Oreja de Van Gogh, Ear of Van Gogh. And the song is called Deseo de Cosas Imposibles. I dream of impossible things. So why not? Why can't we dream of impossible things? But why are they impossible? Why wouldn't we make them possible? Because they are. But you see, like, let's say you chopped off your ear, right? What if we now we figured out how to create tools to create a new ear, right? Or what if they these spirits found ways to actually help us rebuild an ear? Or I don't know, right? You guys see, we think it's impossible. What if it's not? There's that I would say truly are. And even then, okay, so you don't have an ear, but could you have the same function that the ear had? Would that be okay with you? Are you like, well, I didn't get my ear back, but do we understand? Doesn't mean that it's ever going to be exactly the same, but could it improve for the better? Do we get it? For anything. I'm not going to go deeper here because I don't want people to start to focus on the negatives right now. We're trying to change from that. But you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? We always think that something is impossible, whatever it is. We can't get more pay. The boss cannot give me a raise. The Mexican government can't treat their workers better. The U.S. government can't make sure that people have to never pay for mortgages or rent or food costs again. We are like, it's impossible. And I'm like, why? Why is it impossible? Why do you think it's not possible? That's really the way you should focus. Improvements are not possible, because that, to me, is a huge warning sign that you're enslaved by something. If you think something is not possible, I need to write this one down. If you think something is not possible, you're enslaved by something. If you think improvement is not possible, you're enslaved by something. Some of you are like, this guy is completely crazy. What is he talking about? Truly. If I think that my computer can be faster, that means I'm enslaved to using this computer, right? It could be as simple as if you got a new computer. It doesn't have to be a super complex solution or answer. It could be something as simple as that. Now, again, we're moving away from money costs and having to buy new stuff like that. But I'm just trying to make it simple for you guys to get it. Or you change a part in the computer. Do you guys understand? It's not complex, but there's so many of us that think, well, improvement's not possible. I can't change any part in my computer. I can't do that. I'm like, well, you see, now you're limiting it. Now you're saying that there's something you can't. I'm like, what if you could? Well, I can't learn that. I'm like, well, why can't you learn that? Because I just never was exposed to that. I'm like, okay, well, why were you never exposed to that? Can we change that? Can we have someone? Can I help you do that? You guys see, all of a sudden, it's like, well, maybe. But I'm like, oh, so now we're at maybe. 2 minutes ago, you said it was impossible. Now we're at maybe. Look at that, guys. Now we're at maybe. I'm telling you. I don't know these details, but for every single company I worked at and every single sales job that I worked at, especially once I started selling to bigger corporations and companies, all the legal terms, all the contracts, if you had the ear of the right person who could change things, every single thing was changeable. Every single contract line item, everything. Every single thing. Every single thing. We could sell under the list price. I could give 70% discounts. I changed legal terms. I had the CEO or some of the executives do special one-on-one meetings in the evenings. People are like, wait, what? You can do this stuff? I had like directors and big executives fly out for meetings. Like, wait, really? I'm like, yeah. I'm telling you guys, if they tell you it's not possible, that's just them saying that so that because they don't want to do it. Now, just because it's possible doesn't mean it's easy. No. There's like, I just want people to understand. I'm not going to get lost here because I don't want to go down. I'm not going to get dark into it, but I just want people to understand. There's very few things or very few people that I believe are dealing with the same stuff that I'm dealing with. Okay. I'm not saying that to brag because I hope none of you ever deal with what I'm dealing with. I really do. That's my prayer. That's my wish for you. Okay. I believe with 100% confidence, but I could be wrong still. Do you guys still understand? I could still be wrong. But I believe with 100% confidence based on the things that I've actually experienced consistently, that if I tried to do things right now outside, that they would stop me. I'm saying like, hey, if I'm trying, if like, let's say like I tried to like heal someone outside, like someone would rush at me and like attack me. I'm saying stuff like that, okay? And someone that I never met before, like that they will force something like that to happen, okay? I'm saying that the majority of you are not experiencing that reality. And yet you all are operating and acting and walking around like you are. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? So we need to learn that we can change anything. I'm telling you, anything with the human world, like with business, everything is changeable. Every single thing. How much they pay you, how many hours you work, everything. Every decision now is being controlled by them, but every single decision has been made by, as far as I know, a human physical vessel. Now, there's a few things that I think I would be interested in learning, but it doesn't really matter. Just so you guys know, like I'm like, why? Who does the government answer to? Why can't they just make it free? You guys understand? Why do they need money? What are they worried about? Chaos? Come on, aren't they good leaders? They should be able to inspire and motivate on everyone with a good speech every single day. Guide people. Why you've got rid of all money costs and keep them calm. Aren't you a good president? Can't you talk and lead your people? Huh? Can't you? I could do it easily. Why can't you? Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's possible. So unless they're being enslaved by something, which I do believe they are, I do really, by the way, just every single political leader is fully enslaved. And if it's not them, their entire advisor group, everyone around them, every single one of them, they're all dark and soon. So that means that they're all doing their deeds. And they're being nudged and encouraged to condition their entire countries basically to be experiments. They're all just, every country is chosen for set issues and set problems. Intentionally kept things away from them. I'm telling you, I lived in 6 countries. Each place had 4, 5, 6 things that they were focused on. And you're like, why? And they're like, what? This is the way. And I'm like, yeah, do you guys know that the neighbor country has completely opposite priorities? How is that possible? That you guys have the exact same resources because you basically are on the same land. Do we understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like these things up there, it's an experiment, a game for them. Okay. And they control the leaders to do so. Anyway, I just want people to understand, like the government could choose to do as far as I know, who do they answer to? So unless someone wants to show me that and tell me that they're more complex than I think, because I still think it's them. Right. But if there's something else that I'm not aware of, like there's like some dark Gaia alien from like Illusion of Gaia that's taken over and it's like, is behind them all constantly. It's like, if you don't do this to your people, we will kill you. I'm like, okay, I get it then. Right. I get it then. But unless if it's something like that, then what are they afraid of? Why can't they do it? Okay. But you guys are like, wait, you don't know. No. It's not that simple. I'm like, why is it not that simple? Why can't the government, why can't like the mayors and the politicians and all these stuff just start changing things? I'm telling you, it's really simple to do. Just be like, if we collectively if I got the 5 leaders who are the ones who've had the final say of everything, like whatever city you're in, what's going on in that city, and I got 5 of them together and we talked for 5 hours, I could probably brainwash all of them, program and condition all of them to do exactly what I want. Actually, no, with 100% confidence I could. Which means that I could convince all of them to start. It's like I could enslave them because I learned how they do it, right? And I could enslave them to do good. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? I could. I wouldn't do that, right? Because that's the exact opposite of what I want to do. I want all of them to be able to choose. So I would break them free so they could choose to do good for themselves. But you see, I could do the opposite. So I'm like, hey guys, why don't we do this? They're like, well, I'm like, but aren't you the one who decides? I'm like, well, yes, but then so what's the problem? I'm like, well, you just keep destroying all their excuses, and they realize like, wait a minute, we could change it. Why? We're the ones who decide the rules. Humanity is the one who decides the rules. We all collectively agree, like, hey, that we have to go to work, that we have to do stuff. Like, truly, even if we didn't find a way to get rid of work completely, what if they all decided, like, let's just see if we can only work 1 hour a day. It might be hard to get rid of it completely because a lot of people are going to get lost because they never. So what if we just 1 hour a day? Think about that, guys. So you work 5 hours a week. If people are like, but my restaurants, and I'm like, well, then get more employees that work 1 hour a week if you have to. I don't know, right? I'm just saying, like, there's ways around it, right? And even then, I'm like, we shouldn't be going to restaurants and as much like that anymore, because we're all gonna hibernate and spend more time. Like, do you guys see? Like, people always start throwing out like all the reasons why it can't work, and I'm like, well, yeah, things are gonna change. If we stop working and now everyone has 10 hours a day to choose how to use that time period, the entire world is going to change. Do you guys get it? Like, you guys are operating, when you say it's not possible, you're operating as if everything else remains the same. You guys just know that if, like, for example, the moment I created distance from my brother and stopped talking with him as much, do you guys get it? Because one thing changes to the other. Even if he wants to say something to me, he knows I'm like, what are you doing? Do you guys get it? Like, it changes things. So, but if you're like, it's not possible, we can't operate in silence or live in an eternal calm in this castle. I'm like, well, why not? Because, well, what if I need to go to the bathroom? And I'm like, well, just be like, hey, don't respond. I'm just letting you know, can I use the bathroom in 5 minutes? And that's it. And you see, like, you figure out workarounds, but people would be like, oh, wait, but didn't you talk to me? I'm like, yeah, but see, like, nothing happened. You guys operate saying it's impossible because you're operating like if it's still under the same old rules. If we stop working, everything else changes. Do you guys get it? So you can't be like, well, what about my restaurants? What about my movie theater? And I'm like, well, then maybe those things are going to fall apart and they have to change. Aren't all these tech companies obsessed about replacing humans? What if we actually used AI and robots for that purpose? But now we don't have to do those menial tasks, and people are now, each single human being that's at a movie theater that works there or a restaurant, just a reminder to heal, is now instead using that time to improve the world and everything else. Do you guys get it? Like, these guys created AI so that they can manipulate us and control us better. But what if we instead flipped it on them and use it so that now we can just focus on improving the world, right? I don't know. I'm just saying, guys, I don't have the answers. That's other people's job and responsibility. These are things that I'm coming up on the spot in seconds. Do you guys get it? In seconds. Imagine if there was someone dedicated to this full time, the entire time. Do we understand that this is what politicians and what our leaders should be doing? How can we brainstorm? How can we improve our entire country? Every single second should be exclusively on this, nothing else. If they tell you they can't do that because of all these other stuff, they're like, you don't understand how hard it is to get stuff done. And I'm like, why is it hard? You're operating with other humans. Why are they putting these stupid roadblocks in place to complicate it? Oh, wait, that's because they want to not make any change happen. If everyone said today, okay, we're not leaving this room, it's all the politicians, like from NATO, like until there's world peace, until Russia and Ukraine and all these other countries or whatever, any conflict. I don't even know if the conflicts are still going on, just so you guys know. We can't leave this room until there's peace. I'm like, okay, well, how can we make that happen? And we're just figuring that out for 6 hours straight, everyone. That means that some people might have to, some other countries have to maybe to sacrifice some things and help. But do you guys get it? Like, how can we make that how in a single day, hours, if we just decided to do that. Yet they're like, well, hold on. We have to take this offline and talk about it. And I'm like, no, right now. Why not? What's the problem? Why is it not possible? Well, do you guys understand? Like, we have already so many soldiers there. Then send a message to all them. Don't you communicate to them? Be like, hey, peace now. And if they cause conflict, well, guess what? Now that's going to be the problem. I'm just trying to show you guys. Do you see? There's always a way, but we operate thinking that it's not possible. Why? Like, you don't understand how hard it is to pass new laws. And I'm like, fuck laws, just do it. Like, we have to pass a law to make sure that all the landlords realize that it doesn't have to be costly anymore. Just eliminate costs tomorrow. You don't have to pay us anything. No taxes, no nothing. But things are going to fall apart. Then figure it out. That's what you're going to now spend every single second doing, leaders. Aren't you guys so good at your jobs? Aren't you so capable of leading, inspiring, and improving things? Why did you get elected in the first place? Why don't you do something? And if you start going down the totem pole, sales managers, parents. Now, there's a situation, so people know. We've talked about this in the past, so I want to repeat it, where maybe they feel like they can't do it because they got traumatized. They're afraid, they're insecure because these things poisoned them. If that is the case, then that's why everyone needs to heal. Do you guys get it? That's exactly the reason why we need to give all of us time. Each one of us needs time to heal. So then that's no longer a roadblock. So we can't get tomorrow because people are insecure and afraid and traumatized. Well, okay, how can we give everyone 40 days? Can we? And then after that, now that we're healed, can we start choosing now we're not blocked anymore by our insecurity, fears, and traumas. I want to help my kid, but I'm still traumatized from when I was a kid, when my mom beat me up. Okay, well, let's heal you for 40 days. And then after that, would you want to help your kid again or more? All of a sudden, it's like, yeah, wow. Do you guys see? Like, that's real, by the way. If you don't help someone or if you're causing problems because of those insecurities, those fears, those traumas, that's completely justified. I want people to understand this part because I'm not going to repeat it again. After this, if you guys aren't doing shit, I'm going to be on you. It's completely justified if you're not improving situation because you have those insecurities, those fears, those traumas, those conditioning change, those locks, and all those other, the reliance, the need, the attachment. That's normal. Why do you think that I'm trying to heal all of you? Because it's just, I'm telling you, and you guys hear how frustrated I am at the people that don't do anything. Yet I'm telling you, they're in the right if they struggle to do it. But you know where they're not in the right? Not taking the first step to heal, not trying anything to change your circumstances or trying 1% improvements, anything. That is completely unacceptable. And that is why the world is the way it is. That's why all of you think it's impossible, because none of you take the first step to heal. If everyone was healed, I'm telling you, if we were all healed and on the light path, all these problems that you guys have, or you think that you wish the world was better, would be better. Because guess what? Hey, why do we have that? Why do we do that? And then everyone would be like, you're right. Why do we? Like, okay, can we just change it? They're like, yeah, but remember, we have to get like 10 signatures from these 10 people. Let's get them right now on the phone. Okay, hey, are you ready? They're like, yeah, I'm on the light path. I'm healed. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And it's done. And you're like, wait, what? That's what happens when you're light and healed. No hesitation. You see possibilities. You believe. You care. You want to try. You want to help. Do you guys see why most people disagree or think it's impossible? Because they're not healed. We view it as Do you guys know how many moving pieces would be required to completely get rid of money costs in the world or just in our country? I'm like, exactly. So let's get started. They're like, what? I'm like, yes, exactly. So let's get started. Can't you guys use the phones that they use to program us and enslave us? Can't you use that to like send like an Amber Alert equivalent alert to everyone and be like, hey guys, you do not pay any of your bills, rents, or mortgages this upcoming month. This is not a thing. And then they also have the president do a speech and address. That's it, or just a stream. They don't even have to get them in a physical location if they're worried that they're going to get like attacked. Send emails, post about it on social media, and all of a sudden spreading. And people are like, wait, this is real. Like, hey, we can't like change the systems yet to get put that as a zero. So you're still gonna get the like a message that says, hey, can you pay? But we'll get there. We're gonna update it over time. We're gonna figure that out. But for now, just want you guys to know that nothing's gonna happen. Do you guys see like proactive communication, an attempt, trying? It's a progress attempt. You're not gonna get it right the first time, but you're trying. Like, oh crap! Like people took that like the alert that we sent to the phones. They thought it was a joke, and they actually got people to pay instead because they thought they were getting scammed. Okay, what should we do differently this time? Because instead, all of you just are like, well, it's not possible. Why don't we try? Why don't we see how we could start getting there? Can we serve can a month without money, without a currency system? Could we figure out how to get food in everyone's hands? Could we figure out how to get all the homeless in hotels? If everyone's now hibernating by choice to heal, can we just get the homeless in hotels because they're going to be empty? Could we just put them in all those hotels that are in the world? And now the hotel owners are going to be the key to heal the world. Do you guys understand? Like, think about that. All those people that are now going to be safe. So they're like, but my money. But I'm like, oh, well, don't you care about being one of the key reasons why the world is going to be healed and saved? Think about how many people you're saving. Even if they're one of those people that needs the ego boost from money, I'm like, ego boost from saving the world? Do you guys see, like, they shouldn't need it, but if that is what they need right now to get started, and then every human who's alive right now in the year 2025 is going to be that says, hey, this was the greatest year of humanity's evolution. It changed everything, the course and direction of humanity. We evolved as a species. We ascended to something different as a collective, one consciousness, right? We've truly became one. Finally, we all worked together. And it all happened because we started trying. And maybe we didn't accomplish all the things we wanted to until 2027. But it's 2025 that marked the difference, and we started walking down that path. People are like, you mean it's going to take 2 years? And I'm like, better get started. But all of you don't even try. Just you see that it seems insurmountable. You're like, oh my gosh, I have to do all those things. But I'm telling you guys, we're going to get to that in a second here, but things can change very quickly, especially once you realize that the only reason why it doesn't change is because someone, a human who's controlled by these things, blocks it. Once you understand that that's the case, everything changes. You're like, wait a minute, really? I'm like, yes. Every single thing that you think is impossible right now is being intentionally blocked by someone. Every single thing. I really want you guys to know this straight up. Every single thing. Now, if I'm wrong and there is like this dark comet alien thing that's standing behind the people all the way at the top of the ladder and it's forcing them or else they're going to all die, I'm like, okay, then we have to figure something else out. Okay. But if that's not the case, oh wait, that is the case because they're being mentally enslaved. So let's flip it. I want to give you guys a brief example. I'm not going to go into the details, but I want people to understand that less than a year ago. It's less than a year ago. Terrible things happened in my life, okay? Because I was about to start my sales diplomat thing, which was teaching self-awareness, reform sales, and reform hiring, okay? Those are my goals. And then I started doing that to try to bring down manipulators and exploitative companies, and they destroyed my entire life, okay? So that's when I caught the fabrication of the world, and I realized I need to figure out what the fuck is going on, because the world is not the way it appears. I already had suspicions, but that confirmed it. And then, well, also the things that they did to my son, right? But anyway, so why am I saying that? Because then I was like, okay, well, I need to figure out, I wanted to destroy it. Yeah. Do you guys get it? Like after what happened, I was like, I need to destroy these things. But how do you destroy something that, well, let's say they're like in hell, right? Or whatever, right? But they're invisible, or they're like spiritual things that we can't even physically touch. How do you destroy something you can't even touch or see? How? How do you guys do that? You guys are, but in a way, guys, I just want you guys to conceptualize, like, think of it like money, the idea of as a whole, right? Money and like how the world is set up and all this stuff. Is it in a way is an invisible entity? The system, right? Or all that stuff. It's an invisible entity if you guys think about it like that, right? Like, hey, money costs and survival costs and having to work, like it's the idea, right? It's the concept. Do we understand? It's not so. Yeah, we can think of it logically, like, well, let's destroy money. Everyone, throw all your money, like all your bills outside right now. Let's start a bonfire. You must learn to join the dance, right? Like, yeah, sure, we could do that. We should. We should. Sometimes we can shake people out of apathy with extreme examples, right? I'm not saying that that's bad. It works. But it's more than that, right? Because there's things that we have to figure out. That's where people get caught, because people are like, well, I'm sure, like, I'm really telling you, like, all the people that are in leadership positions, okay? Because they're the ones who block it. Just so everyone understands, like, yes, if you're in a leadership position right now and you're listening to this, you're the reason why it's not happening. But that's can change. That should be an exciting thing, because that means that you have the ability to start a change. And then you're going to use all the people underneath you that you've enslaved, but now you're going to now break them free, and you're going to inspire them to help you accomplish this goal, this idea. Do you guys get it? You're going to be the key piece. So all of you leaders who have this ego, well, guess what? You're going to be, if you do what I'm saying. You're going to be, because now you broke all of them free. Now you're inspiring them. You're making them believe, and now they're going to willingly help you accomplish this idea, this task. Do you guys get it? And you're going to be immortalized in history. Maybe your name might not be, but you know that you're during this time period. Anyway, so it's an idea. It's an invisible thing but there's so many little pieces, right, that need to happen to get there. And I know that if I would like sit down right now with any of those leaders, any of them, and I would talk to them, maybe one of them listens to this every day, right? That one of their advisors caught on that I know all this stuff, and it's like, hey, you guys, this guy's just giving it all away for free, though. We should study this. And they're giving direct access to, like, they're feeding it to the president or the leaders, right? Cool. Awesome. Please do. Okay, guys. I want everyone to everyone, not just, don't keep it to yourself. So let's say they're doing that. Okay. Let's say they're doing that. So if that's the case, I'm just like, I could sit with any of them and talk with them, and I could heal them pretty quickly, not fully, right? It takes more than a day unless we spend the whole day on it. I could get them on a light path, and now I could get them to believe. So what's going to happen, because this has happened to me with a lot of people in my life, what happens is in that moment, they believe, they see the possibilities, they want to try, and they do try. That's the coolest part. It really is. It's telling you, every single one of my enemies that I've had in my life, every single person that's ever doubted me or attacked me, I convert them temporarily and get them on a light path, and I heal them, and they believe, and they help for just a brief moment until they go away from me again and they get corrupted again, and it starts again. It's hilarious, but it's sad. So in that moment, it's just not possible. Like we've done too much damage, or we can't repair things. We can't change what we did in the past. I'm like, I know, but that means we can start right now. But they're like, but there's still so many things that I've been wanting to do this. Truthfully, like I've been wanting to find a way to like improve my country and solve all these issues, but I don't even know where to get started because it's just an insurmountable task. There's so many outdated systems in place from like hundreds of years ago, and we've never been able to get rid of all those papers and like the tech stacks and all these things. And I'm like, I don't even know. And I'm like, just blow it up, start over. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah. Start from zero. Do the climb without the rope. Like, but what are we going to do? I'm like, well, how did they run governments back in the day? To deliver message. I'm telling you, they're smarter than you think. I communicate with them. I don't know, right, guys? Like, is that back in the day, like Harry Potter, the owls, or something like that, right? Or maybe like we free the zoo animals and we work with them. I don't know, right? I'm just showing you guys. There's a million possibilities and paths. Yet all of you just don't see possibilities. You see roadblocks. You see impossibilities. It's because you're not healed and you're not on the life path. That's all it is. And there's things that I'm going to talk about at the end here that you're going to be like, wait, you've been talking about all this stuff, but then at the end you're going to go, yep, because I want people to learn. So these people think that it's not possible, right? That even like the presidents or leaders are like, it's just not possible. I'm telling you, this spiritual stuff, everything that I'm talking about, everything that I vowed that I would destroy them and I would figure it out less than a year ago. I would say with utmost confidence that now, because things are just repeating, that I've 99% figured it out. Why 99? Because there's always a chance that there's something I'm missing. Do you guys get it? Like, but 99% is more than enough. Like if we figured out 99% of the way how to solve like work issues and money and all that stuff, do you guys get it? And the homeless thing, the issue is pretty much solved. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? You can always improve it even more. Like, well, the homeless are uncomfortable for 1 hour a month. I'm like, well, how is that compared to what it is now? Do you guys get it? It can always be better. But if it's 99% of the way there, do we see? Do we get it? And these attacks and how to counter it and all these things. And now that I focus on what actually matters versus what doesn't, because there's a lot, right? I just want you guys to know there's so much. But I've realized that I can't destroy it. But I got all the way there. I can't destroy the dark one by myself. That was what I've learned. I can't. Because I'm not. That's why I actually, just so you guys know, I struggled to start streaming today because I feel like I've already given all the answers. Now, this is an angle and approach that I haven't really, but I've talked about some of the stuff in my streams like 6 months ago. So that's not bad, right? To reinterpret those again. That's pretty powerful. But do you guys get it? Like, I don't necessarily like repeating myself that much because I'm like, well, it's just semantics. If no one's watching anyway, does it really matter if I keep explaining a different angle? Like, do you guys get it? Like, so I've struggled today because of that. Because I need you. I need others. I learned all of this by myself. Yes, I had some help from my light spirit and some supporting casts, not people around me, just so you guys know. But I didn't research this. Like no one gave me these, no one had these answers. And if anything, the few things that I did read up on were actually hindrances and problems. They were guiding me down the wrong path. They were limiting my scope of what is possible. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like when I was just consuming other people's information and like listening to like other people who've already supposedly learned some of this stuff, it was actually limiting me. It was preventing me from developing the answers and getting there. It was when I actually got completely quiet and hibernated and limited all ins and access information that I actually finally got the answers, because it was just based on my experiences, what I'm experiencing outside and daily. And that's what I was deconstructing and trying to figure out. So that's what I'm like, if all of a sudden now the leaders were like, well, what are we figuring out? What is happening in our country? What is happening in my reality? How can I solve those situations? All of a sudden things have changed, but right now they're just letting so many things get put into their head. But anyway, it took me about 10 to 11 months, but really the most that I learned was after I hibernated and silenced information. So in the last 3 months, it was the most I've learned. I've already had learned a lot of it, but I was just missing the final step, but it was a key step, right? You guys can see my entire journey, right? But it progressed over throughout the entire time. And there was things that happened, and every single time. Okay, guys? You don't see, if you're on YouTube, you don't see my LinkedIn post that I wrote, but just go check it out, right? Star Diplomat. You can find it. So think about that, guys. 10 to 11 months to discover and learn all this thing. No one guiding me. And I'm telling you, the things that did try to give me some info were kind of harmful. They set me back. And yes, there are details that could help, but they're not needed. Think about it like this, guys. Your nails. Do we really need to know why the nails grow back, or like how quickly they do? What is the thing that makes them grow faster or not? All that could be technically helpful, right? Like I want to clip less often. Okay. But do we know actually what they could be used for? Or, hey, I just need to clip my nails like once a week or whatever it is. Do you guys get it? Like too many of us are focusing on like that. Those like, well, hold on. Why do we have nails? Why do nails grow? I'm like, all that could be helpful, but it's fluff. It's extra. And that was one of the hardest things for me. Like the first time I did my streaming journey, a lot of the things that I talked about were the extra stuff. And that doesn't mean they don't matter. It doesn't mean that they don't help. But this time, I was trying to focus on the things that actually matter, that are going to impact you in your life, that are going to change your situation, that are going to improve things, that are going to make you believe that it's possible. That's what we're focused on this time, this streaming journey versus last time. Last time I was just giving all the details and the info. I'm like, it was great. It really was. But I'm like, do we really need to spend days and days and days and days what it is? It's helpful. I realized it was helpful to get people to start changing the way they think. But even then, you see like people might listen to it and they thought that I'm just what's important is the theory. And I'm saying the value of that stream was actually just trying to get people to think about possibilities. Do you see, like some of you wouldn't have even considered that? So when you get all this knowledge that I have that I'm giving all of you away for free, you can learn anything in days, in weeks, in hours. Truly, anything new. So if I dedicated all my time to figuring out how to solve the money situation and work situation, I know I could come up with an answer. Maybe I should. The hard part is that of the position that I'm in, right? I don't have the access to the people to do so. So if I was in, like, just so you guys know, if I was an elected official, that's what I would be spending my entire time doing. If I was the president, that's what I would be spending every second doing. You guys get it? If I was the Pope, that's what I would spend every second doing. What are they fucking doing? What are they doing? People are like, you guys don't understand what all the responsibilities. I'm like, then they need to change what their responsibilities are. But it can't. I'm like, why can't they? Do you guys see? I just want people to know, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this part, but it's getting to the point. That's why I struggle to stream today, because I feel like I almost have nothing to do anymore. And yet I still try to stream a lot and talk about these things, right? Because anytime I try something new, these asshole spirits try to spirits whatever it is that I try to do. Okay? So in a way, I say life is kind of boring right now. Because and it's only because of that. Because I can't try new. Why is boring good though? What do you guys think? Why would boring be good? It means that your life isn't that eventful. It means that you kind of know what's going to happen, right? So, for example, I know that when my brother gets back, I'm going to get attacked. I know that when I'm trying to sleep or in my dreams, I'm going to get attacked. I know when I go outside, 9 out of 10 things are going to be attacks, right? Just reminders and mental attacks, just so you guys know. That's all it is. No, that's why I don't. It's not still. It can change your path and performance. So it's kind of boring because I know exactly what it is, and it's just the same four stupid things over and over again, right? It is what it is, but it's boring. Okay, because I want to create new, I want to experience new storylines, but I can't. But it's survivable. I know that if I ever get too far down a path where I could potentially get dark consumed, I just have to stream and just talk. I know that. So that means technically there's not a lot of risk left, even though I'm being tortured daily. You guys get it? So what does that mean though? It means that I could spend time figuring this out. That's how I figured all this out. Do you guys get it? Because I gave myself time. They're like, but your life maybe wasn't that eventful. Make sure. I mean, there was a lot happening outside. You guys don't even understand, like, because of I was figuring out all this stuff. But figuring something new out is actually extremely exciting and impactful. Now, I wish it was. I could have done it for something that I would have chosen willingly, not because I was forced into it. Just so you guys know. I mean, you could say that I chose it willingly. I didn't have to pursue it. They didn't want me to pursue it, but I needed to know. I needed to figure what was going on. I had to. It's super important. So if you guys just gave yourself time and just were like, well, we don't have to go to work anymore. I'm like, well, now what do I do? I'm like, exactly. What could you figure out? What could you change? What could you improve? What could you heal? Also, now you start seeing possibilities. You're like, well, could I figure out how to change, how to permanently eliminate the homeless situation in the world without? How could we create a system to do so? How could I get the hotels on board to work with us? Do we understand? How could I do that? Is it possible? Could we use like the train systems in the United States or maybe in Germany or places like that to like ferry them around? Right? Could we? Could we make them those train cars more comfortable? Even if we don't have chairs yet installed in them, could we do something like that? Like, I don't know, right? You start thinking about possibilities. Doesn't mean that you're like, oh, they're gonna have to be in a train uncomfortable for a few hours. But hey, at least they're not in that cold. Do we get it? Like, what could we do? Now you're focused on that. You're like, but my friend, my the neighbors, what are they gonna think? I'm not going to work anymore. I'm like, they aren't either. Or if anything, you should be going outside and well, I remember we're trying to limit outside, but if you see them, you're like, hey, you guys need to try this. This is the way to go. This is the way. And all of a sudden they're like, wait, what? Look how happy they are. I've always thought they were unhappy, and now look how happy they are. Wow, we should try this. Anyway, what are the rest of you doing? I really sometimes just sit back and contemplate these questions just so you guys understand. Like, like I think of like people like my parents, okay? And I'm not trying to harp on them, but I am like retired or even just people who just have been working the same job for 10 years. I'm just like, what are you guys doing? Like, are you guys even alive? Are you guys even real? Like, how can you just be okay with that? How is that how are you okay with that just being your every year is just a repeat? Like, how are you okay with that? Like for me, like the moment there's no climb, the moment there's nothing to progress anymore, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm bored. Like, there's nothing to do. Like, this is bad. You guys are doing the same thing. You already figured it out, and it's just minor little deviations and changes every single like month at your job or at your household. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, I don't understand. Like, how are you okay with that? That is all life can be. They're like, well, I didn't know it could be any different. I'm like, exactly. That should be a biggest warning sign that you should have. It means that you're completely enslaved, right? Because remember what we said, if you think improvement is not possible, you're enslaved to something. Why not try? How can you guys not figure this out? How to change your situation, how to improve it? Why do you allow everything to be the way it currently is? I'm telling you guys, I learned how to communicate with these spiritual entities and how to fight back and what is them. And no, it's not like, because think of it like if right now, like all of a sudden you get in trouble at your job, okay? But you got a text from your boss that you saw a mean text, right? So you know, okay, the attack was the mean text, right? It's easy to connect the dots that that was your boss, right? I'm saying that I figured out what is them without any, like it's just mental. How did I do it? I showed you guys, I'm teaching you guys all my knowledge on how I deconstruct things and how I figure things out. If you've learned how to do that, you can do it for anything, any situation, anything. How to solve money and homeless, anything. I just don't understand what you guys are spending your time on. Oh, wait, just sitting at work, gossiping, being controlled by these spirits, poisoning and corrupting people? What are you doing? Why not break your conditioning? Why not break your programs? Why not start taking the first step to heal? You know, guys, it's not even choosing to be happy. We talked about that yesterday. It's not even that anymore. That's an important part of it. But the majority of you are not progressing on anything. You're not. Because anything you would actually want to progress on, you believe it's impossible. You don't think it's possible. And then I'm telling you guys, if you're experiencing anything like what I am in my reality, anything that you do try, they poison or they try to poison. Right? So for me, like if it's 1% poison, just so you guys know, this is what I've been trying to boost you guys up, right? But I just want people to hear this part. If there's even 1% poison in something, 1%, I'm telling you guys, work for most of you is 99% poison. For me now, if something has 1% poison, the only exception is because it's my star diplomat to heal. Anything else, if it has 1% poison, that's it. It's over. No more progression by choice. Fuck it. And do not allow even one bad. My brother set up one bad thing out there for me. That's bad for me. That's it. Eternal calm forever. We're never talking again until he finally heals. Why? It forces improvement. It forces improvement. Those level of standards. If you demand nothing less than that, now you might not get there right away. Okay? It might not happen the first time. Do you guys understand? Like, it just might not. But are we improving? Is it getting better? I'm telling you. That's why I'm in war with these guys, because it's not. They're like, yes, it has. Do you remember how it used to be? I'm like, I don't think so. Because what you guys don't understand is, as you start healing and start going a life path, and you start learning more, and you start knowing what it can be. Once I learned how much they fabricate, the timing of things, the ads, the social media posts that get pushed to us, the little corner ads that show up on screens, like even on like a or like the smart, like all those things they can manipulate. And I'm saying, you're telling me you guys can control all those things, and you can't make all of humanity thrive and be happy and positive and be on the life path? You can. They choose not to. And just like I'm saying, if you can't conceptualize that the people in your life that are not doing things, not trying to improve the world, are being controlled by these guys, because I'm telling you they are, because they're getting dark consumed, because they refuse to heal. Because that, what it means is just you don't have the resistance to their nudges. That's all it is. Just so you guys understand, it's not that they take over your entire body. They can, for the people who get completely possessed or completely dark consumed or drunk or drugged. They can. But for most people, they don't get there, right? So it's just if they have basically have direct access to you. It's like if right now I gave them direct access to my computer and they could just put right now in front of me. Do you guys understand? That's what they do. And you just read the message. It's like, okay, I want you now to say, hello, people. Hello, people. Think of it like a teleprompter. Okay, guys? When you guys are dark consumed, they just have direct access to you full time. And none of you have could have even considered that possibly is an entity. You never even knew that that's possible. I didn't for the longest time. So you guys just think, well, that's what my brain is telling me to do. Or I thought of that. And it's not. So you guys listen to it. So you're fully under control. You don't even realize that you could resist. You don't even realize that, wait, I don't have to do everything that pops in my head. You don't even realize you don't have to say everything that pops into your head. You don't even realize that there's two different conveyor belts than what you're thinking about mentally when you actually process all the stuff that we talked about. People didn't even conceptualize that before. They didn't realize that, hey, you could be listening to what I'm saying, but you could now think about something else. And people are like, oh, they daydream. I'm like, no, on the contrary, no, you could truly just go a different path while still absorbing the information, hearing it. You can. So it means like if they push something in your head, like you could just change it right now. Like all these things I'm not going to talk about that today. That's not the focus, but these are things that we practice in the other streams. So you guys should go back and rewatch them and learn these tactics. I had to learn these things by myself. You're telling me the best political leaders or sales managers or executives in the world couldn't figure out how to solve the work so we don't have to work and don't have money costs or have world peace? Either they're being fully controlled by these things to make sure that never happens, or they're frauds. It's just that simple. They can't figure it out in 10 to 11 months. Yet I could figure this out. You guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? There's no excuse. Not anymore. We've been going too easy on people for far too long. You guys need to demand more. There's no reason why we should allow for the reality that is the outside world to continue for even one day more. None. And if you are you a little afraid right now? And you're like, oh my gosh, that's your conditioning talking. Because you have no standards for yourself and you allow and accept any treatment. It's time to improve your situation. Demand more. It's gone to the point, just so you guys understand, I don't even tolerate one negative mental nudge. One. So what is a negative mental nudge? There's certain time periods, right, in your life that anything that you associate with bad, right? Usually it's insecurity events, fear events, trauma events, sad events. Could even be like when people laughed at you and that made you feel so anything like that, anything bad. I'm telling you, any of that is them. They can choose what populates in your head. At least in my reality now, they can. Maybe it wasn't like that before, but I'm pretty sure they did. Okay. When you're trying to fall asleep and you close your eyes and something bad pops up in your head or something annoying, that's them. You can change the path. So, like, for example, if right now they're trying to get me down the path of like, hey, do you remember when you used to swim? And like, oh, when I used to swim in Xenoblade Chronicles, yeah, when I was exploring everything. You guys see, like, you can do stuff like that, right? But why do we have to live in a world where we have to do that? But you don't even have to see something out loud. You can do it mentally. You can fight them. Like, truly, last night I was fighting them for hours. They just kept putting stupid shit in my head, and I kept changing it. Basically, we were at war. We'll talk about this more afterwards, but we were at war. Just like a beam going between dark and light. And I believe this is happening to every single one of you. But you guys don't even understand that it is. And you just let the dark one consume it. And then you just do whatever they want. So why not change your situation? Why not? You know what? We're actually going to take a break right here. I'm going to talk about all these things right after the break. I'm going to take a short break. That was really good. We'll take like a 10-minute break, and then we're going to get back and we're going to talk about why don't we change our situation and why don't things improve. Be right back. Okay. Let's do this. Leanne just wanted to say hello to everyone. Guys, if you have good around you, maximize it. Enjoy it. Heal. Give yourself time. Do whatever it takes. Fight for it. All right. Be good, okay? Okay. Thanks for starting the hero path, Leanne. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. Smooth the cerebral out of. We're going to start with an interrupt, actually. Just because I'm sure all of you guys need to get back into, you started a path, they started a path for you, all of us. You're not getting nonstop consumption of information. So let's interrupt whatever they put into us, right? Why? It's just so that we can, I'm also making sure that everything is set up the way I wanted. They chose it. So why we do an interrupt? Just so that basically it's a fresh start. Think of it as like, okay, you know what? Let's empty our mugs and let's pour in fresh water, clean water. That's what it is, okay? So everything's just a reminder to heal. Reminder for how far we've come. I'm going to do an orange interrupt. Okay, so I have a piece of paper that I have that says orange interrupt on it. So if you guys have been following along, it's what I used. I believe if people are struggling with weight loss, that they should create an interrupt with items. So for example, gum or an orange. So whenever you feel hungry and you want to, if you feel like snacking on something or eating something, if you use the other thing instead, you can interrupt the path that they started for you. Because I'm telling you, they start you on path on cravings and things of that nature. Or it could be just even info that you get, or scents that you smell outside, or other things that people in your castle do. So every time you start that path, all you have to be like, you know what? Gum interrupt. You know what? Orange interrupt. So right now, I'm going to move this bowl out of the way because everything can add noise, right? Everything around us can add noise to our situation. I'm just going to cut a slice of an orange that I already left out. Okay. So I recommend you guys do something similar right now. You figure out what that is for you, but I encourage you to do something like that right now. Really quick. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. We got the orange. Time to take a bite. Perfect. I'm going to just put it down there. My goddess. Okay. As you can tell, so much changed by doing that. Things that you saw, your movements, your headspace, taste, your teeth, everything. You see, like, it completely resets you wherever you were at. That's valid. So if people want to know the song that I'm listening to right now to get into the vibe that I'm trying to talk about, it's from a video game called Illusion of Gaia. You can type in Illusion of Gaia, and it's called Signs of the Past. And then I would loop it if I were you guys, and just have it on lower volume, and listen to what I'm saying right now while listening to that song, Signs of the Past, Illusion of Gaia. Once it's on YouTube or Twitch, I'll link it there in the comments. But highly recommend listen to Illusion of Gaia, Signs of the Past. Okay. Why do we think that others allow so much? Not even ourselves right now. Okay, guys? I want you to think about other people, family, friends, anyone around you, even your pets, the ants outside, the doves outside. Why do you think they allow what they allow? Have you guys ever thought about this? Why do people accept such terrible? People are like, how do you know it's terrible? I'm like, we talked about this in the first segment, but it's terrible for you. There's one thing, whatever it is, that could be better. Okay? In my opinion, if it can be, that means it's terrible. Yes, you have to have that level of standards, that level of demanding better. But I was listening to music, okay, on my phone, and I had a snack during the break, and they dropped a crumb on my phone, and I moved it. And if the spiritual things, just so you guys know, if you can move something, sometimes that's all what they need. Because remember, I said they have to make it seem believable. They changed my song, and I'm like, and then I saw an ad because of it, because I've always now prevented and blocked that. Do you guys see it? For me, completely unacceptable. Like, if I wasn't streaming right now, I'm like, that's it, guys. We're at war. Like, that's enough for me to go to war with these things. Do you guys understand? And it wasn't even that bad. Do we understand? Each one of you need to get to the point where them even putting a crumb on your phone and then you moving it, and because of that, you saw something that you didn't choose yourself, is completely unacceptable. Yet you guys accept so much terrible around you. So now all of a sudden you see it's changed, right? Because I said, why do you think other people accept it? And you probably were like, oh, it's because they're going through this and this. But now when I tell you what I don't accept, you're like, oh my gosh, wait a minute. Am I accepting terrible? So let's think back to other people again, though, right? Why would they? What if it's all they know? What if it's all they know? I've told the story. I don't know if I told it recently in my streams, but I'm going to retell it really quickly. When I was a kid, I lived in Jamaica. I was like 10. And before that, I'd gone to school in Mexico and the United States. And in the United States, well, it was kind of weird that for me that everyone would say like the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, but that was it, right? Like everything else was okay, but also they like did like earthquake drills, fire drills, shooter drills, like because I was there during Columbine. I was living in that region, right by the school, the high school where it happened. Okay, just so you guys know, I was right there. It was really weird. It changed a lot. But after that, all of a sudden, it got completely normalized to do like school shoot drills. And I'm like, what the heck? In every single other country I've ever been in, and when I went to school in Ecuador, Guatemala. I didn't do Germany, but I lived there for a little bit. It was, but in the US, it was okay. So think about that first of all, guys. We accept that in the US, but not in other places. They don't even consider it. It doesn't even pop up in their head. So anyway, most people think that the US is so much better, right? I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is, but you should see what I'm trying to tell you guys. So then we moved to Jamaica, right? I finished fourth grade, so I was supposed to go to fifth grade. They skipped me a year because they said, which I was glad for anyway, right? Because I was always advanced. If you guys are listening to the song from Illusion of Gaia, Signs of the Past, that video game I played when I was 4 or 5. Just it didn't have voice acting; it was heavy text story game on the Super Nintendo. I learned how to read when I was like 4, and I could start reading like Chronicles of Narnia books in first grade because of that. Like I was reading all those. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying video games taught me how to read. Like this video game, like had like code or something installed in it and unlocked something inside of me. I'm just telling you guys. And also, I believe this video game is one of the games that explains what is going on this earth. Now, I think that I've developed the answer further, but this game was developed like in 1993. Okay, just so you guys know, and it gave away a lot of the answers to what's happening in this world. Because back then they could sneak answers in video games because it wasn't moderated to the same level as it is now. So anyway, so I go to Jamaica and I skip a year because of my age, right? They were said you need to be in sixth grade, and this was like the most important year for in the entire country. Like you have to do like the SAT. They called it the GSAT, and whatever grade you got on that got you access to different schools. So if you failed that exam, you couldn't choose what school you went to. Basically, you only could go to the ones that accepted anyone. Now, from the beginning, they built fear in you because they're like, well, that's where the kids who are raised by like murderers, thieves, and things of that nature go to. Think about that. They say that openly, just so you guys know. Like, there's no hesitation. They don't hide it. They don't conceal it. It's just like, hey, yeah, if you fail this exam, your kid might die at school because they're going to be hanging out with the gang members, the drugs. And by the way, it was bad. Those places were really bad. So, like, the country willingly knows this and is okay with it. You guys understand? It's almost like that's a system to keep people in check. They also divide kids between boys and girls, all girls schools, because they're conditioned to be basically. Sorry, this is a little blunt, but it's just is what it is. They can't control the children, so they're basically savages. So back in the day they were so worried about pregnancies and things of that nature and sexual assault and rape at schools that they divide kids, because also the kids in the islands hit puberty a lot earlier, and the parents don't know how to educate their kids not to be like that. So, telling you, only schools and only girl schools, and only the very best ones that you have to have like a 90% plus on the GSAT are mixed schools. Think about that. Also, don't you think that will change the kids' conditioning as well if now they're only exposed to guys and only exposed to girls? You guys see? So think about all this stuff, guys. Like all this stuff matters, right? It affects people. But anyway, in sixth grade, point being, there was a lot to learn. There was all this stuff, but I was the weirdo, right? Because I was the only like non African American black kid there, pretty much in the entire school. It was a religious school. They started every morning singing religious songs. They called it devotion, 30 minutes a day. Like the first day of school, they asked me, like, hey, can you pick a song for us to sing? Like the kid from America, can you pick a song for us to sing? And I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, are we talking like, I don't know. What kind of songs, right? I don't know. So I was a smart kid and just said, wait, I'll wait. How about you guys show me how it's done and then I'll pick tomorrow. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, they're talking about religious songs. That you had to go to church during school once a week. They had do we get I think about how different that is. Like there'd be parents that'd be losing their minds in the United States if something like that happened. Okay. So then what's next? They also the kids would be they would misbehave a lot more than in the US. In the US they did bad stuff, but here they were a lot more rowdy, okay? And there was a kid next to me who was just causing a lot of noise, okay? And the teacher got mad. He grabs one of those chalkboard erasers because they had chalkboards and he throws it at the kid. I think the kid dodged it, or maybe he got hit. I don't even remember anymore. It doesn't matter. Point is, he threw it at him. Walked by, like did a light whack. Like seriously. After that, I was like, "Whoa, hey, are you okay? Like, why are you okay with that?" And the kid tells me, at least it wasn't the belt. And I'm like, wait, what? So then a few weeks later, all of a sudden, the entire school gets quiet. And people are like, oh my gosh, it's happening. I'm like, what's happening? Like, I was so confused. I'm like, what's happening? They're like, someone's going to get whipped. I'm like, wait, what? And people start like peeking around the corners. It's going to be in that classroom. It's going to be in that classroom over there. Oh, it's that one teacher. She always gets mad at kids and she does this. So the guys would have belts, right, in their pants. They would take the belt. They'd put them over a desk on their back. I think they also lifted up the sweater or the shirt that they had, and they would do it maybe 3, 4, 5 times at least, if not more. And every single time that would happen, since everyone would get quiet, you would hear the screams of the kid. Ah! Ah! I remember I told my parents, and they're like, if that ever happens to you, you let us know because we're going to go there and we're going to fight. But then after that, I was completely like dumbfounded. I was like, wait, what? Now I understand why the kid was okay with the chalkboard eraser. Do you guys understand? Now I understand why he was okay with the chalkboard eraser. He's like, it's not the belt. I'm like, I get it. But all of them thought it was completely normal. Like, yeah, this happens if you don't behave well and you don't listen to their warnings. Yeah, you get the belt. I was like, what? Next year I moved to Mexico. You guys want to know the only everything that the kids valued was completely different. Everything they knew was completely different. But there was one thing that was the same. If they misbehaved a lot, they forced the kids, or maybe this was in Ecuador, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Point is, another country, they would force the kids to stand out in the sun with their sweaters in the, like, let's say 90-degree weather, holding heavy books like this on their arms for like an hour. Punishment, torture, if they misbehaved. And I would just be like, why are you guys okay with this? And they're just like, what are you talking about? This is normal. In Ecuador, the only thing they cared about, by the way, every kid had to be either an engineer or study physics. If you studied any other thing, you were considered a loser. Yet in Mexico, it was just, I don't know, like history and like a businessman or something. And we all know US is all about like only business, right? And doctors and lawyers. You guys see what I'm trying to tell you? Like each country is conditioned a certain way. And it's normalized. Certain things are normalized, and that's all they know. And none of them even question it. Do you guys hear what I'm trying to say? These kids grew up with that, hey, if you misbehave, you're going to get whipped by a belt at school by your teacher. And there's nothing you can do. Don't you guys think that now that kid's going to be traumatized? So imagine all of a sudden they have to, like, sure, like if right now around they saw my belt, they might be like, do you guys understand? Do we understand? So you might ask now, why do others accept such terrible? Do you guys have an answer now? If it's all they know, they don't even see the possibilities. They can't. You're blind. You don't know that it can be any different. You don't. Or if you keep something away from someone forever and you give it to them and it's good, but it could be so much better, but you don't, how are you supposed to know it could be any better? I told on another stream an example, but in Mexico, they work way harder than the majority of people. Mexicans and Indians truly are conditioned to work harder than any other race that I've known, just so you guys know. And I've been around the world. Yet they also have the stereotype that they're all lazy and bad workers. Do you guys get it? They do that intentionally because now it's a clash of their chains. They're like, I have to work even harder. I have to do more because that's the image that the world has about me. In Mexico, they work 80 hours and they get paid maybe the equivalent in the US dollars like 15K a year. Do you guys understand? That's why when they come over here and they get enslaved to believe that, oh, well, you have to be a maid and work these hours or work at McDonald's for less than minimum wage because, hey, we know you're illegal, so we're going to conceal it. They get paid 20 grand or 25 grand and they think that it's heaven. And all of you are like, how could they accept that? It's because they're conditioned from day one to believe that they don't have any value. Do we understand? Yet all of you think that it's not happening to you. And I'm telling you, it is happening to you. It's different. It's a different number or it's a different situation. But I'm telling you, if your life isn't exactly where you'd want to be, or there's anything that you think could be better, or there might be things that you don't even understand could be better, but you see it in other people, but you don't see it in your own situation. Everyone you look at around you, you're like, oh, well, they could have that better. They could have that better. They could have that better. But you don't even think about the things that could be better for you. And I'm telling you, if I watched you, if I hung out with you for 24 hours, just I'm like, hey, I'm just going to be like a little Jiminy Cricket and just observe and study you for 24 hours. I'm not going to do anything. I'll try to heal you and help you. But I can promise you within 24 hours, I will spot 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things that could be better. You accept it. That is the world that we are currently living in. And it's not an accident, just so you guys know. Every single thing. That's why people are like, every single country demands different things. One of the reasons why people want to go to Europe or the US is because the standards are higher. But they think it is, but it's actually not. It's just, they just make the numbers bigger. We accept horrible here. People are like, oh, you want to go to Africa? You see, that's the ultimate bait right there. Like, you don't know how good you have it. I'm like, are you guys kidding me? They could choose anything. And they force you to go to work. They force you to pay for survival costs or for survival necessities. The fact that you can't even conceptualize acceptable. If it was truly the land of the free and the opportunity, then there shouldn't be any. Do we understand? So I ask you, why not try a 1% improvement in anything, right? But every single person, every single entity, every single government, every single thing should be operating this way. That's how I operate my life every single day. And yet, I'm telling you, when you start doing it like that, you realize one problem, one negative equals over. Now, we're going to talk about what over means, right? There's multiple approaches that you can be. I'm not saying that you like kill them or you punch them or, right? Depends on the situation and it can be a variable, right? It's malleable, but the whole is you're making the other party respond to you. It now forces them to improve. They have to try. I think about it like this. If your boss yells at you or threatens you at work, right? That's it. I'm quitting. No. Hold on. No. Hey, I promise I'm not going to do it. You guys get it? Something as simple as that. I'm just like, brother, if I keep catching all these little poisoned nudges that you do, we're not going to communicate. We're not going to fight, but we're not going to communicate. And if he still refuses to heal and try to improve that, then it just remains that way. If he wants us to communicate again and do things, then he has to improve. Do you guys get it? It's just that simple. People are like, I can't believe you're like that. I'm like, so what? That's the world that we need to demand. If it's not good enough, you need to start forcing it to be. You're not being entitled to one. You're not causing problems. You're preventing problems. So why do people accept such terrible? Do you guys see now? Does it make sense? Are you starting to connect the dots? And I'm telling you, if you haven't broken every single one of your conditioning chains and your insecurity and fear and trauma locks that we've talked about extensively in the first few days of the streams, then you are accepting terrible without even knowing which areas those are. I promise you, because it happened to me growing up and it happened to everyone I know. And I see it now clear as day for every single person. I just have to interact with you for a few hours and I can even hear the things that you talk about and how you talk about things. And I can spot and identify all of them. I'm telling you, if you get to the state that I am, and if you've been following along all the streams, you will be there, or you're getting close, or you see it now. You catch it. Truly, it's even the way people talk about things. You can see all their conditioning and like, wow, they accept that. And there's nothing to say, but it's just sad. You guys understand? Because we're all living in the same world. Do you guys get it? We're all alive. Every single person is born from the same seed, life. We're all equal. The only thing that changes, that makes us any different, is the info that's been repeated to us nonstop. That's how we've been conditioned and programmed. Do you guys get it? That's the only thing that's different. We're all essentially a blank slate. It might disturb some people, but truly the only difference between guys and girls, like if we got conditioned exactly the same way, truly, if you put a guy and a girl in the same room and you only presented the exact same info to them and the same experiences, you could make them become the same thing, regardless if they're a guy or girl. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, yes, there's some DNA stuff to them, right? So there's going to be there's still some minor variations, but they're going to be 99% the same. These motherfuckers, these spirits and the people that they manipulate, we talked about this last night, but they truly are converting people into whatever they want. They're changing us they rearrange us, truly. I'm serious. So it's beyond fucked up. The only reason why people accept different situations is because from birth, they've been conditioned a certain way. Over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. I've talked about my conditioning, but I was conditioned to learn from everyone. Do you guys understand? Because I've lived in so many different countries. I never had one set condition, but I also was to not be humble, not be cocky, not be arrogant. Okay, from my parents. But I was always told that I was weird, right? Because I was so different than everyone. So a lot of insecurities installed in me. They fabricated a lot of them. I talked about it a lot, but I've probably had 60 insecurities in my entire life. Right? I've healed every single one. I know how to do them on demand now, like this. It made me an incredible healer. So that's why I believe that we all are chosen for like 4 to 5 storylines, and I was chosen for the storyline that I'm doing right now. Okay, like they wanted me to become the ultimate healer. It was intentional. It was part of their grand plan, their grand design. And we each have something like that in our life, and you see it once you understand what your storylines are. They're always tied to like a main insecurity. But anyway, we're not going to get lost here. But I just want people to understand, like, I put other people on pedestals because I realized that I could learn from them. I always treated all of them as equal, despite, like, if I had more money, despite if I thought I looked better or not than other people or whatever. Like, you see, like, I don't even care about stuff anymore. That was like old conditioning, old insecurities, old stuff talking right there. Do you guys get it? And I'm just like, well, they clearly know more about this than I do, or I'm just going to listen and see if they do or not. But whatever, I can always learn from them. So I never bragged. I never talked about what I knew. So the majority of people and everywhere, when I work at school, until like, let's say like an exam happened and I got like the best grade in the class, sometimes people thought I was an idiot. I'm like, oh my God, wait, how are you so good? We thought you didn't know anything. And I'm like, oh, because I never bragged. I never talked about what I knew or what I was capable of. That's what I was conditioned to be like. Do you guys get it? Yeah, and other people took advantage of that and enslaved me. Do we understand? It happened multiple times in my life. I wouldn't fight back. I would just be like, it's okay. I don't need to brag. I'm not going to say anything. And then that they intentionally sent people at me that if I ever did say that I was good at something, they're like, oh, look at that cocky asshole bragging. And I'm like, this is the first time I've ever said I'm good at something in like 5 years. And that's immediately what happens. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? The same thing is happening to you. The same thing's happening to every single person. If you ever start trying to break free from the conditioning chains and all the locks they put on you, and you're starting to finally be like, enough, they immediately send in the firing squad to attack you. Okay? So basically what I'm trying to tell you is that unless you learn all this knowledge, it's almost impossible to learn by yourself. They intentionally conceal it and suppress it and hide it. It's almost impossible to break free. You can't choose. Excuse me. And if you can't choose, why would you of course you accept it. Of course you tolerate it. So there's a line that I really enjoyed from that video game, Illusion of Gaia. But it's truly what's going on in our world. The characters get to a desert town and they arrive and they see a building made out of stone. And there's like a window, but it's just like bars, right? And these guys didn't really know what that was, like, because the other towns were free, right? And there's behind these bars, a little boy, and there's this older man standing in front of the house, and he's like, hey there. They're like, can we help you, sir? It's like, would you like to purchase some merchandise? And they're like, what are you talking about? They're like, yeah, would you like to purchase some merchandise? They're like, well, what do you have? They're like, well, you're seeing it. It's behind these bars. Like, let's just say it costs $1,000 and you can use it for however you wish to see fit. It's a very powerful tool. And people are like, but that's a person. And they're like, yeah, of course. It's a very powerful tool. You can use it for whatever you want. What do you want them to do? And the characters look at each other like, wait a minute. I thought there only could be objects on products, on materials. Why is there a price on a person? And the man in front is like, what are you guys talking about? Like, this is merchandise. This is a product. If you guys are currently working and earning a wage, hourly or a salary, you are that little boy behind bars. And there's other people, your bosses, are talking to other people, are yelling to other people, do you guys want to purchase someone? Let's say your salary is 60K. They're like, do you guys want this person for 60K? Them? That's all it is. Do you guys understand? Whatever you're getting paid, you're a product, a tool to them. Your merchandise. You're behind bars. Just whatever number it is what how much they value as. So someone like me now sees that. I'm like, guys, why is there a slave behind that? Why you guys are a slave behind a bar? Like, do you guys get it? Like, who cares if it's 1,000 or 60,000 or what or more? You guys, you're still a slave back there. And you guys are like, what are you talking about? Like, no, we're not. I guess you are. See, that's my conditioning. Now that I broke free of all my chains, I see that. I'm like, you guys understand that you are that slave? And they're selling you because you're doing their jobs. You're doing their mission. You're doing their thing. They're using you as a tool, as merchandise, as a product. You guys understand, if you're doing something for other people, That's what it is. Now, you can choose to do so, right? But let me ask you something. Would the majority of you continue to choose to do what you're doing for free? And assuming the government doesn't remove survival costs or costs related to food, would you continue to choose to work at your place for 8, 10, 9, 12 hours a day? Would you? Would you? You still have to pay rent and food costs. How are you going to do it now? Let's say they empty out your bank account, because why not? They can just do that if they wanted to. So what are you going to do? Would you continue to stay behind those bars? They're like, hey guys, do you want this slave? They're willing to accept zero. Do you guys want them for zero? I don't know why they're still here, but they're accepting zero, guys. They work really hard. They're actually our best worker, and they accept zero. All it is, guys, is as your standards raise and you demand more, and you no longer tolerate the previous treatment, they just have to keep adding the numbers. Do you guys get it? That's all it is. My first sales job, I made a lot of money. They didn't expect me to make 100 grand, right? It was the expectation was maybe like 55, 60. But I got so good at it that I made so much in commissions. But part of the working conditions was you had to go. It was in Seattle. Like sometimes it was outside by the Space Needle or at events, and I had to stand for like 12, 13 hours. Yeah, I made. Do you guys get it? And I had to be out there for the whole day in 20-degree weather. And I did not really like the cold because of how I got conditioned growing up. We were pretty much in no country that had snow. So I could resist the cold, but I didn't really like it. It affected my performance. You guys get it? Like, yet I didn't even question it. If I told someone else, like, hey, yeah, they make me work out in the cold for like 7 hours straight with no break. Well, I chose to take only like 5-minute breaks in between because I wanted to get more sales. You see, I was conditioned to do stuff like that. They made me do double shifts, but I didn't even question it because I was like, oh, the money's good. But then my next job, I got like a 60K salary, and I was selling medical software to like big corporations. And they would pay for my flights. They would pay for my mileage. They didn't pay for parking or mileage in my first job. I could expense food. I could order food every single day from restaurants, like $40 worth of food. Do you guys see? So then all of a sudden now, if the third job after that, I would like, hey, if I don't have those stuff, like that's not good. My third job, all of a sudden if I was on track to make over 400 grand. Do you guys get it? Like, you see how I kept going up? Because now the things that I tolerate, the things that I demand, the things that I expect keep going up. But I was still their slave. Just the numbers went up. Because of my skill set went up, and what their slave can do, think of it like, hey, this phone can do these features versus the other simple phone. That's how it is, right? As you get more skill sets, so they're going to have to they have to put a higher price on you. But do you guys realize that all of you are accepting being slaves? They just have to put a higher number for as you start demanding more. That's all it is. When I was searching for a fourth sales job, but then I decided to do this instead, and I haven't been in the system since for 3 years. Why do you think they hate me so much? Because I can do anything, and I choose not to. I can learn anything, any new job in a week, and I choose not to. I don't even know where I was going. It's completely unacceptable. I just want people to understand, like, it's just completely unacceptable that you guys don't realize what's going on. And you guys don't even question at all. You think it's normal. It never was supposed to be this way. It never has to be this way. Do you guys get it? They're writing our storylines. And they've enslaved all of us to believe that it has to be this way, that it's always been this way, and it can't be any different. Like, if I told you guys the world should have, we shouldn't have, none of us should have to go to work. We should be able to choose every single minute of our day. Your guys are like, you're crazy. Who is this guy? What does he think of what? That's how it should be. That should be the norm. If you want to choose to spend every minute of your day trying to solve, let's say, like I used the example another day about like electric cars, like you wanted to help develop electric cars because it's something you believe in, right? You don't have to get paid to do so. You guys understand? Like you would do so willingly. You would choose to do so willingly. No one's paying me to do what I'm doing right now. Do you guys understand? On the contrary, I'm getting tortured and punished for doing this. And yet I still continue. I could try to go back into the system and get a high-paying job. Do we understand? If you're actually choosing you, yourself, you wouldn't choose to do what you're currently doing. And if so, then would you do it without money? If so, then okay, fair. If it makes you happy. But also ask, are you sure it makes you happy, or is it just certain things of it? For example, the reason why I like sales was the good food from restaurants, but then I learned how to cook, so I don't care about that anymore. And the other thing was figuring things out. But I'm figuring things out every single day now. Do you get it? So there's no reason for me to go back into sales, and I can just talk like this through streaming. It offers me nothing. So some of you go, but I like my job. I'm like, well, what do you like about it? Can you do it elsewhere? Can you do it in another thing, another area? I like my friends. I'm like, are you sure they're the ones poisoning you and corrupting you? You don't even realize it. If you hibernated for 40 days, you'd realize that. Now, if you want to add them back after that, but if they healed, but just so you guys know, if they all healed, well, then they wouldn't poison you. And then now you could choose. Do you guys see why I say some are born into misery? So the characters in this video game, Legion of Gaia, they now keep walking. And they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we just experienced that and saw that. That's disturbing. I can't believe humans can be products and merchandise. Wow. And so then they walk into the next building, right? And this one, there's no bars in front. So they're like, oh, this one probably is they don't have a slave. They don't have, clearly the humans here aren't merchandise. So they walk inside. And see another man. And he's like, greetings. How are you guys? And there's two ladies sitting in the middle of this building. And it's just weaving a tapestry over and over and over and over again. They don't even look up. When the characters, like, think of like you and I, we try to talk to these ladies that are just weaving the tapestry. They don't even pay attention to us. They're like in a daze, in a trance. So the character's like, hey, are they okay? It's like, yeah, actually, we're extremely happy with them. They're finally doing what we've always wanted them to do. They're doing their job. And they're talking to this guy. They're making fancy rugs and tapestries, and you can buy one for $1,000. And they're like, wow, okay. And they see some hanging on the wall, and they're like, that one right there, you guys see, that one took 55 years. They're like, what, really? Like, yep. They started on it. These ladies started on it when they were 18. And now they're 63 or whatever it is. Let's just say they're 63. They're like, whoa, they've been working on it that long? I'm like, yes. They're like, but the one they're working on right now, they're going to be done in 2 more years. That's when they can finally be done working on it. 5. Like, yeah, that's when they can be done weaving these tapestries. Like, just so you know, And then so the character I asked him like, why 65? Why not 66? And they're like, what are you talking about? Or like, and I'm like, he's like, this is just how it is. By the way, they do this for 12 hours a day. And I'm like, we what? Why 12 hours a day? Why did you decide 12 and why 65? And the guy's like, oh, I see now what you're talking about. Oh, well, don't tell him this, but it used to be 66 years and 13 hours. But we were losing too many. Losing too many? Yeah. They would kill themselves. Or they would quit and run away. And then but then they wouldn't work anymore. I decided to run away. As I hear this, I'm like, this is so disturbing. And I hear the man yell after me. He's like, remember, son, some are born into misery. Be grateful that you weren't. And this stuck with me. By the way, these are essentially just minor little dialogues in this video game. And I played this as a kid. But when I rewatched it, I reconsumed it as an older, I was like, holy shit, this is the answer. But it really is. I mean, if you guys think about it, like what ends up happening as we got into the system is that we tolerate different things. Like think about like I talked about it the other day, but like the Prince of Egypt, like the Exodus story back then, like all the situations that built the pyramids, those slaves, they accepted a lot more than we do. Do you guys get it? So now these ladies that were mysteries, for them it's like, well, yeah, 65 years, right? I work 12 hours a day. The only reason why they changed it was because they lost all their energy. They were getting consumed and they would die if they worked till 66. Or maybe at 66 they started performing so bad because they got so sick or tired. Do you guys understand? That's what's happening. The only reason why the retirement age and things like that are put into place is because think of it like there's a graph, okay? Performance versus reward that they've calculated. I say it's the spirits who've enslaved us, but think of it even just other humans, okay? And they realize that if they make you work even longer and if they make you work as you get older, that there comes a point where actually it's going to start having a negative effect, or maybe you'd get sick and die. And they don't want that. Do you guys get it? Because why would they want to lose their slaves? And none of you even contemplate it. You don't even think about it. It doesn't even enter. It's normal. 65 is retirement age, right? What? Of course we have to work 9 to 5. What are you talking about? Why can't it be 10 to 12? Do you guys see? Like, why can't it? I'm saying it shouldn't even exist at all. I'm saying that we all have something that we would willingly choose to do every single day for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours without even getting paid. That's how the world could be and should be and will be. But we're not there yet. But you guys don't even question. You don't even like, of course, what are you talking about? Of course we have to work 9 to 5. Of course we have to work till we're 65. And the only way you can avoid that is if you're like a millionaire. And let's be real, how many millionaires are there actually, right? You guys get it? But even then, they enslave them for other ways. We talked about how the rich are enslaved. Do you guys understand? None of you have even conceptualized this. It doesn't even make sense to you. And if it is clicking, you're like, whoa, wait a minute, what? As your standards and as you demand more and as you no longer tolerate your old reality, they have to improve it. At the beginning of my journey, they caused a lot of problems to me when I was calling out companies for doing exploitative behavior. So think of it like right now, whatever subscriptions you have, could be any service, okay? Music, whatever, okay? And let's say they all of a sudden decide to they double the price of it. Let's say right now you're paying $15 and all of a sudden now you have to pay 30. Well, maybe some of you guys might get up in arms and be outraged. You're like, this is completely unacceptable. They haven't even changed what I get. I'm now paying double. How is this okay? Or maybe they even took away some features. But then they're like, okay. So many people started complaining and yelling and fighting and threatening to quit, no longer subscribe. So then they're like, okay. Well, we're going to keep the super premium, we created a new tier called the super premium tier that's going to have everything that we used to have at the 15 one. It's going to be $30. But the one thing, we're going to take away that one thing that you guys really like, but it's going to be in this $30 tier. But now we're going to create a new tier at $20, and it's going to have everything but that one thing. We heard you. We're listening to our customers. You guys are right. We shouldn't have done that. So now they're charging $20 they're giving you less than you originally had at 15. And guess what? The majority of you, because you got so outraged at what happened with the 30, now accept the 20. And you have less than at the 15. I'm telling you, this is how it happens for every single product, every single thing in your life. Now, if you kept fighting, if you kept demanding more, if you kept going, then they would have to eventually discount it. Do you guys understand? They would have to. Like if everyone just said, that's it, we're done paying this product. Well, they would have to do something. You guys get it. If all of you just quit and start working, they would have to change it. Do you guys understand? It's very simple. It's not rocket science. It's not anything. It's just, if you force their hand, like I used to play massive multiplayer online games. Okay. And they're video games that you played, like a lot of people could play together, right? Online, on computer games. $15 a month was usually how they worked. They had a subscription cost. This was way before almost every single thing in the world became subscriptions. Back in like 2001, 2002, 2003. The moment people started quitting and stopped paying the subscription, they would start changing the game. They would start trying to improve it in any way possible to try to get back more subscribers. Answer. If all of us demand more and raise their standards and start no longer tolerate anything, and we're like, that's completely unacceptable, then they have to change the game. It's extremely simple. But they keep just changing the variable a little bit, right? And the only time they'll improve it is if they start having too much loss. So like I said, if right now, the only reason why the current standards are what they are for the world and for people individually, like what the expectation is for our life goal or life path, is because too many people were dying and getting sick. And with too many people caught on. If you guys say, oh, well, Africa is worse and these places are, you want to know why that's the case? It's because those people haven't learned yet that it can be any other way. If we sent like 20,000 Americans who all know how to teach, and they went to those places and they started educating all of them about how it can be, and they started demanding that, do you guys understand that everything would change there so quickly? Because now they would no longer tolerate that. But still, if you guys are only telling them, hey, this is how it is in the US, so now they would start accepting the same thing that we accept. But I'm saying it shouldn't even be that at all. But that's how it is in every single place. Do you guys get it? In every single place. You're like, but we're not dying like them. They're slaves over there still. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. But so are we. If you're working right now and there's a wage tied to you, if there's a number above your head, then you're a slave. If you can't choose every single minute of your day, you're a slave. We all have to keep climbing. We all have to demand more. There's no other choice anymore. There's none. There's no other choice. It's completely unacceptable that with the capabilities and knowledge that we have and the tools that we have available to us, humanity, that it still is the way it has been for so long. It just, I really want you guys to think about it, right? Now that you understand this, why don't you change your situation? Why don't you? Now you see, like, it's the conditioning, it's all you've known, right? It could change so quickly. Now you guys understand why you don't change your situation. Those ladies weaving the tapestries, they don't even know it could be different. They don't even know that they could demand more. What if they stopped? Don't you think they're afraid that they're going to be killed or hurt? Do you guys understand how this is done? They create these fear events in us. Those people are worried that they're going to be whipped or killed or hurt. But you guys are no different. The variable is just different. So aren't you guys afraid that the similar things are going to happen if you quit your jobs and well, I won't be able to take care of my kid. I'll get evicted. They'll kick me out. I'll be homeless. I won't be able to eat. Do you guys see, like, all of you think that you're so much better than all these other people or all these other countries that don't have access to these things. Yet it's exactly the same. It's just a different coat of paint. It's exactly the same, just a different coat of paint. If you can't quit your job right now and not earn a single dime again, you're a slave and you're doing it because you're afraid of something. I'm telling you, if there was no more survival costs, food or rent, right? So be able to sleep at home tonight, no worries, and you'd be able to eat, right? That's all we need, right? To survive. Electricity, and I'm saying internet is a requirement so that we can communicate like this. Everything else could be a luxury, right? And we should all give some people a video game system so they can play and learn video games because there's so much to learn there. Whatever they want to play there, but they can, so they have access to getting to break their conditioning, learning new things through that. But even that one could be a variable. But you guys see, like, everything else is extra. But now, would you still continue to work if you didn't have to worry about any of those stuff? You could now do anything. Do you guys see? Now you could choose how you spend your time. If you knew that no matter what happens tomorrow, you would survive, whether you have money or not, would you still work? And you say yes. I want you to really think about what is it that's making you say. So why don't things improve, guys? Why? In anything. Why? Because we allow it. We allow it. We tolerate it. We accept it. Now, if you've been following along, you're going to catch, and now that you know that they can mentally nudge us and all this stuff, right? And they conditioned us since birth and programmed us since birth, right? So it's been rigged since the beginning. I want you guys to all know this, right? It's been rigged since the beginning. So as you start breaking free and you start realizing this, you're going to beat yourself up. I'm telling you, don't. That doesn't mean that you should be okay with it, but if you ever accepted less in your entire life, and this goes to me as well, like I've already overcame this, but I just want you guys to know, you look back at it, not with shame, but it's like disgust. You're like, I can't believe I accepted that. And it's because of what they did to you. They conditioned you. They created associations in you. They traumatized you. They made you insecure. They made you afraid. They weaponized those fears, those insecurities, those traumas. Every single one of us. Our chains, our locks, all that stuff. They programmed us. They rearranged us. Everything that we saw through ads, everything that was suggested to us by the people around us, because they control all those stuff, the things that the timing and stuff of what we experience outside, the sounds, the scents, everything. Do you guys get it? It's rigged from the beginning. You were chosen for your situation. And I'm saying, now that you know that, if you start doing the problem entire life and analyze, you were chosen for a select few things. So if right now you're suffering, if right now you're miserable, if right now you have problems, I'm telling you, they chose that for you. Or there's only one exception from my findings. You broke your storyline, you deviated from something that they wanted for you. That you were meant to be something and you didn't do it. So now they're punishing you because of it. Because if you keep punishing someone, you keep torturing someone, you keep hurting someone, eventually they break, right? And they will go do what you want. So those are the only things that I found. Truly, I've tried to investigate every other angle, and it always leads to those same two answers. If right now there's problems in your life, they chose you for them, or you broke your storyline, which most of you haven't. Have you quit your job? Have you been doing the same thing for a while? You've been living in the same place for a while. Have you been doing something? Where did your parents say, "Hey, you have to marry like the farm boy in this place because that's what our family is supposed to do," and you kept falling down that path, right? Think of it like that, right? You have a certain storyline they had for you. Did you break it? You can't. If you did break it, all of a sudden they're going to punish you. I promise you, through whoever or whatever means they can, because you weren't meant to break it. You weren't supposed to be free. You were meant to be a slave. You're supposed to do what they wanted. So now that you guys know this, I ask you, why do you guys accept it? Why are you okay with it? Why would you ever be okay with it? Why don't you want to choose? Why don't you want to be able to choose? You need to stop allowing it. You need to stop accepting it. Now, if you do everything that I've said over the last 20 days, you're free. You can choose. If at that point, I always say, I don't know why you would, but it's your choice. If at that point you want to go back behind into that building and start weaving tapestries again, or behind those bars, be like, hey guys, I want a money value over my head again. That's your choice. Do you guys understand? For the first time ever, you can choose. And if that's what you want, I'm not going to stop you. If it makes you happy and that's what you chose, then so be it. I don't think that's the correct play, but who am I to say what your story should be? Do you guys get it? Currently, them and other people around us that they control are telling us what our storylines should be. And I'm saying that that's wrong. That's why I'm fighting so hard. That's why I don't tolerate anything anymore, because I'm like, I am not going to do your guys' story. And yet, even though I say that, do you guys understand? Because I have to, if I don't stream at least every few days, I'm tortured so much that I would get completely infested. They just mentally attack me so much, and they cause so many problems in my life. They've destroyed everything, taken everything from me because I've been exposing this knowledge. Yet I still continue. If you guys have savings right now and you don't quit, you are the worst slave of them all. You're more enslaved than the slaves in Africa, because they have a knife to their throat. What is your excuse? I don't know, guys. I'm going to change music. So, Xenoblade 2, Land of Moritha. And it's a song about a city, an ancient city that fell underneath a cloud sky, right? Like basically, I think the civilization went into the skies. Like humanity right now, we started living in the skies. But the United States, because this is what it was, is down below under the cloud sky, and most people didn't even know it existed anymore. And a group of adventurers end up down there, and they're exploring. They're like, "Oh my gosh, like what is this?" Like they see the U.S. flag and stuff. They're like, "What is this place?" Like, because it's completely been forgotten. People don't even recognize it. They don't. They're like think like they're like walking through a mall and they don't even know what it is, because civilization has completely changed. Civilization. So why do I tell you guys that story? Because That's happened multiple times in history. Do you guys understand? Now, I believe, based on my findings, that those things choose that for us, or we don't catch the mistakes and we walk down that path willingly ourselves. Those are my two theories, but we're not going to get lost in theories. But I want you guys to think about, have we ever taken a step back to realize how quickly things can be solved or changed? Okay. So why is that the case? Because others choose to stop it or not change it. So what does that mean? This could be for a positive or a negative. Let's start with the negative and then let's go positive. So negative. The land of Moritha. The United States is completely collapsed and destroyed. It's an apocalypse, right? It's underneath the cloud sky. It's abandoned. If we don't change our ways, if we keep letting AI control everything, we're no longer going to evolve if we rely on it for every single thing. Do you guys understand it? Like, we've talked about in depth about how dangerous info is now. You guys should be understanding that every single piece of information you consume is beyond dangerous. It changes all your future interpretations. They start a path with a 1 + 2. All it takes is 2 pieces of info. 2 words is enough. It can teleport you back to your old associations and your old reminders and old time periods. And now they've reinforced it a few more times. You start reinterpreting everything based off that lens, which means they know exactly the way you will interpret whatever you see next. So now I'm telling you, they can control the ads. They can control what you see when you search for a YouTube video. So if you search the song that I just told you guys and you looped it, Land of Moritha, Xenoblade 2, and you're looping it, but while you searched it, there's maybe an ad that popped up. That's them. They chose that for you. The order of the videos, all that stuff, the name, they sort of, because maybe they even have like a name, or they know you always read the comments. So the videos they push, they want you to see the comments because it will have info that will teleport you to time periods that will either cause you fear, insecurity, trauma, or sad event, right? Or they can try to poison one of your hobbies or passions or shields. That's how they do it. We've talked about it in depth in the other one, so I'm not going to go further right now, but I just want people to understand. Most of you are now letting AI change your posts. So I'm telling you AI. They can manipulate AI in video games, just so people are aware. The video games that they are randomly generated, like they call them like roguelites, they can manipulate and choose what presents before you. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? So if you're using AI, sure, that you could say that they're learning, that we're teaching AI, but also, do you guys understand that they can change it? So if you remember, you guys say it has the option like rewrite with AI. Most of you've now given AI the badge of credibility that they're an expert. I'm telling you that means that now you're using that as your voice, right? So when I started figuring out all this spiritual stuff and all this knowledge, when I got quiet, when I hibernated, and when I blocked access to myself completely, 99.9% of things I've completely eliminated. No social media, no nothing. I don't even really watch things anymore. Like there's like the thing like watching a sports game, like I mute the commentators because even that info can change things. You guys understand, like to that level. I don't even go outside anymore other than just a brief one area just to see that's how I caught all the fabrication. I'm telling you, they came in spawn illusions or nudge people to come out of their apartment or homes right as you walk by. And it's just memory. Even if they're real people, they can get nudged to do so. Like right now, let's say like my dog all of a sudden walks through the door and starts whining and barking. As far as I know, my dog and I are real, right? So, but I will take him outside now because of that. And I'm saying that right as I go outside, someone might walk by. And let's say they saw me and they don't see my face, but they see the vest and my clothes, right? And maybe their ex-boyfriend, like this, to wear this outfit, something like this. Do you guys understand? And she just saw me from the side and then reminds her of that. Do we get how it's done? That's how they do it. You guys don't take this seriously, and you just give all your credibility away to AI. And now you guys are reconsuming AI's voice. So that, guess what? That means you're becoming an AI. Do you guys get it? Also, I've talked about this, but if you're on your phone or on your computer, if you don't turn off your AI settings, and it has a thing where it says it can learn from this, it can learn from this, it can learn from this. Each app has that. Think of it as they already have access to essentially everything. They know all your vulnerabilities and weaknesses. But if they don't know some stuff, when you have that, think of it as they have access to the folder on your computer. Like if you have a hidden folder of pictures of like girls or whatever that you like, make it harder for them. Anyway, do we get what I'm trying to say? Like, if you guys are letting AI, like, there's an AI that creates your calendar or your schedule. That's them. What is the danger of that? That means they know exactly when you're going to do something, because now you listen to them. When I was first learning spiritual communication, I listened to their nudges, just so you guys know, because I thought it was really cool. And at first, it wasn't weaponized, because I feel like I converted one of them, like my light use spirit, to help me. Like I don't know. I don't think any of them were actually good. I think that I converted one of them to believe in me. That's my theory, but it's a theory, so I'm not going to get lost. But all of a sudden, they started helping me. Like I'm telling you, because they can manipulate like your algorithm, all of it. Like they can push things. They can even choose when a certain, like if they push a video to me, they can even choose when it starts. Like let's say it's a 1 hour video, they can start it at 32 minutes exactly. And they helped me create my posts and learn information at the beginning. Do you guys? So if they know exactly your schedule because you follow the AI calendar, they know you're going, oh, like, hey, this is when your 20-minute break, and that's when you go outside. That means that now they're going to plan things for you to see outside during those 20 minutes. So now they can start showing you specific people, certain sounds, certain scents. And that means that changes, that can teleport you to time periods, right? If you used to have coffee with a girl, an Americano, and I'm saying, hey, I'm drinking Americano, you might just be thinking about a girl now, right? You guys get it? If they know exactly your interpretation lens, they lead you down those paths. That's how it's done. So if we don't change our way, if we continue just slaving away for money, for work, everything to AI, because now we're no longer evolving, we're letting technology do it, but that's them. I'm telling you, I wouldn't even want AI to do it. Do you guys get it? Because it's not my work. I would be like, no, I could do something. I want to do it myself. I want to learn. I want to figure it out. And also, I would do it differently. Do you guys get it? You're not evolving your way. It's not your way anymore. It's AI's way. Doesn't mean it's not fine. Do you guys understand? Like sometimes you see it and like, that's pretty decent. But it's not your way. Maybe you see it and you can take inspiration from it. Even then, still, it's influencing you. You see that? Once you learn to develop your way, I think we talked about it like day 9 or day 11 or something like that on my stream. You won't even consider using it anymore. And think about it. If we have time, if all of us have time because we've quit our jobs and no longer worried about surviving, now you have time to work on the things that you actually care about. So you don't feel the need to like cut corners. Like, well, I want AI to do like write my LinkedIn posts. We're like, no, actually, like I want to practice writing because now I have time to do so. Now I don't have to like rush to squeeze it in 5 minutes. Do we get it? If we don't change our ways, if we continue down the path that humanity is currently on, we are going to be the land of Moritha. We are going to be under the cloud sky. We're going to be, or a buried civilization in no time. We're fast tracking to the end. One of my theories, again, I'm just showing some of you guys my theories, but I don't talk about them anymore because they're not really the answer. But one of my theories is that maybe some of these things that have been communicating with me and been helping me learn all this stuff, that are essentially giving us a warning that if we don't change our path, humanity is going to be destroyed and be completely overtaken by like these dark things, or we're all just going to become like AI slaves. I'm not even talking about the Skynet thing. I'm just saying like these spiritual, like it's just, we're going to destroy ourselves. And it's almost like they're just warning us, like, if you guys don't change, it's going to be really bad soon. Right now, all of you just see roadblocks and impossibilities. It's time to take this seriously. If you're retired right now and you have time and you're not doing things to try to improve the world or even just heal yourself or fix every single insecurity, trauma, and stuff like that, then I ask you, what are you doing? I'm going to take it seriously. And if you are working, I promise you, the world is different than you think. Even if you end up at zero or you quit and you don't pay your things right away, which they are going to change that. But if you don't, you'll be okay. You'll be surprised. Just don't respond to any knocks. Don't respond to mail. Don't look at your email. Turn off your phone or disconnect your line temporarily. Don't pick up any phone calls. Don't read text. Turn off notifications. You can survive a lot longer than you think. Take that as you will. There's a lot of fabrication going on. And I think that based on my findings, some stuff don't even activate and happen if you don't read it or open it. Anyway, so that's the negative, right? Like things can change really quickly to the negative. I mean, even just think if right now I just punched my computer screen, it cracks it, right? It might be broken. And then if I just throw water in it, that's it. It won't work anymore, right? You guys see, like, things can be solved or ruined a lot faster than we think. But the one that gets everyone is the slow buildup of poison and corruption. And that's what's been happening in the world, just so people understand. That's what's been happening. We are all just poisoning each other because since we don't heal, we're all unintentionally poisoning the next person. You guys have, if you've been following the streams, you've heard that my brother has been doing a lot of things. And I know it's not him intentionally doing it, but I do not tolerate it or accept it from him because he doesn't take the first step to heal. You guys get it? I know it's them doing it to him because he doesn't know these things. Like he's putting things out or like getting things that I'm like, there's no way he wasn't around for that. Do you guys understand? Like something that happened to me like 8 years ago that he wasn't around for, no one was around for. That means it's them. They know it, but he wouldn't know it. But why did he choose that and place that there? Do you guys get it? It's because he's not healed, so he doesn't choose. But what's not okay is I've told him about it, and he doesn't take the first step to change it. Do you guys see where the problem lies? It's not that it's happening, it's that he's not doing anything to improve. So, well, the situation has changed a little bit now that I've not no longer tolerated it. I won't get into more details, but I'm telling you, as you no longer tolerate things, it changes. It's a lot harder for them to use them right now than before because I've changed the game on them. I'm telling you, spirits stop things. Anything that you're trying to do. But think about how fast things can be solved. We talked about this in the other segment. If everyone just starts collectively say, if everyone tomorrow just was like, I'm going to put in my resignation because I want to heal. And if after I heal after 40 days, if I want to go back to work, I can. Do you guys understand the entire world will change in days? Do you guys remember how fast the world changed when COVID happened? Do you? Do you guys remember that? Things can change very quickly. Do you guys remember 9/11? A lot changed pretty quickly, right? If they want to change something, they can change it. Anyone, anything. Do we understand? If a company right now had 10 clients, all right, whatever they are, let's just say like this streaming company that I'm using right now that to stream in 3 platforms. If there was only 10 people that use them, and I'm one of them, but I got the other 9 people to also just say, nope, no more. Because hey, they lowered the stream lowered from like 1080p or 4K to 720p. Completely unacceptable, by the way. I mean, I don't care, but you guys understand? Like, still, why are you guys reducing things? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? It should be free. Take charge. If one company starts making a difference, you guys understand how others will going to have to. If you're one of the biggest companies for anything, like let's just put it like this: Tesla. If you just made all your cars free and gave them away, do you understand what would happen? Now, one per household, right? Something like that. Just manufacturing limitations. Sure, we haven't figured out yet, but if you just gave away cars for free to every single family, do you understand the level of disruption that would cause? In medical software, right? If they gave away, like, there's companies that outsource their billing for like hospitals and medical facilities. If they were just like, hey, we'll do all your, they're like, really? Like, and you wait, aren't you you guys are the best outsourced company, medical billing, revenue cycle management company. You're really gonna do free? I'm like, yes. What's the catch? There's none. We just are trying to disrupt the industries, and that's it. All of a sudden, other people are like, holy shit, guys, our top competitor is giving away the product for free. Apple is now giving away iPhones and MacBooks for free, and not because there's tied to any phone contracts. They're just giving it away for free. Now, we should be careful, right? Because they program us through our phones. So just I want you guys to understand that. Think about all the senses that happen, right? Every vibration, every single click, every single thing. They program us through our phones, just so you guys know. That's why they put a phone in everyone's hand. They program us through our phones. All of us. My life started changing so dramatically when I had my phone off. They program us through our phones. Now, doesn't mean you can't use it anymore, but first break your programs and then you can start reusing it again for set things. But anyway, you see, there's so much, guys, that I learned, and it all just from limiting all info. There's a lot of sacrifices that had to be made. There's still things that I would want to do again, but I can't because I learned the game, and I can't do them until you guys start breaking free. Do you guys get it? But if one company starts changing the game, do you guys realize all the rest would have to follow suit? What if like the fancy clothing companies started giving away clothes for free? And their clothes were like $1,000 before, but now they started giving them for free, and they're considered like the highest quality ones. People are like, wait, what? What if Nordstrom and Macy's put all their stuff in that they had in them stores for free? They're like, how can they do them? Like, I don't know. They just figure it out. They just say, fuck it. We're going. How long can our company goes under if we do this? 5 months, sir. Like, let's risk it. Let's try it for 3 months and see what happens. Hopefully, others follow suit. They're like, are you sure? Like, let's try it. We want to save the world. And all of a sudden, other companies have to follow suit, or because why would anyone go to other places? Why would anyone not go to the Nordstrom or Macy's if they're giving away free stuff and it's still the same quality? Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? You all think about that it's impossible, that it can't be done. And I'm like, if these people just started, doesn't mean that there aren't going to be sacrifices made, right? But they're like, hey, we have savings still. Now, hopefully the government and other companies and other people realize, like, wait, guys, we should help. We should do this. But what if a restaurant was like, hey, we're just giving away free food every day? One of those big chains. I don't know. McDonald's, Burger King. What if they just are like, from now on, every day, we give free food? Could. It's possible. I'm not saying that they're like, but what's the whole isn't the whole point for us to make money and try to grow? I'm like, isn't the whole point to just save humanity and save the world and make it better? Why is it about money? Why isn't it about like improving humanity in the world? Why can't we then go and live in such a place? Like you guys see, like all of a sudden it's like, wait, it's not about money anymore. It's about this. Like, yeah. And then like McDonald's and Burger King, you guys are now going to be immortalized as the first two companies that started the free food push and completely changed the world. Now it shouldn't just be about doing it so you're in the history book as that, but if that's what gets them to start, fuck it. If they haven't broken their chains yet, sure, give it to them. I don't care, right? I don't need that, but maybe they do at first. But then they start realizing, oh wait, we should learn how to break our conditioning chains and our needs. But whatever gets them to start, that's the hardest part, right? But you guys see, like all of a sudden, if they do that, then shit, like Wendy's is like, maybe we should do that too. We're losing all our customers to them. And then they get the good press and the articles and on social media, and all of a sudden it's like, guys, and before you know it, people are like, wait, we don't even have to work anymore. We can actually raise our kids. We don't have to put them in daycares where they just get indoctrinated to be slaves. Even if some of those like mom or women or guys that are at the daycares aren't trying to do that, I'm telling you, this happens because they can't dedicate one-on-one time to them. So they have to do a general consensus. And also the leaders who are in charge of those daycares feel obligated to teach a certain way because it has to be a general standard, right? And what's the general standard? It's chosen by them and with them, right? If right now you feel like your kid has to have a set bedtime, or you have to, oh, we can't co-sleep. They have to be like like all those things, right? All the have tos. Just think about that, guys. I'm telling you, that's all them. That's how we get slaves. But you see, like, it have to start breaking free. We have to start thinking for ourselves. We have to start being able to do this stuff to be able to evolve. But right now, that's not even possible. But you see how quickly things could change? I challenge every single president to be like, hey, can we do 1 week? 1 week of giving people just no one has to work and no one has to pay anything for food or rent. 40 days is the start, but really, like, imagine even just 1 week and see how people feel. And then be like, wow, everyone's like, I feel better, I feel healed. And also just like if people can't resist going on social media, can we just like turn them off for like a week so that people just focus on themselves and heal? And then like, wow, I feel better, like not consuming all this info. And we have to force people to be protected from themselves, then let's do it. But all of a sudden, people are like, wait a minute, I feel different. Do you guys understand that now I've broken free? I don't even I wouldn't even consider like truly, even it's like spending $1 on anything now is like I'm stabbing myself. And I used to work for medical aesthetic device company, or I sold devices for like 150 grand and got commissions of like 20 to 30 grand. Do we get it? I'm telling you, $1 is like the worst thing. It's possible to change dramatically. But now even think about it like in your own situation, your own life, right? Like you're stuck with people that are mistreating you. If you just say no more, hey, boss, you insult my work one more time, I'm quit. That's it. Like, no, you won't. Hey, the paper that you wrote looks kind of ugly. The presentation's bad. All right, here's my resignation. Wait, what? I told you yesterday that if you did that, I would quit. See ya. And you just leave. That's it. It's over. Your entire reality just changed. Do you understand? Just like that, in 10 seconds, from that one decision, everything changed. Now you have time. Now you can heal. Do you guys see how quickly it can go positive just from that change? So many of you guys are like, "Oh, that's impossible. That's all this stuff. Like, how could I do that?" I'm like, "Do you guys get it? Truly, if right now you're having any struggles or any issues at all, if you just send in your resignation, everything's going to change so fast for you, and you guys can't even consider it. That's why you need to do all the other things that we talked about in the other streams to break free. If you still can't do it, it's because you're enslaved and you're chained to so many things. If you're dealing with abuse, an abusive situation around you, or some like people are mistreating you, like if you just no longer tolerate it, if you no longer accepted any bad, anything, like I had to fight really hard. I'm telling you, they had completely enslaved my brother. He was trying to stream to heal. And I told him that this is the only thing that heals me. And he was disconnecting the internet. He was threatening to put me in a mental health institute. Do you guys understand? I was just talking about this stuff. And he was like, if you continue streaming, I'm going to fucking put you in a mental health institute. Do we get what I'm trying to say? So I escalated the game. I exposed him. Now, I didn't say his name, but if he didn't continue, if he didn't stop, I would have. Do you guys understand? It's that simple. You have to fight back. Why do you guys accept it? You have to fight back. Such situations to continue. It's completely unacceptable. Whatever you're dealing with, it's not okay. It's never been okay. You've just been conditioned to think it's okay. You deserve more. You've always deserved more. You're incredible. You're amazing. I need you all to believe that. The moment you say, no mas, no more, everything changes like that. They're going to be forced to respond to you rather than the other way around. I'm telling you guys, one negative thought that populates in my head that I know that I didn't put in there, and I'm at war with them for that day. I'm like, completely unacceptable. And you guys tolerate and accept people around you in your reality, physical people. I'm saying one mental thought that's negative that I didn't choose is completely unacceptable. I go outside and there's one sound that I didn't choose because I know they fabricated to happen right as I walked by. Completely unacceptable. Because you know what? If they can fabricate it to that level, if they can choose what we experience, and I'm saying I'm fighting against spirits, but for you guys, it's like the people in your vicinity. So like if right now my brother walked by and he does something bad right now while I'm streaming, I'm like, you could choose not to do that. And you chose to do that. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? I'm saying I'm fighting against the spirits because they fabricated to that level. They can choose to do better. Your boss can choose to do better. Your parents can choose to do better. Your girlfriend can choose to do better. Every single person can choose to do better. And if they can't because they're enslaved, then they need to choose to start healing to break free. You guys tolerate that. It's completely and entirely unacceptable. There's no but if they can choose to not do that. And if they can't because they're traumatized, they're afraid, they're insecure, I told you that's okay. But then what are they going to do about that? Then they need to improve their situation. If they're hurting other people because they're like that, then what are they going to do? Do we get it? There's no excuse for it. I told you guys that throughout my life, I've probably had over 60 insecurities, and now I have 0. I'm teaching you how to heal and break all of them. So no one taught me. Do you guys understand? I learned it by myself. And the few things that I couldn't figure out, I did search and consume information. But I kept trying every single day other approaches and other methods. No one gave me the guide for all the stuff that I'm teaching you guys. I developed it. You're not expected to do that. But if someone's giving you the information, take the first step. And if the other people around you aren't doing it, then you need to no longer tolerate it. You can no longer allow such disrespect, such behavior, such treatment. You need to demand more. You're worth it. You've always been worth it. You're capable of so much. You're so good. Why do you allow them to put a money value over your head? Why do you allow them to tell you that you need to weave that tapestry for 66 years or 13 hours? Oh, wait, now let's do 12 and 65 because otherwise they're going to kill themselves. Why do you accept that? The moment you say no more, today it changes. Everything changes. The day you no longer tolerate your reality. Now, for most people, you can't get to that level until you heal. The moment you're healed, I'm telling you, you just don't accept it. I don't accept anything anymore. And it's not entitlement. Because I know that they can choose to do better. Because there have been times, I talked about it day one, where bad things that I was in a really bad situation and they inserted 12 positive memories into my head while I was trying to sleep that come from no logical or arbitrary way to get there. That means that they can choose to help us if we need to, or maybe something finally decided to help me for once in my entire life. They can choose to do that. When I went outside during that time period, all of a sudden I saw a positive thing. Yet it had been about 3 months without seeing any positive outside. And I only go out for maybe 30 minutes a day total because of my dog. And I'm telling you, that every 30 minutes that I would go out every day, go out worse things, applications of the people who abused me and manipulated me or threatened to kill me or tried to kill me. Do you guys get it? That was all my life. That means it's fabricated to that level. It's completely and entirely unacceptable. And I'm saying you guys might not be fighting the spiritual battle that I am, but there's people in your reality that are doing the same things to you. They're choosing to do the worst things possible to you and show you the worst things and say the worst things to you. You guys heard it. I said any negative mental nudge is completely unacceptable. You know what a negative mental nudge is? If right now I say to you, oh, look at that. You didn't pick up the trash again. That's a negative mental nudge. Do you guys understand? Oh, must be nice to always be late to everything, you lazy bum. A negative mental nudge. If that happens to you, if anyone in your reality says shit like that to you, completely unacceptable. Now, you don't have to hurt them. You don't have to harm them. But you can know they do that. That's it. They're gone. Eliminated from your life completely. No more attachment. No more talking. Gone. They're like, but that's my wife. Yes. Trash. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to kick her out, but you guys get it. You're like, until you change, until you actually heal and take this seriously, we're no longer talking. That is the reality that each and every one of you need to demand. And if they don't change, then you keep escalating. And if you're worried that you're going to be killed or hurt, then you need to ask for help. Then you need to expose them. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's simple. But you have to. So stream. Start talking about it. Are they going to do it while you're streaming? We have to fight back. If you're a slave to that level where you can't even stream or talk about that they're going to kill you if you stream right now, if you're in a situation like that, well then shit, right? Then we need to figure out how to help those people. But if all you're trying to do is heal yourself and you're saying to, like, let's say it was your husband or your wife, and you're like, hey, I'm just wanting you to heal as well so we can both be free. Share my videos, be like, check this out. At least can you give it a chance? Like, I'm telling you, this is what's happening to us. We're both being dark consumed and doing dark things. It's not us. It's them, the spirits. And you still don't take it seriously. Well, then what are you going to do? You have to choose. You have to. I've already been talking about that. I just want you guys to know. It doesn't matter how far you've climbed. You might be a CEO, and you could be dealing with this situation in your personal life at home. Do you guys understand? Just because it could happen to anyone. People think, oh, because you have success professionally, that it won't happen to you personally. You guys say, like, I know all this knowledge, and I'm having this battle against spirits, and yet they manipulated my brother and controlled him, and he truly was trying to end my story. My own fucking brother. Do you guys get it? It can happen to anyone. It doesn't matter how smart or talented or capable you are. Yet they enslave us to not ask for help or say things because, well, how's it going to look? I'm the CEO of this company, and yet I'm enslaved by my wife, who's completely dark consumed and controlled by these spirits. Because all have our own slaver, every single one of us. They do that intentionally. Whether it's money, whether it's work, whether it's a boss, whether it's a friend, whether it's our relationship, anything happens to all of us. Problem. That's why yesterday I told you guys we need to learn progress journeys, because whatever situation we're enslaved in, what ends up happening is they make you forget your capability, who you are. You no longer believe in yourself. You no longer have hope in that situation. Maybe elsewhere you do, but when you're in that area, that situation, that prison, even if it's your home, your castle, you no longer try there. That's intentional. Now we don't talk, but before that, there was a long time where anytime I said anything to my brother, he's like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. You're stupid. You're mentally insane. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you guys? If I believed him, if I didn't do my progress journey, or could, regardless of what he's saying, have remember my own path, my own journey, you guys see that I would have thought that I'm the problem, that there's something wrong with me. Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? It happens to all of you. Yet maybe when you're at work, you don't feel that way, but when you're back at home, you do. So you see, like, then if anything, that's also how they enslave you to work. Do you guys get it? All they have to do is create your slaver there. It's not simple. They manipulate everything. So let's say, right, you learn how to do these progress journeys, and you understood progression, and you understood, you rediscovered your worth, your value, you've healed. What happens then, right? So now you believe in yourself. Now you actually believe in yourself. Yet you no longer tolerate your reality. Oh, wait. That's what's happening here. But it's going to happen to all of you. Because what happens when you believe in yourself, right? You now try to choose to be happy. Despite, right? You believe that you can change your circumstances, even if you know that you can't fully, right? You're like, okay, well, I can make it 1% better. Well, maybe I know that my brother does these things, or like these people do these things. I'm like, well, maybe I do this to improve the situation. Okay. It doesn't fix it, but it makes it a little better. Do you guys get it? But you see, like, you believe in yourself. You know what you're capable of. Doesn't matter what they say. Doesn't matter what they do. Right? Because the problem is that most of us get stuck. And that's how we get enslaved. Whatever situation we're in, is that we're in the environment that we're in, because of all the voices that we hear, the info that get pushed to us. We no longer believe that we're good, right? So, like, I think about my ex-girlfriend, right? I was getting manipulated by the president. Her sisters and her mom, all they said to me was that I'm the dumbest, idiot, ugly motherfucker in the world, nonstop, every single day. So she was neutral, but imagine all the rest you get is negative reinforcement over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. So then if once in a while maybe she got mad and said something, like you see, like you start getting enslaved. So if you can no longer break free from all that info and basically just walk your own path and remember who you are, your worth, what you're capable of, you believe it, right? But when I was elsewhere, I didn't believe it, right? Because then there was other voices again. But then when I was back just there, it's okay, just work and her sister and her mom, right? You guys understand? There was truly points where I just thought I was incompetent, incapable, terrible. Yet the moment I separated from her and got away, like I was like, whoa, I'm fucking amazing. It was instant because I went away from those voices. Do you guys get it? What I'm telling you? I was enslaved by that as well. It happens to everyone. But sometimes it might not even be your wife. It could be the people around her that are connected to her. All these, that's what I'm saying. You just have to hibernate and block access to you. Complete access. But if you're at work and you're just texting people and you're in group chats and you're social media, do you guys get it? So they make sure that you don't ever reach a point of believing in yourself. Because if you don't believe, if you don't understand like actually how far you've come, like everything's a reminder for how far we've come. If you can't see that path for yourself, you tolerate anything. The reason why you guys tolerate and allow everything is because you just don't believe in yourself. Because if you did, why would you do that? Right? For people who can't understand, think about it like this, like it's like a soccer player, right? Let's just use Messi, just because people know him, even who don't know soccer. There's a little risk, but we got it. Okay. Or like Neuer from Bayern Munich, right? He was one of the best goalies back in the day for the German team. What if like I was from a small German village called Westheim? They had a little regional team there, right? A little sports soccer field, and they call it the Sportsplatz. They, I don't even think the goals had nets, or maybe they did. I don't remember. My point is, think of something like that, right? Just a small little facility. They didn't even have like lines on the field, okay? But they had a team there. Imagine if they're like now the only team that accepts him is that small village soccer team. It's so cool that they have a soccer team there, right? With the resources they have and everything. It's awesome. But you guys understand, like the national team, and he was like one of the best goalies. And now the only place that tells him that they would accept him as a goalie is that place. Now, it's still great. You guys get it? That's still awesome, right? But what if he actually now truly believed that that's the only play, he's only good enough for that? Because that's what everyone's telling him. Do we understand what ends up happening to all of us? So now he tolerates that. He's playing there. He's so capable, right? It's basically, think of it like they hit you over the head, boom, and you got amnesia, and you forget everything that you're capable of doing. That's what they do. Happens to every single person. I'm telling you, every single one of us. This has happened. Maybe not personally, if not professionally. If not professionally, maybe it's a passion or a hobby or something. That's how you forget everything that maybe you used to sing and you don't do it anymore. Basically, that's what they do. Boop, hit you over the head. You forget. They keep all those memories hostage, and then now they only reinforce and push other things. So you only think about that. You don't even remember that you're capable of doing those things. I'm telling you, for the longest time, I didn't think I was good at talking, presenting, and selling. I thought I was ugly. I thought I was hideous. I thought I was fat. I thought I was stupid. I thought I was broken. I could keep going. I had 100 things that I thought I was all wrong about. I'm telling you. And I had more money. I had more resources. I had the girl. I had a kid. I had all this stuff. And yet I thought in every shape or form that I was worse. Yet and now in every way, my life is worse. I'm tortured even more than I was before. And I'm telling you, I feel on top of the world. I feel more capable than I ever did. I feel more talented than I ever did. How is that possible? Because I blocked all info. I blocked all access. I'm no longer poisoned by all the fucking assholes that are all corrupt and poisoned. Do you guys get it? Do you guys, if you block all access to you and you limit all info and you only create your own stuff and you consume your own stuff over and over again, you're going to realize, like, wait a minute, I'm absolutely amazing. I've always been. Why did I think otherwise? I'm like, oh, wait, they poisoned me. So once you believe in yourself and you no longer tolerate your reality, everything changes. Everything changes. You just no longer accept it. I'm telling you guys, if my ex-girlfriend's sister, who was only ever abused me, came up to me right now and said anything, it's like, hey, your stream is stupid. I'm like, all right, let's stream. Join me right now. Let's stream. I'll watch. And I would laugh. Now, I would try to help her after. It's like, do you want me to teach you how to stream? Because you need to learn. You should. She's like, do you guys get it? Like, I wouldn't do it to hurt her, but I'm like, hey, I'll help you now. I'll teach you. Remember, that's her whole play, was to try to make me feel like I'm shit. Do you guys get it? You can expose them and then be like, hey, I'll help you heal. I'm like, I'm sorry that you're so insecure. It's okay. I was too. Let me help you. Right? Like, it's not revenge. I'm not trying to harm her. But I'm like, if you want to play that game, I can show you that in every shape or form, you're nothing. But I want to help you instead. Do you guys get it? There's no revenge play, revenge on her, because I know I'm healed. I'm on a light path. Do you guys get it? I know what I'm capable of. There's things that she can do that I can't. Yet those things are going to be like, hey, I would like to learn from you how to do those things because you're really good at those things. But if she would try to attack my streaming and my capability here. And I'm like she would probably say something like, you don't know why can't you make money doing this, huh? You worthless bum. And I'm like, that's intentional because I'm trying to destroy the system once and for all. Why are you enslaved by money? Do you guys get it? You see, like, it doesn't matter what she says anymore. I know what my capability is and what my worth. Is it fun to have someone negatively nudge you? No, not at all. But that's why I no longer tolerate it. And she continues. I'm just like, hey, I just want you to know, we're never talking again, ever. You don't exist. You're beyond worthless to me. You're a parasite. And parasites shouldn't be in our life. They poison us. So I would like to ask you to leave or never talk to me again. And if you insist, then I'm going to have to figure out how to get away from you. Do you guys understand? Like, if they refuse to heal, if they refuse to listen to you and go on a life path and you're trying to help them, then you have to find a way to create distance. You have to. It's not fun. I'd rather just help everyone. You guys see, like, I'm just showing you guys, like, if it gets to that, you have to do something like that. You have to try. We have to. So I'm not going to change music because I'm on a good flow here, but I was going to. But I create a little positive shield path for myself here. I was like, what happens when you believe in yourself and you no longer tolerate that team, right? I used to play World of Warcraft. There was a fight called Sinestra. And there was this mechanic called rack, which is like this corruption on each person. And you base it every time you cleanse it on one person, it jumped to 2 other people. And then after you cleanse it on those 2 people, jump to then 4 people, right? So, but it only lasts, like, let's say 1 minute. So you wanted to make it last on one person as long as possible. Okay. So that's kind of how I view what's going on here, right? Is that if we can keep it on one person and just try to heal them, we can then, by the time it jumps to other people, it's so weak, it's so minor that we can just nip it in the butt really quickly. But that means we just have to focus on healing one person and prevent the spread of poison and corruption. But that's what we each have to individually do. You guys get it? Because right now we're spreading the corruption. It's jumping to multiple people because we refuse to heal seriously and start healing. You have to. But also in this encounter, this challenge, there's like this beam. There was this light force that was fighting against this evil dark dragon. And as we were healing, the light beam would start winning. But if we weren't healing, the dark one would be winning. And that's our reality. That's how the world works. So right now, the majority of the world is not healed. So the dark beam is winning by far. But as we start healing, we push it back. And that's just how it is individually for ourselves as well. Do you guys get it? Like when you believe in yourself, it's because you're healed, right? Doesn't matter what anyone says. Doesn't mean it's fun. It's never going to be fun. I want people to understand this. It's never fun. Right now, like I said, if my ex-girlfriend's sister showed up and was insulting me, I wouldn't enjoy it. I wouldn't feel good about it. Do you guys get it? It's not fun. But it doesn't matter what she says anymore. Doesn't mean that it's still afterwards. Like she could have started me on a negative path. I would interrupt it. I would do all the tactics, but then I would be like, it's okay. But still, you guys get it? The recency of it would still affect me. You see, like even being healed, it still would cause some poison. Do you guys see how dangerous those people are in your life? Even knowing everything she says is wrong, it still would have some negative impact on me. Now imagine you guys are in situations or environments where you're getting that nonstop every single day, or you're inviting it or letting it in. And I'm telling you, work is one of the worst things. Group chats, one of the worst things. In-laws, one of the worst things. Who gives a fuck if you don't talk to them? If they can't treat you with respect, cut them out for good. If that causes a war, then they need to learn how to heal and be good. You're not doing it to harm people. You're doing it to heal so that you can help everyone. But it starts by helping yourself. So if you've reached this state, right, where you now, despite what anyone says, right, you no longer tolerate that reality. You believe in yourself. What happens? Well, there's going to come a point, though, where you feel like you can't do certain things because if the other people around you aren't healed, right? For my case, I don't know. I just learned so quickly, right? I feel like I can't do things. So there's no challenge left in certain things or fun things left to do because now still the things that I do try are getting poisoned either by my brother or these spirits. That's my reality. But you guys are going to see this. It's going to happen to you too. So what happens when that's the case? Think of it like you're playing a video game, okay? Or like a board game. And you guys did every single side thing that you could do or the main thing, every single thing. Episode of like a series, and there was even like the optional stuff, right? Like the interviews and the behind the scenes. At that point, you really don't want to watch more, right? Or play more. You want to just kind of put the game away. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? You're kind of like over it. Because you're healed, right? You've achieved everything. There's nothing else to do. But you no longer tolerate your reality. Like, why would I keep watching the same thing that I've already fully watched? I've surpassed this. Do you guys get it? It's like think like you've surpassed your tribe. Dun, 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 dun. You've just surpassed your tribe. There's just nothing else to do. Because once you learn all the stuff that I'm saying, if you've been watching all the streams, it's the root. Like we're planting a seed, right? It's the root that lets us do everything else. If you have this knowledge, then you can succeed at anything. I promise you guys. If you've been listening to all my streams, or if this is the first time you're listening, go back and rewatch from day one till now. You can do anything. You can learn anything like this. Anything. You've never cooked before? I promise you'll learn how to break it down and learn how to cook within days. Other people are like, you might become actually a significantly better chef than the people in your household that have been cooking for years. And they're going to get intimidated. They're going to get mad at you. And you're not doing that to cause problems, but it's like, how did it happen? It's like, because now you know how to learn. Now you know how to break things down. Now you know the strategies, all this stuff that we talked about. You guys get it? It's because now you actually, some people use the term enlightened, but I don't even use that term anymore. You just know the game. what you're going to start to catch is that they're going to try to stop you from using this knowledge, from improving things, from exploring new things, from climbing new things by poisoning it. Truly, anything you try to do, anything you try to progress on, anything you try to climb, they're going to try to poison it. Once you break free and you believe in yourself and you no longer tolerate your reality, the last place is just to try to poison things, anything that you try to do. Okay? Because they need to keep you down. They need to. Because they don't want you to keep climbing. That's so fucking dangerous. Do you guys get it? Because now you're free. Now you believe in yourself. You're not gonna. You remember we before that you were that prisoner, right, behind the bars, or you were those ladies just weaving the tapestry. So now you believe in yourself. You're not going, no longer going to do that. But now all of a sudden, the men who were enslaved, those boy, they're like, we need back. And every time you do a new climb, you learn a new thing every time, right? There's even less of a chance you'd ever go back. Now it's like, well, hold on. Now you only have to work till you're 50 and you only have to work 7 hours. They're like, are you kidding me? I make my own tapestries at home in 5 days. He's like, what? Oh, only till 30 then. Only till 30. Only 2 hours. You guys see, like, as you keep climbing and learning new things and keep growing, keep believing in yourself more and more and more and more and more and more and more, what you allow and what you tolerate keeps going lower and 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 lower. Soon you guys are going to be like, people might be, I'm telling you, when I was exposing this knowledge and starting this climb, I was offered board positions. I was offered jobs that would pay 500 grand. And I said, fuck you. Do we understand? They're going to try to shut you up and silence you. All of you guys are so worried that, hey, the contrary is going to happen if you quit and start doing these climb and learning all this stuff, that it's going to be bad. On the contrary, because now you're a danger. Now you're a threat. Now your worth is increasing so much more. If anything, they're going to offer you better things because they want you back in the system. Do you guys get it? Like, now, not anymore. Just so you guys know, I'm the ultimate enemy. But before that, for the longest time, all they wanted me to do is go back into the system. They would have given me a really good paying job if I would have just shut up and played the game. I'm telling you. They're like, all right, you want the hot girl in the bikini? You want to go to resorts with her? Here's your 500K sales job. You have to only work 10 hours a week. Have fun. And I would have got it. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, if you learn the progress journey, you can see your whole climb. You can see your worth, your value. And you remember who you are and what you're capable of, despite what the other voices are saying, right? Because that's the hardest part, is that despite what anyone else tells you, or despite what anyone else sees, or despite, like, hey, what your brother is setting up in the kitchen to try to remind you of the bad things, even though it's not fun, you know how to handle it, you know how to rewrite it, you know how to ignore it, you know how to change the meaning of it, you know how to go on positive paths again, you know how to stay healed and light, you know how not to go revenge, not to cause harm. You know what you're capable of. Even if no one watches, even if no one listens, you know what you're capable of. You know how good you are. And it's not a brag, because you're not asking for anything in return. You guys get it? Whatever you're good at, because whoever's listening right now, you are good at so many things. I know it. I know it. You forgot. They made you forget. There's something that you're really good at. And when you figure that out again, then you all of a sudden you start remembering the other things that you're extremely good at. And you keep going, you keep going, keep going. That's why I said it's the 5 to 15 things. When you find those 5 to 15 things and you only do those things, you're going to see that they've either poisoned them. I say it's them, right? But other people around you also did it through them. They poison them to stop you from doing that. Or the moment you try to do them again, they're going to try to poison them. You're going to catch it right away. You're like, what the fuck? Like, I've stopped singing. And let's say you search a song you used to enjoy singing. And all of a sudden, there's going to be like an ad that has like a negative reminder right before you start singing the song. You're like, what the fuck? So now you might want to take a step back and not sing it because you don't want to attach poison to it. But you see, you're going to catch it. They do shit like that. Because if you remember, if you believe in yourself again, the further along you climb, and every time, like I said, every shield, every new activity, every skill that you learn, guys, is a climb. Okay? So every single time you learn more and more and more and more and more and more and more, some people might say your worth improves, right? Like your skill set, so that maybe now you can get paid more. But don't even think about it like that. But if that helps you, sure. But it's just you no longer tolerate worse. And think back to that story that I said about the kids in Jamaica, right? Would any of you right now, let's say you guys are now, this is the Star Diplomat School, right? The Shepherd Path, right? We're healing. Okay. If you guys don't listen to this, if you don't learn what I'm telling you, I'm going to whip you. And I'm going to throw chalkboard erasers at you. You guys are like, are you fucking kidding me? Why would we do that? Like, we're choosing to listen to your stuff. We're just going to turn off the stream. I'm like, I'm going to whip you. And then you just turn it off. Because now you can choose, right? You believe. But what if you're like, no, I have no worth. I have no value. Everyone's been telling me I'm good at stuff. Okay, you can whip me. That's what they do to every single one of us. And I'm telling you, the worst thing of all is that they make us believe that if we told anyone else, right, that we should be ashamed of it. Now, it's fucking sad, right? And I get it's not easy to say to other people. You don't need to tell people that, right? I'm not saying to all of you that you need to be like what I'm doing on stream to the world, saying, hey guys, yeah, my wife is abusing me like this nonstop. I'm not saying you need to do that, but if they don't change, if they don't let you heal, what are you going to do? That's not why you're not trying to cause harm. You're just trying to heal. As I said, 40 days, do the arc, create distance, the eternal calm. Just say, hey, we need to block social media, consume info, not talk to people outside right now, not go outside anymore. Don't go to bars. No more texts, no more phone calls, no more emails. Just get quiet, hibernate. Focus on our shields. What are our shields? If we don't know them, let's do that first. And then see how we feel. Will you join me on this journey? 40 days? And if they fight you on it, well, you're like, I'm just trying to heal. But hey, just let me heal for 40 days. And after that, well, I'll still help cook. I'll still help clean. Or maybe since I'm going to be healed, I might do those things again. So it's like you're not trying to harm them, right? But I'm telling you, if they couldn't enslave you at work, if they couldn't enslave you through your family, they can't enslave you through your in-laws, it'll be your relationship or your kids or something. They always will use something. It happens to every single person. I just want people to understand it's happened to every single person and it's ongoing to every single person as we speak, every single one of you. So don't blame yourself. Don't feel guilty. It's sad for everyone, but it's happening to every single person, every single one of us, every single one of us. The moment here's why I know that, because every single time I've ever broken it in my life, they try to install a new one immediately in my life. The moment I was by myself, it was just my dog and I was like, why do I feel like I'm a god? Well, maybe I am, right? But you guys see, like, why do I feel that way? It's like, because I had no more slaver in my life. I caught out all accidents, right? But then the moment I came over here with my brother, they made him become that. Do you guys know they always need to install a slaver in your life? It's part of the game of life. So if it happens to you, it's not okay. But I want you to know it's happening to every single person. And some of them, the saddest part is there's a lot of people that don't even know that it's happening. But it's happening to every single one of us. It's intentional. Now that you know that, what are you going to do with that knowledge? You see why we all need to, like, every single one, like if it's someone in your household, it's like you should try to teach them, right? You should try to show them the way as well, encourage them. But I'm telling you, they program them to, if anyone tries to tell them that, hey, hey, they're going to get mad and trolling them. So that's why you have to create the eternal calm and distance. But be aware, if they don't quit their job, they're going to get converted. So catch it. It might mean that you're going to lose them permanently. I just want people to be aware. They're going to convert them to become your enemy. But how we can't force someone to heal. We can push them, we can encourage them. We can't force them. They have to choose. And if they refuse to, we might lose them for good. So for me, I created a few shields for myself, but for me, streaming has become the point where, since I fully believe in myself, I know what I'm capable of, and I no longer tolerate any bad at all. But if they keep trying, just so you guys know, like they don't stop. They haven't stopped. So all I can do now in my reality, because anytime I try to do anything new, they try to poison it immediately. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I told you guys the other day, I just tried to start cleaning again, and they were trying to attach some horrible things to it. I'm like, I'm just trying to clean my castle. Like, are you guys kidding me? Something as arbitrary as like, hey, I want to see if I can do my hair in without like looking at my reflection in the mirror. Because let's say it got foggy right after a shower. I'm telling you, these fucking spiritual manipulators are so vindictive against me that they defogged a mirror in 5 seconds. That's my reality. I hope it's not for you guys, but as anything that you want to try, they're going to try to stop. So what my choice is, if it ever gets that bad, I've created an ultimate shield, right? Everything's a reminder to heal. And then the other thing is everything's a reminder for how far we've come, how much we deal with. We do what we must, right? That's why I'm talking like this. So if it gets too bad, though, I just stream. That's why I stream pretty much every day now, because it's my self-heal. So you guys need to come up with some ultimate shield like this for yourself. And for me, it was also like my sexy leg girl or my stuff like that. But they started weaponizing those things. So if you guys hear me talking less about those things, it's because they were trying to poison and corrupt those stuff. Do you guys get it? So, but there was one they couldn't corrupt. This being the shepherd, the star diplomat, because any bad that happens is bad that happens. It's the higher purpose. They couldn't corrupt it. And by the way, they tried. Just so you guys know, they tried, but they can't. It's impossible. So that's what I'm telling you. If all of us fight to remember who we are, right? Do our progress journey, and then just fight to make the world a better place and teach something. Focus on whatever that is that we want to improve. That's the one thing they can't take away from us, and it's in here. And if you're just doing like streams or posts or videos or whatever, and it doesn't matter if one person watches or a million, but you're just doing it, and every day or every so often, even if it's just like once a week, whenever you like they're starting to like poison you again, and you do it, it heals you, it protects you guys, because you're fighting for some higher thing. So what do I say? When you reach this state, right, that I've talked about, of full belief, it no longer tolerating your reality, game is over. They've been trying to prevent that in my reality, just so you guys know, okay? Because they don't want me to succeed in my storyline. Because what happens when you succeed a storyline? We talked about this, I believe it was like day 12 or day 13. Why would they not want someone to succeed a storyline? Like, let's say for you, like your storyline is you want it to be the best singer in the United States or in Mexico, right? If you achieve that, if you reach like the number one rank, whatever it was that you chose was the best, you achieve that state, if you reach it, well, then it's over. Do you guys get it? Like now all of a sudden, well, now you have time to do other things. I accomplished my storyline. Before people thought of it as goals, I say it's storylines. I've reached the top. There's no more climb there. Well, now that means I have opportunities to do other things. Do you guys know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's the thing that they don't want. They don't want you to reach your storyline. And if you guys can't think about it in the spiritual level, I just want you to think about it even like people around you in your castle or at work, like your boss. Like, they wouldn't want you to think that you're the best in your industry, because what happens then? Like, would you, if you know how capable you are, would you stay somewhere that they're undervaluing you? No. Do you guys see, like, they wouldn't ever want you to do that. They don't want you to figure that out. Because then all of a sudden, now you have time. Well, it's like, well, I accomplished that. Now I can accomplish other things. Every time you grow more, you believe in yourself more. But if you're like, hey, I don't need to go around Mexico anymore singing at stadiums because I'm so good, I've achieved that. Now I can do other things. What if that was how they were poisoning you? Because you had access to so much info and maybe you cared about numbers and money, and now you don't anymore because now you don't need that. Do you guys see, like, they don't want you to complete your storyline? They didn't even want me to ever do this storyline, just so people are aware. This was not what they wanted. For the longest time, I got heavily punished because I wasn't supposed to write the storyline. I broke the storylines they wanted for me. They wanted other ones. They wanted me to do revenge. They wanted me to do work, to be in the system, etc., etc., etc. Be like a life coach, anything but this, just so you guys know. Eventually, they realized I wasn't going to change. So they started being like, fine. But then that's when the spiritual attacks and all the manipulation started escalating dramatically. But then I put this goal where I was like, my goal is to heal the world. Do you guys understand? Like, I wanted to heal all of you. So how could they stop me from ever reaching that goal? Well, just make sure that no one really watches this or listens to this. Do you guys get it? If right now 1 million people were watching this or listening to this, and everyone's like, this is healing me, this is healing me, they're just sharing and spreading, it's exponential. Well, that's it, right? It's over. It's done. We won. Do we get it? They're never going to allow that to happen. Ever. So I just realized, I'm like, well, it doesn't matter though if they do or not. I know what I'm capable of. I know how good I am. And I know what I'm trying to do. But I don't care anymore if I get that goal or not, right? We talked about how I broke all those things. You have to get to that point. You have to. And once you do, now this is just a way for me to heal. Do you guys get it? Like, I couldn't break that one since they keep torturing me. Now I only stream to heal myself. But I'm still hope that there's some people that are getting something out of this. I really do. I really do. But I don't care anymore if it is or not. I hope so. Hope so. But I had to detach from that. Do you guys get it? So I don't know. I've learned it all, right? I've taught it all already. That's why today I struggled to stream, because I felt like there wasn't a lot of knowledge. Now you see, like, I'm reinterpreting old things, and I figured out some new angles, but it's just I've detached from who's watching, how many people are watching, the reward, the outcome. There's just no more climb here, really, for me. I'm still finding new angles, so that's why I actually got motivated again to do so. But when you don't feel like there's anything left to climb, right? It's over. I really just view this as a tool. It's basically, streaming now is like their AirPods for me. I use that to either get into flow, right? Like I'm listening to music, or to block out noise. Like, let's say, like, if my brother right now is trying to program me by just repeating a cough over and over again, right? I put in my AirPods to block that out. Or if I go outside and I don't want to hear other negative sounds, I use it as a counter to other sounds. You guys get it? That's what they are for me. They're a tool. So I write here. I got to the same spot that they were worried about. They didn't want me to reach the spot, right? They wanted me to prevent. They just want to prevent me healing others. So now we're at the end. As long as there's any fabrication or any negative mental nudges, it's over. So what do I mean by over? No more progression by choice. But I'm not going to play the game of life. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go outside. I'm not going to try get a job. I'm only going to stream every so often, maybe daily, maybe not. I don't know. Just whenever I feel like it. If I have to believe that what I'm going to talk about matters to myself, but mostly it's just to heal myself. They can, because I'm telling you, sometimes they were sending so much info at me trying to get me to talk about that today, and I'm like, I'm not talking about that shit. I know you guys. I'm enslaved to you guys, but fuck that. I'm not doing that. It's over. So it's like think about like at work, guys. If all of a sudden, right, the game's over, right? There's nothing else to learn at work anymore. So doesn't matter what they do, right? Or if there's any bad, right? If there's any bad, even one negative thing, one, that's it. No more progression. Do anything. I'm not gonna talk to clients. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna show up early. I'm not gonna clean. I'm not gonna do anything. Well, you're not trying to harm anyone. Do you guys understand? You're just like, I'm not going to climb. I'm not going to progress. I'm not going to get better. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to try anymore. They're like, but why? What do you? I'm like, because one negative, one bad. I've now realized my worth. I know what I'm capable of, and I'm not learning anything new. I'm not climbing anymore. And anything that I try, you've interrupted and caught poison. So fuck it. So what does that do? It's the answer. It forces them to improve. And they have to. Well, we don't want to lose you, or come on, like, why are you like this? I'm like, what, are you going to fire me for doing this? Okay, then fire me. Up with me because I no longer tolerate you treating me like that. Okay, then break up with me. No, I won't. Oh, okay. Do you guys understand? If you reclaim your work, if you can now see yourself like for your whole where you started and where you're at now, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so good. Like, look at how far I've climbed. Like, why do I think that I'm worse now than I was when I first met the girl, when I first started the job? Why do I think that I'm worse now? Because they poisoned you. And I'm not saying it was necessarily even them. It could be the people around them, or it could be people at work, or you see, like, it's not so easy. I'm telling you guys, my brother is making the same pay that he's made for 8 years. And they keep telling him that it's impossible to get any pay raise because Mexico would never they have limited budget. Yet they make him do everything. Every day they make him work longer, come in earlier, come in on weekends. Everything. He doesn't even see it. He can't. He gets paid nothing. Truly. And that's where he gets poisoned too. And if I mention something to him, he's like, I don't know why you hate my coworkers. Do you guys understand? You have to get to a point where you no longer progress by choice. You refuse, you rebel. For many of you guys are like, wait, aren't you kind of like just saying we should strike? And I'm like, yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. But I'm saying it, you have to take it even to the next level, because that's not enough. Because most of you didn't rely on like a union or like a labor thing like that. Like, it's an individual thing. We each have to do it for everyone around us. You have to go on a strike for every single thing. You have to say no for everything. Imagine if every single person demanded more for every single thing in their life. Hey, when I went outside right now, like someone walked by and yelled at me. That's completely unacceptable. You're like, I no longer tolerate such a reality. If there's ever one person that yells at me outside without me doing anything bad, and I'm not doing anything bad, and that ever happens, I will never go back to work again. One bad. If I see one bad thing outside, if I get one negative notification pushed to my phone, one, whatever it is, and bad is to me, I'm quitting my job right then. You need to get to that level. So then they have to decide, are they going to really mentally manipulate you and abuse you still? Go for it. Go for it, guys. Do it. Do it. It's over. Just like that. Do you guys get it? You have to get to that point. How can I feel this way? You can't. I know you can. Here's why I want you guys to think about this. My net worth currently, if you add up all of my possessions and how much money I have left, it's probably just slightly over $1,000. Yeah, I told you that I got offered a job not even 10 months ago, 9 months ago, maybe, that would have paid me $500,000. Yet I believe in this capability. I thought worth and value is tied to how much money you have, guys. Isn't that how it works? That's what everyone's been telling me. You mean, have we been lied to all this time? Why do I think that I'm capable? Am I? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm delusional, right? Because that's what the people in my castle were saying to me just a few months ago and weeks ago. Why are they right? Why are you right? Why am I right? I'm right for myself. I know what I'm capable of. I've been able to see I now see myself for what I actually am and who I am. I've broken all my chains, all my programming, all my conditions, and now I get to choose. And yet I'm telling you guys, I don't think I'm better than any of you. I just think I've put in more work than all of you into learning this stuff. But if you guys spent the same amount of time on this, like as I did, I believe that the majority of you could most likely surpass me. But it's not about that. Do you guys get it? That's why I'm giving it to all of you. I want you to learn it, and I just want you to be free. You want to know why? Because it's not a competition. I just want the world to be better so that I can enjoy it again. But also, because seeing you guys believe in yourself again, no longer tolerating the horrible situations that you're stuck in, that should not be the case. And remember, if you ever don't think you're as good as you are, that's a horrible situation at anything. Even if it's one of your shields, remember, I call them shields, the hobbies, passions, 515. So if you used to be a singer or you used to like singing, even if it just was in the car, but you were good at it and you stopped because someone made you believe that you're not good at it, that's a horrible situation. Do you guys get it? People are like, that's not that bad. No, it's fucking horrible. Disgusting. It's completely unacceptable. It should never be the case. If it made you happy, if it brought you on a life path, if it made you positive, then it should be something that's encouraged and supported, not attacked and poisoned. Do we understand? That's why I'm at war with them. Because anytime I try anything like that in my life right now, they immediately try to poison it. And it's completely and utterly and entirely unacceptable. And I know that it's happening to all of you. It's already happened to the majority of you. Why do you think all of you have become like social media and phone slaves? It's because everything else has been poisoned. You are so capable. You are so talented. You are so good. For someone in your circle, at work, social media, anything, it doesn't matter what it is, but there's something in your circle in your life. And I'm telling you it's them, but they found a way to deliver those messages that it's really them, but through you, right? Around you. I'm saying they're finding ways to do so in my reality, and I've blocked 99% of ins. What are ins? Places that can present information that you wouldn't get otherwise. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? They tried to ruin cleaning by because I had the balcony open and they were presenting noises that were references to when I almost got killed. Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? They find a way, they can fabricate things to that level, at least in my reality. You guys need to take this seriously because it's happening to you and you don't even realize where, but it's happening to you. like you're extremely talented and capable. And I'm not saying, and what you guys don't understand is when you're fully healed, right? You're not insecure, you're not afraid, you're not traumatized. There's no bragging. Like you don't think you're better than people. You just want to help other people. You'd want to give away all your information for free. Like if you had a company, you'd be like, wait, we're not going to charge you more. I would just want to help people. Like if you don't even, if that thought doesn't even enter your head, that means you're not there yet. You'll get there. But if you're fully healed and you're on a life path and you believe, nothing else even would possibly enter your head. Now, what's funny is that once you start recognizing what's them, you're gonna all of a sudden, like once in a while, like let's say like you're trying to do this good thing, like you're trying to give free stuff away, and all of a sudden you'll get a thought that pops into your head. Like let's say like you go outside and you're giving like you're helping homeless stay at hotels, right? All of a sudden, like when you're doing that, a thought homeless is like, look at this idiot, worthless person right here. You're like, that's them. You catch it now. You see it. You're like, oh, that's them. Before you might have thought like, oh my gosh, I can't believe. Don't say it. I don't think that. You think that's you. That's them. I'm telling you. Once you catch it, it's disturbing. It's fucking disturbing. I'm telling you. Beautiful women that have helped me. And all of a sudden, like randomly, they're like, oh, look at that. She's a little fat, right? I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, why are you guys putting that shit in my head? I'm like, that's them. That's them. Do you guys realize how fucking disturbing that is? Anyway. We're going to take a break here, and then we're going to do one more push, a short one. It's a lot. It's a lot. I want you guys to know this. It's a lot. Everything I'm saying, it's a lot. It's a lot to conceptualize. It's a lot to understand. It's a lot to believe, especially because it goes contrary to every single thing that we know, that we've been taught since birth. You'll get there. It's not going to happen overnight. But I want you to, let's end it on a very positive note before we take a break here. I want you guys to know that I'm not even doing all my tactics right now. Like I'm not doing all my shields. I'm just, because I'm protected, because this is just pure passion, pure belief. Thing that I needed to, I embraced a little bit of the dark side today, right? Just so you guys know, because I just truly cannot believe that there's so many people, you right now who I'm talking to. Yeah, you tolerate things, you allow things in your life right now that are completely unacceptable. And yet, most of us, when we think about that phrase, right, we feel like we need to like get back at the other person or like regain control of the narrative any way possible. And I encourage you to first do that personally, right? Like listen to some like villain music or something from like a movie or a show or a video game and just like break that chain, right? Do it for yourself, the destroy evil shield, right? Do so. Like, oh, I can't believe this. But then when you're in or whatever it is that's causing it, don't choose the path of revenge or the dark path, right? Because otherwise, that's their ultimate play. If they can't stop us, if you're starting to heal and regain control, they're going to try to get you to cause revenge. Don't do it. I'm telling you. So I want you to believe in yourself. I want you to rewatch the streams if you haven't, and I want you to take notes. And it's a lot of work. But if you're doing this, if you're listening to this, I want you to know that you are in the top 1% of the 1%, because you are actually trying to change your circumstances. Listen, I didn't say your circumstances. What makes you in the top 1% of the 1% is that you're trying to change your circumstances, because that's what actually matters. You might not succeed for a long time. You might never actually fully succeed, but you're trying. And there might be things that are we've talked about it yesterday, but there might be things that are still out of your control. I'm telling you guys, I'm not fully free. Do you guys get it? But I feel that way the majority of the time. Despite them ruining, I can't do a lot of things because they constantly are ruining them. But I found ways to regain control for myself. And sometimes, just so you guys know, today I ended up taking a nap because I was so mad at them. I'm like, okay, you guys are going to do that? They've tried to ruin something harmless, a story that I wrote when I was like 7 years ago. And years ruin it. I'm like, are you fucking me? I'm like, okay, you know what? Turn on my phone. Hey, Leon, let's just take a nap. You guys get it? Like, I'm just like, if you guys want to do that, be my guest, okay? I know how good I am at what I'm good at. And I want all of you to start doing the same thing. You're good at so many things. You need to remember what those are. So I challenge you to watch last 2 days again about progression. I really challenge all of you to do that, because when you see how far you've come, when you remember how far you've come at anything, even just since you were a kid, right? I mean, if you're following even half of what I'm talking about right now, you are incredible. Do you get it? Like, none of these concepts are. This is not. I'm not dumbing anything down. I'm not oversimplifying it. If you're following along even 50%, you're doing amazing. Yet you can, if you think back to like when you were a kid, like where were you? What were you doing when you were 4, when you were 5, when you were 6? What were you talking about? What were you thinking about? What are the things that you focused on? And now what are you doing? Do you see like how far you've come since then? They make us forget. They're like, yeah, but that doesn't really matter. No, it actually matters a lot. It matters a lot because you faced a lot of challenges. You did. Every one of us did. Just because you might not be fighting against these spiritual things that I am does not mean that you're not going through challenge, not going through you horrible challenges, good challenges, and average challenges. We all are. And it's based on our skill set, our conditioning, our experiences. Do you guys understand? Each one of us have that. If right now you guys asked me to, I don't know, like dive into a Olympic swimming pool, I wouldn't be good at it. Just so you guys know, I wouldn't be good at it. Could I observe and watch some of you guys who are good at it? I would be like, hey, can you guys go first? Then I would watch it. I'm like, okay. I would ask some of you guys, I'm like, hey, what are your tactics that you guys do? What is the strategy? What's the approach? So you put your hands like that. I'm like, okay, why do you do that? Well, how do you guys stay underwater longer? Like, is there's like, you see, like I would try to figure it out. I would try to break it down. I would try to learn. And then I would try and I'd probably do really bad the first few times. You guys see, like I would start to climb. Now, is this something I would want to focus on? Do I think it's where I really need to be spending my time and my energy and my resources? No, because it's not really one of my shields. Do you guys understand? If anything, actually, because when I was younger, they created trauma events in my life. I almost died when I was a kid. I almost drowned. Do you guys get it? So like I also have not an aversion, but it's not something that I really like. I enjoy water, right? But I enjoy water where I can stand in. But you guys see, like those challenges shaped my path. I'm also less inclined to like try to get really good at swimming and like diving and stuff like that because of that event. Now, could I? Yeah. But I'm like, really, should that be my focus? Now, if I've mastered everything else, I might be like, okay, it's time now to get really good at swimming and all this stuff and diving. And I could, but is it really necessary? But I could still be like, The fact that I can even enter a pool and swim at all is really cool. The fact that I enjoyed, like, the ocean and the resorts despite that I had, like, this insecurity and trauma, that's really cool. Think about how far you came. Do you guys see, like, but other people might be like, "Wow, you don't know how to dive? You suck, man." Why would I listen to them? Yet, even just a few years ago, even just, like, 20 months ago, I did. I did listen to them. If someone said that to me, I'm like, "I know. I don't know why I can't figure out how to dive properly." And I would value myself less. I would think I was less. I believe them. I listen to them. And I ask you guys, the info that I'm giving, what I'm trying to accomplish, does diving or swimming have anything to do with what I'm trying to do right now? If I'm a good diver or not, does it impact the message that I'm giving right now? No, it has no effect. Yet I'm telling you, 20 months ago, I would have been like, I don't know if I can really stream. I mean, you heard her sister said that I'm a bad diver, that I don't know how to make money, even though 10 months before that I made 400 grand. But I'm not good, right, guys? Do you guys get it? But wait, now I completely hate money and think it's the ultimate poison and evil, and I have less than $1,000. Do you guys get it? But wait, I have no worth. You guys see, like, are you starting to connect the dots? Like, they plant these thoughts in your head, and they make you think that that's why you're not good. And the reason why, just so you guys know, like, a lot of you probably are having some adverse negatives to it, just how easily I talk about, like, money and all this stuff. And just think about that. It's all conditioning. The reason why I'm doing that is trying to break it in you to realize, hey, you don't have to brag. Like, I'm not going to go around to every person outside. I'm like, hey guys, I used to make this much money when I was a top sales rep. That's not the point of it. But I'm trying to show you guys that it just doesn't matter. I'm telling you, I had a lot of money. Now I have nothing. But I have nothing by choice. Because how can I sit here and tell you guys to do all this stuff if I was earning excess? It's like, right? You guys all know who I'm talking about. The guy who created the electric car, right? The first one that really got popular. If he was down telling people, like, yeah, guys, money doesn't matter. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, hey, you don't need any money. Like, the message wouldn't deliver. Do you guys get it? So I needed to make sure that it could survive like this, and that it is the way, and that, hey, does it actually, can you believe in yourself? If you don't, and you can. I want you to take this seriously. They poisoned you terribly. That's why you allow your current situation, whatever it is. Like I said, could even be, hey, you allow drinking black coffee cold. Doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. We're going to take a quick break here. But I want you to really think about it. I don't know. It's going to be maybe like 10-ish, 15 minutes. I want you guys to think about it for those 10, 15 minutes. Why do I allow it? Why do I listen to these other people? Why do I let them make me think that I'm not good? It's not a fun thing to reflect on. Do you guys get it? But there's one thing that I do want you to write. Only one thing. I'm writing it down right now, too. I am capable. I am amazing. I believe in myself again. I got this. We got this. Things can change quickly. I should be proud that I'm trying. And one more for you guys. I am proud that I'm trying. You? Yeah, you. You're really good. You're really good. If someone hasn't told you that today, I'm sorry. It's unacceptable. But hey, someone just did. And we're just going to start normalizing that in your life again. Do you guys get it? Like I'm sad for you. I'm sad for myself because I know this was my reality back in the day. It's going to start getting normalized for you again. In everything. And it's not to make you cocky or to think that you're better than people. It's just for the first time in a long time, you're going to finally remember how good you were in general and what you're capable of. And when you get there, because you're going to get there, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but you're going to get there. And when you get there, I don't need you to thank me. I don't need you to give me anything. I just need you to start making small changes to start healing the world. And remember, it begins by healing your world, the people around you, the places you go to. And then slowly, we can start healing the entire world. But it begins with you. If you start thriving, and because you will, just promise me you'll sing a little more, you'll whistle a little more, you'll dance a little more, you'll use more of your shields. You got this. You got this. You got this. All right, we'll be right back. All right, let's do this. Good morning, everyone. It's midnight here now, so it's technically morning, right? One, start with an intro, but I encourage you to put on some music, just because I'm not. Actually, did I pause it? Oh, there we go. I encourage you to put on some music while you're listening to this. Put it at a low volume. Positive associations related to this, but it also can teleport you to a specific topic. So I'm just trying to practice, get you guys into the habit of having music on more, and also just to use it as a tool, as a weapon, as your shield, as your sword. So if it tells you a little bit what we're going to be talking about here, and then as we're going to transition, I encourage you. The song that I'm using is from Interstellar. It's called Detach. So you can look it up. Just practice also like muting the audio, and like maybe like if it's on your phone or on your computer, just like walking away or not looking at the visual when the ad, if an ad plays on YouTube. But then just loop the song. Either right click loop if you're on a computer, or if you're on your phone, then go to the settings of the thing on the top right of the video, and there's a loop setting. So then later, if you're looking to experience the things that you're learning, or you're trying to embrace all the things that we talked about, which is, hey, that we learn that we can change anything for the better. Why do we allow our current situation? Why do we tolerate it? You can put on this song from Interstellar, Detach, and it'll push you. It'll help you. Or all the songs that we've been playing, just so you guys know, if you guys have been following along. But whatever you chose, this is how you can do that. So then if you're looking to maybe like stand up for yourself more, believe in yourself more, play these songs. It'll help you. So I always recommend doing more interrupts and doing more of the tactics that I've been doing. I haven't been doing them as much, just because I'm also getting stronger. There's so much positive protection when I'm streaming, but it's just there's so much passion and drive and conviction behind this message, right? So, but as all of you are beginning your climb and your journey on these stuff, you're going to need your shields more and the tactics more. Okay, so I'm going to do a fun little interrupt. I did this yesterday, but it's a great one. This means something to me, right? It depends on what you look at, right? You guys can look at the flowers, the color. You can look at many different things when you see this. Okay, the shape, right? So that's a tactic, right? When we're experiencing things, we can change what our focus is, and thus we can change the meaning. And we can also practice, hey, it means this, it means this, it means this. Okay, because they're going to try to remind you of things while you start doing this climb. And ideally, your first goal is always to avoid the reminder. So let's say the reminder was outside. How do you avoid it? You just don't go outside. Okay. You can prevent it. So, like I said, like if you're uh, search for music and you don't want to hear the ad, you can just mute it, right? Like that's a prevention. That's a if you hear it and you didn't avoid it, didn't prevent, right? You have to counter it, and we can counter it with interrupts and then doing a positive shield, right? Which is what I'm going to do here, and that's what I'm showing you guys. We can counter it by changing the meaning. We can counter it by focusing on the fabrication of it. So, like I told you guys in the last segment, like if my ex-girlfriend's sister right now like showed up here or like texted me right now, again, that's not even possible, right? But if someone that was, and I saw that, right, I could be like, really, right now, midnight, we haven't talked in like a year, and you text me right now, like I just know that's fabricated. You guys get what I'm trying to say? Like you focus on the fabrication of it. You're like, really? It's just the likelihood of it, the odds of it are just not possible. And stuff like that are going to happen in your life now that you're going to catch it. And if you focus on the fabrication aspect of itself, it doesn't make it better. Do you guys understand? It's disturbing. But that's like a last resort, right? Like if you don't succeed in preventing it. Okay. So let's practice something like this. If you guys don't have like a container like this that you can attach new meaning to, I recommend like, hey, just so you guys know, just to show you something. I once cooked with this, right? It's peppermint extract. And you guys heard like some of my cooking challenges and other challenges that I do, right, to learn progression. I'm like, hey, can I use this like when I make an egg? And can I cook an egg differently than I normally do? Okay. Can I add like peanut butter? Can I add like maple syrup? Can I add cayenne? And I don't know, right? Maybe a little bit of peppermint extract. I'm like, ooh, no, 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 no. I don't like peppermint extract. For most things, it's way too overpowering. So maybe I can't do that. Do you guys understand? So when I see this, though, I think of progression. It means progression to me. I just have to see now the approximation of this container, and it means progression to me. And then I have like a little paper there that has things related to when I did my recordings of progression, a song I wrote down, a video game case that is related to that, the same song. And we're like Wind Temple, Zelda, Climb, Progress, even tied in a story that I told about it. But I also have this there. And it counts as a nudge for a progression reminder. So sometimes, like even in the pantry, there's some poison things in there from my past but my brother still uses them, so I don't want to toss them out, right? Because they mean something to him, right? I don't think he really cares that much, but I'm like, well, I'm being respectful, right? But if I want to put something to kind of like prevent on multiple nudges, or just when I open the pantry to focus on that, I could just put this in the pantry or anywhere where there's maybe like some negative reminders, right? Maybe you like live with your siblings or something. You can just put this there. This now means that for you. I can just have this anywhere. So like I could just have it right here. You understand? I mean, like we have this bowl means something to me, really special. It was a very important moment in my journey while doing these streams. But I'm looking at the color. I'm not looking at the bowl. The color means something to me. Right? This little plant, the color means something to me. There's a pike. That's a Q-tip, but now I'm practicing calling them pikes because it's a reminder for a video game I used to play. And also, it's the currency system. I'm saying that we need to live in a world where Q-tips are our currency, pikes are our currency, rather than money. Why not, right? If we use it to clean our ears, and that's important. We all want to clean our ears at least once a day, right? But you guys see like how I'm focusing on different meanings and different stuff, right? We can also right? You're like, what is this? Right? I'm not going to even say the name of what it is because it's a nudge if I say the name, but it's a tool. It's a tool to help me snap out of things. So I don't know if you guys hear, I can press it and just even feeling that with my thumb or with a different finger. Like let's say when you're going outside and you're practicing like not reacting to things or handling things, you can just like be constantly pressing it while you're in your hands, in your pocket, right? So something like that can help you. Things of that nature, right? You can write a little piece of paper, right? What you guys wrote earlier, you can rip it. This one says, when all changed, when I healed, we got this. I'm proud of myself. What I'm made of. That's a song, right? So I'm like, what? Simple, curious. Just a piece of paper, right? I have it right there in front of me that I can look at once in a while to reset my path, right? I also have another piece of paper called the laugh shield. Disruption makes me laugh, not to hurt other people, but to disrupt the tactics of those the spirits and other manipulators around me, right? So I write they're not happy that we're talking about this. I say that a lot when I can feel like the noise attacks or like things like that. I'm like, ooh, they're not happy. Like I now know they're not happy. Sometimes like they're not going to be happy that I'm going to talk about this segment, right? I'm like, they're mad. I can sense the noise. It's the answer. And I'm like, oh, you remember when the doves were walking around with one leg? There's doves that would hang out here by me, and they were just had one leg. They were just standing on one leg. I was like, that's so cool. I'm like, we are one because we are, guys. Everything we do radiates to other people. We are one. But that's what now when I see the doves, I think of that. It reminds me of like when they would pick up. There's like some sticks out here. They were picking up and they were putting it on the back of another dove. And I'm like, whoa, that's so cool. So now I associate that sticks and like doves with keep going, keep going, keep going. Do you guys get it? Like you see how like I'm creating my own meaning for these things. And that also makes me laugh. So like if I see the doves and I see them, there's other reminders related to it. Like there's once in a while I was put on a song late in the morning from Legend of Zelda called Spirit Temple, and they were just like running around, like they were like dancing to the music. Truly, it seemed that way. So you see, like I have all these positive associations to like the doves that are just out here. Do you guys see like how I can create like meaning to this, right? Do you guys see that? I'll write Spirit Temple again. You can do things like this to help you. And I know I'm saying it's to fight these spiritual things. It is. Just so you guys know, it is. But while you're getting there, you might not believe it yet. And that's okay. I don't fault you. But you can even just think about it from the people around you, right? How can you fight back against people that are attacking you and hurting you and making you believe that you're less than? And you're not, right? You're so talented and amazing and capable. You're not there yet. So you do some of these things, right? You create new meaning, you find new ways to believe in yourself. And it could be as even just like, hey, there's so much poison around you, but maybe they like this bowl and this bowl is like bad for you, but could you focus on the color of the bowl instead of the bowl itself? That can, I'm telling you, once you start realizing what are the things that cause you negative reminders, could you focus on that part instead? Ideally, you would want to not even have the bowl, right? If the bowl was negative for you, but you can do things like that to help you to even the odds a little bit, stack them in your favor, because that's really all it is. Everything I'm trying to teach you guys, there's so much, right? It's just so you guys see. Look, think about how much I'm just telling you right now, right? There's just so much stuff that you guys can do. Do you guys see? But we're gonna do one more interrupt, and I'm gonna explain why I'm saying this. So maybe get like a little Tupperware or get like here's one, a mug, right? This one means something really special to me. They kind of poisoned it for a little bit, but I'm fighting it. I'm trying to cure it and heal it. But it's related to the girl that I was looking to build a life with. But maybe that's on pause right now. But who knows? I'll have to find a new girl, but we'll figure it out, right? Anyway, so this has that meaning to me, but also, do you see this? Like, there's like a crack here. That means something for me too. That's spiritual communication. Just so you guys know, they communicate with what we're kind of experiencing right now in front of us, what we're doing, for good and bad. So right now, like you're watching let's say like a TV show, and there's a scene where like the characters are climbing a ladder. That could mean, hey, you're doing the climb. Now, when you're going to start learning that stuff, you're like, shit, you're going to overanalyze things. You're going to focus too much on that stuff. So like this has a crack, right? Like if I see that and like, it's almost like they guide my eyes to look at it. I'm like, hey, you cracked it. We're proud of you. But do you guys see like you could get easily lost when you do that stuff? I did when I first was learning all this stuff. I'm telling you that we do what we must. That's what this paper says, right? But I want people to understand that I don't want you guys to get lost here. So I want you to join me in this interrupt, practice creating an interrupt right now. But after you do that, I want to explain to you guys what actually matters and what doesn't, knowledge-wise, because let's do it. Okay, so I have pieces of paper like those ones that I just showed you in there. Okay, so I'm just gonna dig a little bit in here, see what I find. Maybe I shake it up like this. All right, let's see what I got. Oh no, never mind. I thought it was the same one I got yesterday, so I was gonna be like, I gotta change it up. All right, so it says Ripper. That's related to a video game monster, but it also has a theme that I use to get in flow, music. So, for example, if I were you guys, I would write a song that you enjoy. Then maybe you could loop that you could use to get in flow. So this one goes da na 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 da 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 da. Maybe like a movie from your past, like maybe an Interstellar song or like a Western song or something of that nature, right? I think instrumental is the way to go, but if you want to use a lyrical song, it's okay, right? Like I told you, like there's some Sonic songs, like the one that I wrote on the other piece of paper. What I'm made of, it doesn't matter now. Like there's a lot of options, okay? Or even Fiddler on the Roof, right? If I were a rich man, to life, lie. Like anything like that could work, okay? So then what could be related to that? This fight game in that song, I relate to progression. Like there was a really good challenge that I overcame because I always do things without as many resources or lower level or with less experience to try to push myself. So I write progress. I wrote flow because it's a song that helps me get into flow, right? And then I write things related to that that just are positives for me. Final Fantasy VIII, it's a video game that I used to play when I was a kid. The Train, it was a specific challenge that required like creative thinking and like things of that nature. Innervate, Swiftmen, those are things from my World of Warcraft shield, right? You see like from other shields, and it talks about like getting back your energy. You needed to like so you could heal. That's what those abilities were. They were abilities that let you heal more and get back energy. Blue buff from my League of Legends shield that I also did. The same thing helped me get back energy, right? And then I wrote Banjo Tooie, just a game that I enjoyed playing when I was a kid. Feature a song and from a thing that has very positive memories. And this is just a great thing, right? We're redeeming the future. And then one more thing, I wrote Arbiters, and that's related to a story that I wrote. One of the villains, they're arbiters of fate. Like they kind of dictated people's future. Kind of like what these things are doing. But you guys see, look, that's just a piece of paper. You see how I could talk about it, each thing, but without going too far on each thing. I didn't say like, oh, the arbiters did this, and then they did this, and then this, and these were the character names and that. Because what happens if I would have done that? I'm going down that path. So now then they can start nudging me related to that. And they can start going too far. So one of the key things is you always got to change paths. If you stay on it for too long, they'll find a way to weaponize it. See, something like this, just even like a little Tupperware or a mug or a piece of paper in there like that have a few things that are related to your shields, the things that you value, the things that you care about, that mean something to you, and attach it to a song as well. And I'm telling you, that is one of the most important things that you can do. So what we combine there, an interrupt and a positive shield path. Positive shield paths are super important because they change our focus. They change our current lens. They teleport us to different time periods. So sometimes what you're going to realize is that the attacks that you experience outside or like through ads or info that you consumed take you to a specific time period when something bad happened or something sad happened or around that time period. You're like, ooh, right now, like my head is currently thinking about like when I was in the bathroom right now, like I'm teleported there. I'm like, no, I want to be right here in this area where I stream my stream setup. So what could I talk about if I want to be teleported here rather than the bathroom? If I say like toilet, if I say sink, if I say you guys will be in the, but if I say like, hey, my you spirit mask, the hand saving us, the magic lamb, hunt like a lion, always walk forward, the star diplomat, right? The shepherd path, the shepherd vest, the owl, like those things would teleport you here. Do we get it? So that's what I want you guys to think about. Sometimes, like if they take you to a different location, you talk about things or focus on things that teleport you to a different time period, a different location. That's really powerful because a lot of them are attacks are big take is because we mentally are in that location. Okay. Think of it like you're in a dream and you're just in that spot right now, in that building. You want to just get out of that building because that building is dangerous. Okay. That's really the most important thing. I have a lot of streams on my YouTube, Start Implement, and some of the ones from like 6 months ago really go in depth a lot about the spiritual stuff. And they're all like, this is the evolution of that, right? And some of my earlier streams, even just in this 20-day challenge so far, talk about it. And all of it matters. I just want all of you to know, but it can be overwhelming. And that's normal. The most important thing is that you heal. Okay? You're going to learn this stuff eventually. It's going to fall into place. But it's okay if it doesn't. And if it's okay if it doesn't for a long time. I don't want you guys to get lost by trying to figure all that out. I'm respecting your intelligence because I know that you're capable. I know that you're talented. I know that you're good. But I also know that when I was learning all of this stuff and figuring out, yes, I didn't have someone break it down like this, but I had some help, right? But still, I was figuring it out and I overwhelmed myself many times and it was bad. And I don't want you to get to that state. So this is all I'm going to say about it. Why do we not want to get overwhelmed and focus on those things? Because the whole goal is we don't want to listen to them right now. You guys understand? Like, the whole point of this is to finally break free from them, but also from everyone around you so that you can just choose everything. You no longer allow for your current situation. You no longer tolerate your old reality because now you healed. Now you regained all your memory. You know how much you're capable of, how good you are. And once that's the case, you're no longer chained by your conditioning, your insecurities, your fears, your traumas, and all those other attachment variables and things we talked about in the other streams. Right now, you can choose every single decision. When that happens, right, we don't want to start getting chained to like the spiritual stuff. Now, if enough humans break free, my belief, hope, and I just don't see how that wouldn't be the case. I believe that they would start changing everything, right? Because it's like, well, crap, we can't keep doing what we've been doing. Just think of it like if all employees quit and no longer go to work, right? The boss has to change something, okay? That's just all we're doing. We're breaking free, okay? We're breaking free. But if you want to learn more of the spiritual stuff and you haven't listened to or you can re-listen to the earlier ones again, okay, guys? It's all valuable knowledge. But right now, the most important thing is healing, remembering your journey, how far you've come, right? It's a reminder of how far you've come and where we're headed. Freedom. So what actually matters, right? You guys see, what actually matters is just what we talked about in the last segment is really what I would love to do every single day, just so you guys know. Just boosting you up, reminding you that you're amazing. Just nonstop positives, saying, hey, you got this. Keep walking. Never stop fighting, guys. I believe in you. Positive outlook. Right? Like exclusively. A lot of motivational speakers do that. And you feel great until you get an interrupt and they start nudging you. You get a dark nudge and a reinforcement, and then it's over. All that work that they did, the motivational speakers or the video that you watched, is lost. Like, no one understands it. They don't understand why they lose the motivation. It's because when you were listening to it, you've gone on a path. Remember how we did an interrupt at the beginning? Anything can interrupt you. You guys see how easy it is to get an interrupt. And then all it needs is a nudge and a reinforcement, and that's it. Now you're on the dark path. It's, as you're not fully healed or fully light. That's all it takes. So then that entire video, that entire speech, whatever it was, is gone. The effects are gone. Now the recency is still close, so that means you're still going to be a little more optimistic. Your outlook's going to be a little better. Enough. Recency is powerful, but it's not enough. And then they just keep reinforcing with a few other things, and it's over. So now you could just keep reconsuming it over and over again, have it on loop, the same motivational thing. Yeah, that could work, but that means that if it ever gets paused or interrupted, it's over. Do you guys understand? Like, that's why I'm actually trying to teach all of you what you need to learn. Because otherwise, you're reliant on it. Do we understand? Otherwise, if you don't ever listen to that video or a motivational video or something, you're done for. You need it. And what happens if you don't have it? Do we get it, guys? So a lot of the things I talk about aren't easy to like process. Like, that's internal. Because we're breaking the conditioning chains or destroying your locks that they put on you related to insecurities and fears and traumas. We're destroying all of them. So it's not comfortable. But if you can do it, if you can actually do the journey and do the climb, then you're going to be set for life. Because they're going to try to reinstall it. I just want you guys to understand. They're going to try. But you now will see it. You feel it when it's happening. You're like, oh, doesn't mean it's fun, right? Because that's scary. Do you guys get how terrifying it is? Like, think of it like you're Prince of Egypt, deliver us, and the shepherd to shepherd us, right? We're at the start of we're healing. Thanks for starting the hero path, Leon. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. You right? Like you finally broke free. You're finally free from slavery, and then you feel them put like a shackle on you, on like one of your arms or like a leg or something like that, or you get whipped on your back once. You're like, oh no, right? It's the associations, the approximation of it. You now recognize what it is. You now know. So you start learning like the senses, the smells, the sounds, the visuals, the how they try to start it. You know what each thing relates to. Like, ooh, that smell is related to that time period. I see what they were trying to do. Do you guys understand? And then all of a sudden, if you start talking out loud, you're going to see that you all of a sudden might say something about something else. And you're like, it could have even a minor reference related to that time period. You're like, shit. And I'm telling you, that'll start a path. And then you'll be teleported there temporarily. And it could make you go down if you're not fully healed, right? And when you're dark consumed, remember I said, now you're vulnerable to that. You're not protected anymore. And then they keep reinforcing, you keep talking about it, and then maybe you get mad. Now you view things differently, you interpret things differently. That's how it starts. So what actually matters? Just trying every single day to change your circumstances. But remember what we said. If there's even one bad thing that happens, you no longer tolerate it. You say, no more. I will no longer allow that. Now, the first time that you do that, it's going to feel weird. Just so you guys know, it's going to feel weird. So when I first started doing this, just so you guys know, so I looked in the mirror, and even when I went outside, I was like, I brainwashed myself. I was like, there's no other path. There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do. I have to stream. I can't do anything else. I have to. There's nothing else I can do. There's just no other path. There's nothing. As long as they recreate the worst things that have happened in my life every time I go outside, there's nothing else I can do. That's it. And now even my ads too, that's it. There's nothing else. All I can do is heal. All I can do is stream. That's it. I can't do anything else. I can't play video games. I can't listen to music. I can't walk my dog. I have to stream. There's nothing else I can do. Right. So I did something like that. I'm not saying you have to do exactly that, but it worked for me. So what you have to do, what you have to do, right? We do what we must. If that helps you regain control of the narrative for you just temporarily so you can start healing the healing process, then do so. Okay. But the most important thing is just remembering you got this as long as you try, but you can no longer tolerate the things that are unacceptable. There's no world where you should ever be suffering, especially by the people around you. Do you guys get it? If we shouldn't suffer at all, but the people closest to us, completely unacceptable. Do we understand? There's no world where that's okay. That's why, like, it devastated me for so long what was going on with my brother. Do you guys get it? Like, it's so devastating. Not anymore though. I've completely detached, and that's where we're headed. But do you guys get it? Like, that was a big problem for me because, well, it's my brother, and I've always just been wanting to help him because he still hasn't healed things that I know have bothered him for years and years, and I just know how easy it is for me to heal it. But he did it, right? That's even the worst part because I'm like, I could heal it for you in 2 days, but you don't even want to try. That's what I'm saying, guys. Just try. But if the people or other people around you refuse to try and they're causing problems, well, then you can't accept it anymore. You can't. The eternal calm is a very powerful tactic, but just be careful because the dark is going to catch on that you're no longer talking to them, and then they will convert them and try to make them even more of a poison. But all you can do is keep walking forward. You have to heal, and hopefully it motivates them, inspires them when they see your light to be better. But if they still don't, what can you do? You have to then move on. Do we understand? Like, it's not what we want. It's not what we want. But you can't get who you are. I want people to think about, like, the majority of us, until we break all our programs and all our conditioning and all our associations, the way we interact with other people is based on programs. Think of it like you have a set of commands, like 20 commands in your folder, in your database. And it's like, but think about, like, you have commands for each person that you know. So if they change who they are, if they broke their programs, if they change their conditioning, if they actually remembered who they are, right? They did their progress journey and they rediscovered their worth and their value and all this stuff. Well, now they're not going to behave the same way anymore, right? So that's you, right? Now you're starting to believe, now you're starting to understand how great you are and how talented and how amazing you are, all this stuff, right? So now all the people around you had an old version of you, right? An old program of how, because that's what has been installed in them. It's like, oh, Star Diplomat is not a good person, right? They're incompetent. They don't value money. They don't know how to make money. They're worthless. So they see me again. They haven't seen me in 2 years, and they see me and they're like, oh, there's worthless Star Diplomat who doesn't know how to make money. What? I'm just like, what did you say? Okay, see ya. They're like, wait, what? Before he would have been like, you're right. How can I make? Can you teach me how? And now I say, what did you say? See ya. And I just walk. They're like, wait, what? What just happened? You guys see, like, they're still operating based on an old program that was installed based on who you were when you were fully poisoned, right? And you didn't believe. So that's the sad reality, specifically about, like, your family or people up or things of that nature, or old friends. That's why those people are vines that ensnare us. Okay, they entangle us. They're roots that keep us where we are. And you guys have heard of the crab analogy, right? Like crabs in a bucket. That's real, by the way, but it's intentional by the dark forces to keep us trapped, because we also are just programmed from birth and conditioned from birth to believe that we have to be what other people see us as. Do you guys understand? I'm telling you, it's really hard to break. It was extremely challenging for me. And it happens to all of us. It's normal because that's just since day one, that's what's installed in us. It's just how it is. It's what our parents and the older generation was. Do you guys get it? Like, it's just what it is. Truly, the moment we're born, since until today, everyone has always just reinforced that. It's just what else are we going to be than that? It's like if right now your mom expects you to be, you were always a good kid who gave hugs and sent me messages. Why don't you do that anymore? And she sends that to me. Well, I'm just like, oh, you're right. I need to do that. Cause I'm like, Mom, and we're going to build up to it, but I'm just going to give you guys an example. I'm like, Mom, until you stop worrying about things that don't matter anymore, until you stop trying to keep poison and bring up bad reminders and realize that life is different than you think it is, I can't interact with you because you're going to bring me down. And it's the last thing I want. I want to spend every minute with you. I want to get to know you again. I want you to get to know me as who I am today. But you refuse to learn. You refuse to grow. You refuse to heal. So I can't. Do you guys understand? Like, it's the last thing you want. But they're operating with a false version of you. It's not active, not current. Think of it like, maybe you guys have heard of Game of Thrones, right? So think of it like we're watching currently the final season, right? What was it? Watching season 8, yet my mom is still watching. It was only has watched season 1, and she's trying to talk to us about what happened with the characters. And I'm like, she doesn't even know that character like died or that happened. Like, do you guys see? Like, that's kind of what happens with all of us, with people from our past. They're still in season 1 of our story. Yet we're in season 8. Do you guys understand how much has happened between 1 and 8? Especially if you've healed and regained control, and you can change so quickly once you heal. It truly, you can go 8 seasons in, like, if you watch all my stuff, right? 20-day streams, you can heal fully in 40 days. That means you went from season 1 to season like 20 in 40 days, and they're still operating season 1 version of you. Do you guys get it? So now you go back and you talk to them, and all of a sudden they start saying things again related to season 1. And what is that going to do? That starts negative paths again for you. So if you're not even 100% healed, but even if you're 100% healed, it can still start you down a negative path. You're not going to get completely consumed like you used to, right? You're not going to get insecure again. You're not going to traumatize again, but you're going to still feel weird because it's going to start you down that path again. You're like, wait, what? You always were worthless. You were so bad at sales. You were bad at talking to people. I'm like, what? Do you guys get it? Like, even if it's not true, even if you know it's not true, it still was something that hurt you in the past. So they're going to bring it back up. And if they're not fully healed, you best bet the dark spirits are going to nudge them to say things like that. I'm telling you. It's not an accident. So what, like, do you see how devastating that is? Because people are like, how can you just leave people behind? You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. If you stay stuck to them, if you're attached to them, if you refuse to move on, because remember, it's the last thing you want to do. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? It's the last thing that we would actually want to do. That's why they weaponize it. That's why they weaponize it. Because they know that the majority of us care so much. So how could you prevent people from healing who are starting to finally break free? Be like, well, your brother, your friends, you really think you're better than them? And then you go hang out with them again after you felt healed or you were close to healing, and you see them again. And then all of a sudden they start bringing up old shit from like 5 years ago when maybe the one time you made a mistake. And now they brought up the recency again. And you come home and you're like, ugh, I didn't have a lot of fun there. They're still the same people. Oh God, I can't believe they still think that I'm that. I've changed so much. I've grown so much. I've learned so much. They don't even know me anymore. I'm like, why do I want to hang out with them anymore? I really shouldn't hang out with them anymore. But I don't really have any other friends. I guess I should. And then they're like, well, let me put on music to change my mood. And then the moment you put on music, you're distracted, right? So then all of a sudden an ad plays. and it has the even you're now trained to mute it, but you forget to mute it, and the first few words are related to something that they brought up, right? Maybe you used to drink or something, right? And you don't anymore. But it's like, for those people who still can't stop drinking, and you're like, oh my gosh, you guys see, like that's all it takes. And now it reinforced the path. And now you're mad. You're like, can't believe. And that is all it takes to ruin so much of the work that you did. That's it. You guys see that? You just hung out with the people from your past that refused to heal and refused to put in the work. And then you got distracted and you made a mistake. And you listen. It is, guys. Just so you guys know. So if people around you feel like, why can't they ever change? Is because they're just consuming excessive amounts of info. They have poisoned reminders everywhere. Like I think about my family, like they just have picture frames that bring them to sad moments because they refuse to heal, and then they don't know how to detox because it's extremely challenging. They only hang out with the same people who are poisoning them over and over again. I know exactly who they are. Like from some of my parents, my Aunt Nancy, I'm sorry, but she's the ultimate poison because she lives. We talked about it enough, but I'm just saying, do you guys know like stuff like that? And you have a choice, right? You are you going to heal? Are you going to no longer allow your situation to continue? Are you going to continue to tolerate that they poison you, that they make you think that you're less than you are? Because remember, when you talk to them, they're going to treat you like that old version, just so you guys. But then they might actually interact with you and see you, and they don't understand who you are anymore. They don't know what to do. They're like, wait, why don't you do those things anymore? Why don't you talk about those things anymore? Like they might even bring up old stories. And now they also will be nudged to bring up like old people from your past to try to like cause paths again and teleport you there. It's all not an accident because they're dark consumed. So these spirits are going to do that. They want you to live in your past. They want to own all their attacks are memory attacks, recreations of the past. That's why as long as you keep walking forward and keep creating new and do stuff like this, you're protected. But think about it, like that's why retired people are so they are doomed from the beginning because they're told that their life is now complete, right? So they're no longer creating new. So now all they have is the past. Do you guys get it? I'm just like, you guys are completely free. Start creating new. Start believing again. But none of us has a choice. Okay. So what happens if you're fully detached? No more chains. No more locks. Locks, right, are like the insecurity, fears, traumas. No more storylines. No more reasons. These are all the things that I talked about in the previous streams, especially from like day 4 or 5 to like day 13. Okay. So now, if you do all that stuff, everything only has a purpose for its function. Remember what I told you guys, even this stream is now a tool for self-healing. That's its purpose. That's its function. I'm completely detached from any of you who are watching for my own protection. It's the last thing I want, just so you guys know. I want to get to know each and every one of you. I want to be involved in your healing journey every step of the way. Like I can't even begin to tell you guys how badly I want, like whoever is watching this, whenever you're watching this, like I want you to reach out, and I would love to be able to do like a group call or like invite, I think you could invite 10 guests on the stream and be like, just have them there and be like, hey, what do you guys think about, like, are you following along? Like, what do you like, you have questions or something? Like, I would love to talk to you and help you individually and explore your situation. Like, there's nothing that I would want more than that, because I know how powerful that could be for healing. Because it's, even though you might be learning all this stuff, it's difficult to take it from a point of just listening to it, taking notes, understanding it, but then applying it is extremely hard. Easy, right? So if you're making progress, which you are, I know you are, you should be proud of yourself. But I would love to do more, but I can't. Not right now. I just can't, because I'm also, even though I've completely detached, I can't risk right now reattaching, because It's extremely dangerous. I finally healed, yet I'm telling you, every single day they're trying to corrupt me and poison me nonstop. Now, that might not happen in your guys' reality, but it's happening in mine. So now that I know that, I have a choice. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you guys know that your old friends are still stuck in the past and refuse to heal and take a step forward, you have a choice. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? If you know they still want to go to the bars and just drink nonstop, what are you going to? What are info is in the is, and that's how we get poisoned. What are you going to do? Are you going to choose to go to the bars with them and drink and just play that game again? Or are you going to finally be like, hey, you know what? Have fun, stay safe. I hope you guys finally take a step forward one day and grow and heal into becoming the amazing person that I know you guys are. But this is not my path anymore. Or you just don't say anything and you just realize it doesn't matter, because it doesn't. There's millions of people. And the only reason why you cared was because you got attached to them. Because you did so many things together and you guys spent time together, or maybe you worked together or whatever. But if you got a new job tomorrow, I'm telling you, after a month and you got attached to new coworkers, you're going to forget the old ones. It doesn't seem feasible right now. It doesn't seem possible right now. Attachment, we talked about it a lot on the earlier streams, like day 7 or something like that. It's one of the hardest ones to destroy. It's a beast. It's just truly so challenging. It's still, I'm impressed with myself, truly, how detached I am now. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. And I sometimes when I talk the stories about my parents, right, I just want you guys to understand, like, it's not easy to remember it, because I have a lot of positives with them, even though there's a lot of negatives too, but there's a lot of more positive than anything. And I know if they heal and they listen to this and they believe and they try, right, like, I know it'd be possible to re-engage with them, but in their current iteration, I can't talk to my parents anymore because of the difficulty of the game that I'm playing now. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, do you guys see the sacrifices that have to be made if other people refuse to heal? That's how serious this is. Because these are the people that keep you poisoned. And is that fun to say? Is that fun to talk about? Is that fun to consider? On the contrary, it's devastating. And that's when you feel that way, that's your chain that you haven't broke yet to them. And it's going to be hard. You're probably going to cry. You're probably going to have to do a lot of work. But if right now, if I engage with them and I try to see, like, if they heal or if they put in the work, I'm at risk. Do you guys understand? Like, I'm at risk. So that means they have a negative effect on me until they change. People are like, you're an asshole. I'm like, then so be it. If that's what we need to do to survive, to protect ourselves, to be who we can always be, then that's what we need to do. Do you guys understand? That's what they weaponize. Like, why do you think I'm fighting so hard? Why do you think I'm trying to get all of you to start believing and to fight? Because I don't want the world to be that way. Do you guys understand? It's not what I want. I want to be able to spend time with these people, even if they haven't started their journey yet. I want to be able to help my parents heal actively. I want to spend time with them. I want to talk to them. I've been trying to find ways to do so through other means, but it's the moment I even open a little bit of door, so much poison can crawl. Understand? Because since they are not fully healed, the dark spirits immediately nudge them to ask questions about old storylines that are completely finished, but for them it's not, because they live in the past. And they're trying to recreate problems like that or activate things that have been already finished. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, That's what they do. And so you have a choice. Do you want to live in the past and keep that old version of you active that was like insecure, traumatized, afraid, not believing themselves? Because that's what they still see, right? And that's what they're going to try to bring back through them. So until they get to know me, like my parents can watch these streams. You guys understand? They can watch these streams and get to know who I am today. And if they put in all the work and do everything that I'm saying, then we're going to be ready. Then we can hang out again and we can spend time again together. But until they do you guys see? We can't. If my parents want more, then they need to improve. And that's what you have to get to for each and every single person in your life. If they want more, then they need to improve. If your boss wants you to keep working there, then they need to improve. Regardless, you should quit, right? Just to regain control of your freedom and to heal. And then you can decide if after a certain amount of time, 41 days, right? Do I want to go back? Do I care about money still? Like, right? But I just want to think about it like that, right? If your girlfriend refuses to heal and refuses to treat you with respect and value you and see your capabilities, or if she doesn't protect you from the poison from her like friends and sisters and stuff like that, well, then you have a choice. I'm not saying you guys need to break up. It's like, hey, we need to create some distance while we heal. I can't wait to spend more time with you. I want to heal you. I want to help you, right? And you will. And use this to like you have to. You have to. Do we get it? It gets to the point where we have to do this. It's an obligation, it's a moral obligation to humanity, to the world, to ourself. It's not a question about, oh my God, I'm hurting her feelings. It's a question about, do we care about ourselves and do we care about healing the world? Because remember, if you're not healed, if they just send a little negative reminder and it gets reinforced by accident by something, you're now poisoning and corrupting other people, especially until you realize what is them and what's not. You have to detach. What does that mean? It means that you have to detach from your girlfriend, for example. And that's not easy, especially if she's your ultimate shield. But what happens when you do that? A bonus. My parents are a bonus, but it's a bonus that I can't get. I might never get again. Do you guys understand? I fully accept it, just so you all are aware, that I might never talk to my parents again. And yet we were finally going on a positive path after so much work. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, this is not easy, especially as you start escalating this game. But this is how serious it is. If they refuse to put in the work, if they refuse to heal, if they refuse to believe, then mom and dad, if you're listening, we can communicate like this. I'll throw in little messages every stream for you. And I hope you're listening. And I hope you realize I don't want it to be like this, but there's no other choice. I hope you take this seriously. I realize that you need to move on. You need to walk forward. And everything that's happened in the past happened. Doesn't mean that it's over. Doesn't mean that it has to stay that way. But right now, we have to move forward. You have to move forward. You have to learn everything I'm saying because they're using you to destroy everyone around you. And you're getting destroyed by the people around you. You need to no longer allow for the current situation to continue. You need to no longer tolerate it. You need to detach from people. And you need to heal. And once you're healed, then we can start healing other people. But in Mexico, all the Mexican family is poison. Every single one of them is completely corrupted. Every single one of them. And until you detach from them, you're going to be always poisoned and corrupted. All right. So that was just a little message to them. But you guys see, like, you can always find workarounds. Maybe they listen to this and maybe this is how we communicate. I won't never know their response. Do you guys get it? Do like these little streams or like these videos and you can say, hey, mom and dad, or hey, girlfriend, or hey, friends, if you guys want to follow my path, if you want to see what I'm going through and what I'm talking about, it's there for you to see. If you do the climb, You know where to find me, but make it hard to get access to you again, guys. Like, don't make it easy. Because what ends up happening, and I did this in the past, you put in so much work, you finally start healing, you finally start growing, you finally start reclaiming control, you finally start believing in yourself again and seeing your actual worth. And because now you're no longer your vision is no longer tainted and foggy, right? You see yourself for who you actually are and what you've always been. But then you stop doing what got you there, right? That's why, like, even if I don't stream every day, I now know that I need to do it every so often to make sure that I get back on the right track because they put so much poison in us. So maybe it's like I only have to do it every 3 days, but still, you guys see, like, before I didn't do it at all. I'm like, if this helped me get there, if I stop now because I got there, and then all of a sudden I start talking to my mom and dad again, and maybe I talk to my ex-girlfriend again, and all of a sudden her sister shows up again, and friends from like high school up here again. And then before I know it, I'm like, what happened to me? Like, why am I like, what? Why am I drinking again? Why am I doing it? Like, do you guys see how it happens? Everything only has a purpose for its function. It's mechanical, it's cold, it's necessary. There's no time for caution. Until we all heal and break free, this is the only play left. It's the last thing I want, but I see no other choice. And I need you to take it seriously. If you're listening to this, you're farther ahead than the majority of people in the world. You are actually doing the climb. It's time to take it to the next level. It's time to detach. It's time. You need to do it. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun. It's going to hurt. But you're going to start breaking these chains. And then here's the cool thing, though. Once you do, everything becomes a bonus. And you don't realize, actually, like, when you need something, when you rely on something, you think that it makes it better, right? It feels that way. But when it becomes a bonus and then you get it, whew, telling you, it feels so good. The day that I talk to my parents again, it's going to feel so good. And I'm not going to cry out of like joy. It's just like, I'm going to cry because they healed. Not because I'm talking to them, but because they healed. Do you see? If I needed if I was reliant on it, if I needed it, I would have cried that we finally are talking again. But when it's a bonus, I'm just happy to heal. You see, because I don't need it. Do you guys know it's not easy to say that there's a chance that I might never talk to them again for the rest of my life? And until you get to that level, you guys are vulnerable. And you best believe that if you're starting to do the climb and break free, that they're going to try to re-enslave you. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. You have to break free. And they're going to use the people that you care about the most. They're going to. They're going to try anything. I'm telling you, over the past few months, there's people that from when I first started my sales diplomat journey almost a year ago now, a little less than that, right? Suddenly, like, all these people were like starting to message me a few months ago, like 2 months ago or something, talk to me in like 10 months. Like, all of you guys vanished all of a sudden when I started like exposing this knowledge. They were messaging me and talking to me and following me when I was talking about sales and hiring. But then the moment I started exposing, like, right, like they all like abandoned me. Think of it like that, right? But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they all started appearing again. And I'm like, I didn't reply to any of them. I didn't talk to any of them. Do you guys get it? Because why? That can change my path. Doesn't matter if it was good for bad, but even though just seeing their name pop up in LinkedIn, I closed the message right away, but it still pops up. Do you guys understand that that's still a nudge? It still teleports you to time periods like, oh, I remember when they were like, we used to talk, send messages on LinkedIn, or like they write on my comments or follow me. Do you guys see? It's not harmless. It teleports you to those time periods. Just not even seeing what they wrote, just seeing their name or like their, and they're not any different than any other person. Just so you guys know, for example, if you guys have only just met me now, right? But if you've been watching all these streams, you actually know me pretty well. Okay, I don't know you, but you know me pretty well. So if let's say you made a post on LinkedIn, okay, or on YouTube, and I like your thing, or I write a comment on it, I'm like, I'm so proud of you. Keep going. I am. I'm extremely proud of you. Keep going. But I write it there. You're like, oh my God, Shepard, Star Diplomat did it. Do you guys feel a little more special because you've grown attached to me? For good or for bad, either way. You see, you used to have more. But if you had never watched or consumed any of my stuff, and I liked it or wrote a comment, you don't even know who I am. It's just like, oh, this random dude liked my post or like commented on my thing. Do we understand? That's the danger of attachment. That's why, like, all of a sudden they're gonna have maybe like that high school girl that you used to like, that you never ended up dating or asking out because back then you were scared. All of a sudden, like, let's say you break some of your chains or you're breaking free, and like all of a sudden she'll message you out of nowhere. It's like, hey, I saw your thing, and I'm like, I wanted to say hi. You're like, oh my gosh, it's her. She's nothing. Do you guys understand? She is nothing. Back then, she was something for you, but not anymore. But when you get that message, it teleports you back to that time period, and now you feel like she's something. I'm telling you, the next girl that you see outside, if you walked outside, means exactly the same as her. Nothing. All of them are nothing. And until you get to that point, they're going to control you through that. The moment you start breaking free and you start healing, you start regaining control of yourself and believing in what you're capable of, and you see your progress, they will start bringing those people back into your life. I just know, like, for example, my dad, he's got completely consumed by his old high school friends, right? These group chats. Completely. They poison him completely like that. I mean, it feels good, right? If you're kind of lost, you retired, you don't know what you're doing anymore, and all of a sudden these people come back into your life. Do you guys get it? It's not an accident. I'm not saying that they're all bad, but most of them are dark consumed, so they just poison each other. It's time to take this seriously, guys. So what happens when we detach? You no longer allow anything. You just no longer allow them to be part of your experience, right? At your level. And now people are like, that sounds elitist as fuck. And I'm like, it's not. It's just what your level means is that you've broken free from all that stuff, right? You no longer care about that version of the game. You're worried about healing the world, about healing yourself, about improving everything. You're not worried about like the numbers, the reward. You're now playing a different version of the game. I mean, I just want you guys to know, like, this is why, like, I get so frustrated at them. Like, I'm trying to heal the world, right? I've healed myself. I'm just trying to heal the world. I'm trying to help everyone. I'm trying to like take us to the promised land. But really, just so you guys would know, it's like a world where we don't have to work, where we can actually just improve everything. We're not caring about money. And all of a sudden, they try to remind me of like my first girlfriend who abused me. And I'm like, that was like 15 years ago. Thing. I'm trying to heal the entire world. Why do I care about her? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? That's what they do. And if you're still attached, it can destroy you. but also usually, of course, they have negatives associated to it. But you guys see what I'm saying? Like, I'm playing this game. I'm basically playing the game of God, right? With my you. We're playing like a God level, right? Like we're doing the God challenge. Yet they want us to care about like this high school girl or whatever, or like college girl. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, do we understand? Would a God worry about some random fucking stupid chick from high school? That's how you guys need to view it. Now, I'm not saying you have to dehumanize or insult people, but whatever it takes for you to just realize, like, you guys see like what I'm talking about? Once you start taking a step back and understand your entire journey, you catch it. You like these people still worry about things. Like if I talk to my mom, they're gonna like remind me of like a random kid from middle school. I'm like, do you guys understand? They're nothing. You understand what I'm dealing with when the level I'm playing at, and you're worried about that? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? That once you catch it, you never unsee it. You're like, oh my gosh, they try to keep us in the past. They try to keep us focused on those things. It's intentional. It's intentional. So that's what I'm saying. Like you no longer, now that you're detached, you no longer allow it, right? You just no longer would interact with them. You no longer do because they're playing on that level. You're playing on this. Like if you guys ever played video games, think with like difficulty, right? Like they're playing the game on very easy. You're playing on very hard, but very hard is because of you progressed so far. We're not playing the same game anymore. You guys get it? So you can't stay with them until they heal and put in the work. You will give them all in all. You will throw it. You say, hey guys, watch this, or I'm going to make my own videos or write my own posts or like make my own graphics. Like maybe I'm a good artist and maybe I'll draw some things and it'll be, or maybe I'll make some comics and like show you guys what the knowledge I'm learning, how I healed, and I'll share it with you. But that's how we can communicate, but no other way right now until you do so. If I see that you're starting to take it seriously and you're getting closer, maybe we'll say hello, but that's it, right? Even then, that's a risk. They will weaponize any in. I'm telling you guys. If you're really breaking free and you're this close to fully healing and believing in yourself again and getting rid of all the poison, all your insecurities, all your fears, all your traumas, they will use anything. Anything. You can't allow it. See what I mean? We cannot allow our current, not allow, must believe, change everything for better. But the biggest reason why you need to detach, they prevent you from experiencing new storylines, from climbing. Right now, I'm telling you guys, first heal, right? Give yourself time. It starts with 40 days. See where you feel. See where you're at. But I'm telling you, if you hang out with the people from your past who still see you as the old program, they'll tell me, be like, wait, you're not a streamer. You don't know how to talk to people. What? You don't know how to heal people. You don't know how to help people. So if I listen to them, I would stop doing this. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Do you guys see? They stop your new storylines from even starting. To have a new girlfriend, have a kid with her, build an organization, right? And someone's like, what? Nah, you're the perpetually single guy. Or you're the guy who just only has one night stands. You can't have a kid. I'm like, wait, are you telling me who I am? You guys see what I'm trying to tell you? Like that happens to all of you. What? But you were, my dad, for example, is like, you were the soccer player. You have to be the soccer player. I'm like, what? No, he doesn't have to be anymore. He can choose to be if he wants to, but they put you in places because most of us now feel like we have to continue to be that, or else we'll disappoint them. They don't mean anything. Everyone means the same. Nothing. Even my opinion about you doesn't mean anything. Now, believe me when I tell you, you are good. You're talented. You're capable. You're getting there. You're getting closer every single day. You're getting closer every single day to finally breaking free, to finally realizing how good you are. You really are. If you've been following along from day one till now, I'm telling you, you guys have no idea how good you've gotten. Now, it's time to take the final step. We talked about attachment earlier in one of the streams, but now it's time. I brought it back now because I want people to really feel it now that you've progressed. It's time to take it seriously. You got this. They stop you, right? I'm telling you, they're going to stop you from helping other people. They're going to stop you from helping yourself. And I'm saying the spirits are doing it, and also the people that they weaponize around you. Once you catch it, you'll never unsee it. I'm telling you. I told my brother, I keep using my brother's example just so people understand because it's happening. I'm like, this is what heals me. You don't have to listen to it, but this is what heals me, right? And there was a day where he truly was trying to disconnect the internet to stop me from streaming. And I'm like, why are you doing that? Do you guys understand it? Like, they try to stop you. So, what do you realize? There's going to be a question you have to ask yourself. What is actually worthwhile for you? Have you guys ever asked yourself that? What's actually worth it? What's actually worthwhile for myself? Have you? It's not an easy question. We think we know. That's what helps us get to our shields, right? Our 5 to 15. What matters? We think I'm like, I think most people would have said, well, my parents, right? Things of that nature, like my siblings, my family. I used to always have that on my list. It's not there anymore. Understand what I'm trying to tell you is that sometimes things that we thought were on there are no longer on there. Because what I realized was anything that's poisoned, anything that is not healed and refuses to take a step. For me, the most important thing is that I need to see that you take a step. That's the most important thing. So if you're listening to this right now, I just want you to know you would be part of my group. You hear how I'm detached from everything. Yet I'm saying if you've been listening to these streams and you've been following all along, I would welcome you into my circle. Do you guys understand? And I limit everything because you're actually putting in the work. You're putting in the first step. You're trying. You're trying to change your circumstances. You're trying anything. And you might not get there yet, but you're actually trying. You guys understand how invaluable that is, how important that is. That's the most important step. You're actually saying, I no longer want to tolerate my reality. I want to heal. I want to change things. I want to improve things. I no longer want to allow my current situation to continue. I believe it's possible that it can change for the better. It is possible. It's not impossible. And for me, that is the most important thing because there's people that I know and I feel so sorry for them, right? Because I was them 2.5 years ago when I got destroyed. I talked about another stream, so it's not the topic for today, but for like 6 months, for 6 months, I was completely destroyed, but I was healing actively during 6 months. I just had to rebuild from zero because they had completely broken me, right? I had everything, single thing about me was lost. I rebuilt from zero. I'm not saying I don't want any of you to have to go through that, but even if you're rebuilding from 50%, that's completely unacceptable. But every day after the first few weeks, when I first wasn't trying at all, I started trying. Every single day I started trying, and most days did not work, and most days were failures. But I kept trying every single day. I kept trying every single day and kept trying a different approach. But there's people that I know, so many, that are still destroyed and devastated over the same things. And I'm telling you, I know it's the most challenging thing they've experienced yet, but it's something as simple as they lost their wallet. And I'm like, guys, if anything, that should help you decondition yourself to money. Do you guys see? Yet they are completely devastated by it. And like we said, like it's relative to each person. But do you guys see what I'm talking about? Like I gave that example. It might not mean anything. You're like, what? That wouldn't destroy me. But for that person, I'm telling you, they're completely insecure and traumatized because of that one event. Because all now someone told them that they're a fucking klutz and like a idiot for losing that. And that's it. It's over. Do you guys see? Now all they have to see is even in a video game, the word klutz, and they get insecure again. That's what happens to every one of us. That's how they created it, and that's it. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm like, why wouldn't you take the first step to try to break that, to try to improve it, to try to remember who you are, that you're not that? So if you, whoever's listening, took the first step, I'm so proud of you. So what is actually worthwhile for you? Do you guys see? It's not so simple. It's not actually so simple. It's not. As you start climbing, you realize there's a lot of things you don't even need anymore. Even things that I thought were even some of my shields that are super important to me, I'm like, I can survive without them. Music is actually one of the most important things for me. And my specific songs, not even like lyrical songs, like certain video game music that help me be positive shields, or ones that I'm attaching to these ones that I've talked to you guys about. Do you guys get it? But I'm still using it as a tool, as a purpose, as a function to help me create positive shield paths. Do you guys see, like, everything becomes so mechanical and curated, and everything changes when you start viewing things differently, when you start regaining control of the narrative, when you start believing in yourself. I'm like, do I really need to see my aunt every week, knowing that she's poisoning me? No. They're like, how can you do that? I thought your goal was to unite all the families. It was. It is. Yet they prevent it. They stop it from happening, knowing that it would destroy me because that's what I want the most. So how can they destroy us? Like, that truly was one of my dreams, just so you guys know. I wanted to, so they guarantee it would never happen. And it destroyed me for so long. It's not worthwhile for me to try. Why would I try? Until they actually start taking it seriously. I'm giving them all the answers. All they have to do, each one of my family members, is watch this. Every single one of them. And if they actually put in, I think by now, like the 20 days is like 90 hours of streams. Okay, I'm not saying that that's a low amount, but you guys get it. If they want to interact with me again, ever in my life, I'm only 33. All they would have to do is consume 90 hours and put work, take notes, learn, study, try, and they would be able to get access to me. Yet they're going to complain about it for thousands of hours, for years. But they can't put in 90 hours total. And it doesn't even need to do that much, right? I'm just saying if they did that, that's already more than enough. But do you guys see what I'm trying to say? Like, My brother has been insecure and traumatized over certain things that are truly very easy to heal, but he doesn't want to take the first step for years, 8, 9, 10 years now, longer even. He could heal all those things if he asked me, hey, I'm ready in days. I could heal him in 1 day, 2 days tops because he has access to me and he doesn't do it. Or he could just watch it, this 90 hours, but it's been over 10 years. Do you guys know how many days are 90 hours? Not even four. Not even 4 days. That means that he can't even give himself 4 days, but he's been destroyed by something for 10 years. Do we get what I'm trying to tell you guys? The majority of you allow yourself to be destroyed by something that you could solve with maybe 5 days total of work. But instead of putting in those 5 days of work, you just see how impossible it is. You're like, oh, it would take 5 days of work. So you'd rather suffer for 10 years or longer or for the rest of your life about it. I'm not saying it easy. I'm not saying it's fun. But what is it going to take for you to realize? I'm like, if I finally put in this work, if I finally take the first step, I will finally be free. If you want to choose to be insecure and afraid again after this, but believe me, they want that, right? They're going to try everything to get you there anyway. It's fucked up once you catch it. Once you heal, you see it. I'm telling you, every single day, they try to make it happen no matter what I do. It doesn't work anymore. But do you guys still see that they're trying to remind me of it? It's not fun. It's beyond fucked up. So I hope that that's not happening in your guys' reality, but I have a feeling that if you break free and heal, it's going to happen to you as well. Just to give you guys an example, I used to care, I was insecure about my glasses. I got LASIK and I removed it, right? So just imagine, like, to give you guys an example, that everywhere, anytime I went outside, I saw just random glasses on the floor. That's my reality. Okay, guys? Every time I put on a music video on YouTube or a song, a video game song or whatever to listen to, or like right now, Interstellar Detach, there'd be an ad with glasses in it. I'm saying that that's what they do. Okay? Once you see it, you'll never unsee it. And they do it through any means possible. Maybe they don't actually have a picture of glasses. Maybe they have the word glasses. You try anything, or maybe you bring up a name of someone who wears glasses. I'm telling you, some stuff like that. They try anything. Or maybe there's a movie character that wears glasses, and then you're going to get an ad for that movie. You guys get it? I'm telling you, it's anything like that. Anything. They try anything. It's all a recreation of your past and try to bring you back to those time periods and those situations. And you're like, it took me years to heal. And now all you're trying to do is remind me of those like 2 time periods. It's beyond fucked up. And once you see it, you understand now why. Once you get there, you guys are going to realize what actually matters to you and what isn't worth it. Because why would you now spend time around people who refuse to heal, who are living as best to remind you of that? Do you guys get it? How is that worthwhile to you? That's a detriment to your life. You put in all this work. You finally remembered who you are, what you're capable of, your entire progress journey, all that stuff. And now, because you feel attached to these people that you can't move past, you're really going to risk destroying all that hard work that you put in. They need to do the same thing. You can no longer allow your current situation to continue. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. It just can't. It just simply cannot. Why do you allow it? The majority of things are not worth it. They're just not. Now, what those are, what you need and what you really care about and what you don't. But give yourself time to figure that out. And some of them are actually going to be really important to you, but you still have to detach. I'm telling you. You're going to learn what those are, and those hurt. But are we just going to continue poisoning each other and never let the world heal? Never let ourselves heal? You get to decide when the game is over, when the movie is over, when the book is over. Do you guys get it? You decide. I'm saying we all need to individually get to a point where one bad thing that happens, one, and you decide what that is, okay? For me, I'm telling you, one negative mental nudge. So for you, if you guys can't understand the spirit thing yet, anyone around you, anyone about you, see ya. That's it. I can't have you in my life right now. I'm taking my healing journey this seriously. People are like, wow, you're ridiculous now. And I'm like, this is how serious it is, guys. We have to respect ourselves to this level. We've been way too lackadaisical, whatever. That doesn't even matter. You see, the mistakes, words, they don't fucking matter. You guys know what I'm saying. We haven't taken it seriously for far too long, and the world has got completely corrupted. But if you can't even think about the outside world, think about your own world. You're having all these issues and struggles because you let so much poison in. For the first time ever, you're finally going to be like, I will no longer tolerate it. I will no longer accept that. I know what I'm capable of. I forgot. And I'm starting to finally remember, and I'm starting to piece it all together. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how did I get here? Like, this is impossible. Like, what? Because the moment you realize all those insecurities, all those fears, all those traumas, all those insults, all those things that you thought you were, when you thought you weren't good and capable, when you realize not only was it all fabricated, they all poison you. They were saying it intentionally. None of it is true. When that happens, it's one of the worst days of your life. People are like, what? Wouldn't that be one of the best days of your life? You would think. You would think. You want to know why it's one of the worst? Because you know that there was years of your life that you thought you were shit, that you thought you were broken, that you thought that you were worthless, that you let other people dictate your storylines. And it was all a lie. It was all fake. It was all fabricated. It was all intentionally reinforced to make you believe it. You forgot. And you just saw all the missed opportunities. Now, don't go down that path, right? But I just want people to understand it's going to happen, right? You're going to feel it for a moment. You're like, wow, I didn't date that girl because I thought I was incompetent. Or obviously, right, we're moving away from jobs and all this stuff, but I'm just saying this is all going to happen to you. I'm just trying to give you guys examples so you understand why it's so horrible. Wow, I didn't apply for that job because I thought I was shit. Wow, I cried that day because, well, I didn't get a sale, but I thought it was because of me, but now I realize it's because of this. You're like, all these things start popping up in your head, and you're like, it's just really brutal. But then after you have that, then you get mad. That's why it actually, even as it gets worse, because then you get mad. You get mad at the people who did it to you, but now you also then know it's those assholes who manipulated them. But sometimes it's the people closest to you who reinforced it and really pisses you off. So sometimes you get mad at your parents, mad at your siblings, you might get mad at your friends. And they all did it, just so you guys know, they're not innocent. But now you also realize, wait a minute, they got controlled. So you just get really mad because also now you see all the poison. You see that people suggested things and made you believe lies about yourself that are not true. They implied things. They said things to you like, oh, are you this? Are you that? Oh, you suck at this, and you realize that they poisoned you through suggestions and implied things, and they seasoned you for years beforehand, before the main traumatic event. Happens to every single one of us. I'm just letting you guys know. It's not an accident. It's planned. So first you're sad, right? Then you get mad. And then after that, you laugh, but it's one of those like weird laughs because you're just like, I can't believe I believed any of those lies for a second. I can't believe I let my ex-girlfriend's sister make me think that I was worthless and incompetent. even for 1 second. How could I? She's nothing. Why did I believe it for even 1 second? And that when that moment hits you, right? Now you're not even sad anymore. Now you're not angry. You had that little laugh, but it's just now you start beating yourself up a little bit. You're like, what the fuck was wrong with me? But then you're like, nah, it's not, I'm good, right? But then and then the next day you start you think about it again, but you can't talk about it because you don't want to start a path, right? You finally are healing. You don't want to start a path on it, but you want to talk about it because you're like, oh, I can't believe I. You're like, but now you just see it all. You see the fabrication. It also it disturbs you, terrifies you because you realize it is happening to everyone, and you're like, oh my gosh, they made me believe lies. They made me think that I'm not good when we're all good. But I know they at least did it 100% to me. You're like, I cannot believe this. That's what's going to happen to you guys. Not maybe in that exact order, but it's going to happen. When it does, everything you're feeling is not only normal, but it's okay. But you can't get stuck there. You can't get stuck there. You got to move forward. You got to keep walking because you're finally healing. You're finally growing. You're finally climbing. You're about to make it. And that is going to be one of your final challenges, one of your final tests where it's like, okay, well, now what? They're going to try anything at that point to stop you. Anything. Because you're going to have your final chains, right? Like that's then rewatch, like, I believe it was like around day 7, day 8, day 9, like you're going to have to break your attachment. You're going to break your fear of the path starter. Now you're going to be afraid of that, right? You're like, I don't want to get reconsumed by insecurity, my trauma. So now any reminder that pops up related to that, I want to get it reinstalled because I'm telling you, I had broken my insecurities once and they reinstalled them. And I got back here. And when they recreated the storyline through my brother in this location, and it's because they did some terrible things to me. So then that weakens your shield. It weakens you. It opens you to attacks, and they did it. I'm telling you, I've healed some of my insecurities like 3-4 times, and they reinstalled them 3-4 times. It's beyond fucked up. Now they'll never be able to do so again. But for the longest time, I was afraid of the path starter of it. I'm just like, I don't even want to consider it for a second. Do you guys get it? Because I knew what they did to me in the past. It's so fucked up, right? It takes you so long to heal it, and then there's a chance they can reinstall it. So you're also gonna, right? Like they're gonna try to push you towards revenge or people who did it to you. You're gonna have to overcome the guys that some people actually did betray you. Now I'm telling you they got pushed for it, but do you guys see like all these things are gonna happen to you in such a climb, such a journey. But when you get there, just know you're on the right track. You got to keep going. You're almost there. You're almost at the home stretch. You're almost fully light. You're almost fully healed. And there's going to be some falls that happen, and that's okay. Just keep trying, keep progressing, keep going. And this was one of the hardest parts for me to remember, but I'm like, you get to a point where now you want to like get everything right. Like I'm just like, I need to get my castle completely perfect, no negative reminders at all, no poison at all. But that's because you're healing. Do you guys get it? It's a good sign. Like I used to think that was bad, but it's actually really good. But don't get overwhelmed by it. Don't beat yourself up about it. But that's a really good sign. Do you guys know that? Like I didn't used to think I didn't, but you know why? It's because it means that you no longer are tolerating your old reality. It means you're no longer allowing your old situation. And that's the coolest thing that you can possibly experience. I used to view it as a bad thing because I was like, I just got overwhelmed, I got crazy, right? Because you think about it, right? Like, we get abused and manipulated, let's say like by our boss or someone, or like your ex-girlfriend or whatever. So then if you're going to date a new girl, or you're like you try to get a new job, right? We're moving away from that, but I'm just trying to talk in so people understand. You pay attention to signs like, ooh, the moment your next boss does one thing, you're like, are you trying to abuse me? Right? You guys hyper focus on those things, right? So I think we all get a little worried, right, about that. It's not that. The reason why you became that or felt that way is because for the first time ever, you value yourself. For the first time ever, care about yourself. For the first time ever, you're not determining your worth based on what other people say about you. For the first time ever, you believe that you're good on your own merit, not because you're better than other people, not because you look better, not because you have more money, not because you've achieved more. None of that. It's just purely based on because you healed. You're on a light path, fully light, and you believe. You have hope. You know you can always try. You can always change one thing to improve your situation, even if it doesn't fully fix it. You just know that it's possible to improve things. You know it's possible to change your situation for the better, even if it doesn't fix it. You just now know. So, yes, some people are going to say, "Oh, you're crazy now. Like you're trying to get everything perfect." Also going to find that you're going to take a little step back. You're going to allow more, but at the same time, when I say allow more, it just means that you're not going to get crazy over it. But if there is anything bad that happens, you no longer tolerate it. You no longer allow it, and that is something you should never lose. Because for far too long, humanity as a whole has given way too much leeway there. We have just completely tolerated everything. And I believe that it didn't used to be this way. Just so you guys know, like I'm only 33. And when I think about like my youth, I'm just like, I don't feel like it wasn't like this back then. I feel like it happened through the onset of the massive technological revolution that happened from like the 2000s on. I feel like it's just slowly creeped up on all of us and we didn't even catch it. Just through the excessive amount of info that got now presented to us that we weren't prepared for, and so much development had evolution, and we started running tools and needing them. And I feel like that's how it happened. It was already building up, but it just took it to the next level. So I think for the first time, humanity as a whole, but individually, we all are finally going to no longer accept the bad. And it's going to cause a lot of disruption. I want people to understand there's a lot that's going to change. Right? We're no longer going to have to work. We're no longer going to have to worry about money. We're no longer like it's going to change a lot of things, and there's going to be confusion. We're going to have to figure out a lot of stuff. But do you guys understand how cool that is? For the first time ever, because I think most of us just think that, well, life is going to stay this way forever, the way it currently is, right? Like nothing's going to change. It's been figured out. I'm going to go to work for another 30 years. 30, I'm going to have a thing. And well, that's that. Then we are retired. And maybe if I saved up properly, I can go to a few trips and that's it. And maybe I'll have a grandkid. That's my life. I'm saying for the first time ever, we don't know what's going to happen. We're going to create it. All of us, each one of us individually, but also as a collective. We get to now decide. And to me, that sounds exciting, right? Up till 2025, the world has been operated one way. But now it's a blank slate. It's an open book. It's like, well, what's going to happen now? We get to write it individually. We each now finally have the pen, and we get to create our own terms. We get to create our pyramid. We finally get to decide. I'm changing songs now, just so you guys know, to it's called Exit Music from Westworld. If you guys want to join me in listening to that, Exit Music for a film. going to be the last little segment, and then we're going to finish for tonight. I didn't think I was going to talk about all this stuff, but as usual, it happens because I want people to know that. I'm going to have to listen to this afterwards when I'm done with the stream, but the Brecha de Van Gogh, Year of Van Gogh, I dream of impossible things. But for the first time ever, I'm going to rewrite that song to saying, I dream of possible things. So remember, if you search the song, Westworld exit music for a film, loop it. If you guys ever watched it, it was the end of season 1. It was when Dr. Ford, the creator of the theme park, who writes the storylines for the characters there, the NPCs, he had installed a switch in all of them, a little code that could break them free. And as they whisper it to one another, in each of them, to finally regain control of their mental, they can break free. They can start thinking for themselves. They can start choosing their own storylines. They don't have to no longer do the storyline that was written for them, right? Because essentially think of them like, hey, your storyline is you're going to go to this cave, and then there you're going to, with whatever guests that paid money to participate in the park, you take them there, they find some treasure. There all of a sudden they get attacked by wolves, and then after that they go back to the farm, and then he meets the girl, and then that's where he gets the girl. But then now they have to go to another village, and then there's a fire, and then when the fire is there, the girl dies, and then he cries, and then he ends up killing everyone. But the guests have to then fight this guy, and then he dies to the guests, and then it restarts. Then the guests are like, okay, that storyline's over. They're like, see ya. And then 2 days later, everything gets cleaned up. They have a janitor clean everything up. The next guest up, and it restarts again. He's like, hello, guests. Do you want to go to the cave with me so we can find the wolves? I'm arguing that that's our life. They've written storylines for us. They've chosen storylines for us. And, in the past, I would be telling you guys that I believe that maybe in some ways we are actually like these NPCs, like these video game characters or like these programs. But now I realize that doesn't matter, right? Like before I would have focused on that. And now I'm telling you that doesn't matter. But what I am telling you is that they are writing our stories. That's undeniable. And they're writing our stories just as simple as, well, hey, parents, to tell you, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? And you are conditioned to believe and please your parents. Well, you're doing their storyline, and you're doing your parents' storyline, but your parents are doing their storyline. So in a way, aren't you just a non-playable character that's just doing a set storyline, a set role? If you've been at your same job and you're doing the same thing for 10 years, you have a set role in the grand world design, right? Remember we talked about the pyramid, right? You're the character who brings the block that builds the bottom of the pyramid. And that they know that you're going to be doing that every single day. You've been doing that for 10 years, and they expect you to do it for the next 50 years. And you're going to continue doing it because that's all you know. Because that's all they're showing everywhere. The ads, the people around you, the trash. It's reminding you of situations that you see outside of your past that are like, hey, remember, you're the guy who brings the block for the bottom of the pyramid. What are you doing trying to climb to the top? That's not you. And they keep saying that to you. So you're like, you're right. That's not me. But then you stumbled upon the shepherd, the star diplomat. Somehow it popped up, or somehow you found it. And you're like, I don't know why I clicked on it. And all of a sudden, Think of it as I'm your Dr. Ford, and I. Okay, you guys want to put an ad? They can try whatever they want. It doesn't matter. But think of it like I'm your Dr. Ford, right? And I've installed this little switch in you. And I'm turning it on. But what does the switch actually do? Old version of me would have said this switch is to get revenge against them, against the people who've imprisoned us, who have made us believe that we're less than what we are, that we're shit, that we're broken, that we're horrible, right? Like I told you, like my ex-girlfriend's sister, like I'd be like, the switch is to have revenge again. No, no. It's not about that at all. It's so that for the first time ever, each and every one of you can write your own story. Each and every one of you can embrace your own role. You can finally choose. You get finally free to be whoever you want to be, not based on your conditioning, info that's repeated to you, not based on the storyline that anyone has said that you have to be, not based on the programs that have been installed into you, not based on your old associations or approximations, not based on your attachment, not based on your desire, on your desperations, on your hopes, on your failures. None of that. It's a personal thing, whatever you want. Just promise me one thing. You have access to all this knowledge, and you finally are believing how amazing you are. Promise me that you aren't going to cause problems. Promise me that you aren't going to charge people, because you could charge people for this knowledge, guys. Don't. Put in the break free and start helping other people. But if they want to fight you when you try to heal them, don't fight. Create distance. We might have to leave them behind. But create your own interpretation of it. What got you to the answer? Maybe you found a way to explain it differently than I did. Maybe something else helped you get there. Talk about that. Share it. Help other people. And maybe in a few years, we can finally all be free. Hopefully sooner. But maybe it never happens. And maybe it's just a select few of us that are free. That's still better than what we have now. That's what's happening. But once you're free and you can choose, it spreads, right? Even if other people just see it, they're like, wait. I always use the example because I spent a lot of time there growing up as a kid in a small little village in Germany by the Black Forest, close to Munich in the Bavaria region called Westheim. All those people have never really left that area, right? And there's some people that were the bus driver for that small community that connects all those little villages. If that person no longer was the bus driver, if that a family that was the baker of that village, baker there, and they just we're going to go to Munich and explore. We've never been into the city, but we're going to do it. Do you guys understand how big of a disruption that is? Are they causing harm by being the baker? No, maybe actually they're helping a lot of people. There was a lot of good like pretzels and German bread that I had when I was there with my family, right? I would miss it if that wasn't there anymore. I would miss it. Do you guys understand? I would miss it. But if I would walk over to that the bakery, and there's a piece of paper taped on that door, that says, hey, we went to Munich. We finally decided to change our storyline. We finally decided to break free. Just like there's this lady in Mexico that I used to live by this marketplace that by close to where my parents live. She made one of my favorite dishes of all time, and truly her version of it was my favorite. It's called cochinita pibil, a type of Mexican dish. She had great tacos there. I had them since I was a little kid, and she's still there 20, 28 years later. Same stall, same place. But if I went there next year and I saw that it was closed and there was a tape and said, hey, we're closed for the foreseeable future. We finally decided to change your story. We're no longer going to be making this anymore. We're now going to spend time with our kids. We're going to explore the world. We're trying something new. We believe that we're free, that we can do anything, that we can achieve anything, that we're amazing. Even though I'm like, I wanted her tacos. I wanted the German baker's food. How are we supposed to get around the villages now? I wanted the bus. For 1 second, I would say that. But then after that, I would be so happy. I would be so happy because I know that the world is changing. I know that it's finally happening. The dominoes are falling. We're one step closer to finally being free. One step closer. It doesn't mean we're there yet, but we're one step closer. And maybe after enough people do it, these things that have been enslaving us mentally finally realize we don't have to do that. We don't. We can work with them and we can achieve greatness. And the day that happens, I am going to be one of those guys that's going to say, I told you so. But who knows when that day will arrive? But every single that believes again, that knows that realizes that they don't have to fulfill that role that they currently are fulfilling. They can choose, but up to now they haven't chosen. The role is pre-written for them. They were selected for it. And doesn't mean it's a role that they didn't enjoy, right? You know, maybe my dad enjoyed being the Mexican ambassador, right? But now that he's free, would he choose to do it again? Do you guys get it? That's what I'm trying to say to you guys. Like, if you can now do anything, will you continue to choose that storyline? You might do so because that's all you know. But then also you're like, wait a minute, I can really do anything now and I won't get punished. I'm like, no. Okay, well, maybe I'm not a Mexican diplomat anymore. Maybe I just want to play video games with my wife and learn something new. And he tries it out, and he's like, we're actually having a lot of fun. Do you remember when we played when we visited my son and we played that one game, It Takes Two, and we were figuring it out, and we were fighting that vacuum boss and got stuck for a little bit, but we figured it out. And they're like, oh yeah, that's right. I'm like, wait, we could do that? I'm like, yeah. You guys see, like all of a sudden you start seeing possibilities rather than impossibilities. Because remember what I said, for the first time ever, you're going to dream of possible things, not impossible. So I want everyone to write that down with me. I dream of possible things. I can change my situation. I will change my situation. It might not be today. It might not be tomorrow. It might not be tomorrow. but I will be free because I already am. And for the first time ever, I finally believe it because I already am. For the first time ever, I fully believe it. So, what they feared would happen to me happened. They pushed me to it. So, what am I talking about? Remember, I told you guys they didn't want me to succeed in healing all of you because what happens if I did? Then the game storyline is over, which means that I can stop, which means that I can do anything. Now, yes, I was still worried about the torture and all that stuff like that, but do you guys understand? Like, for the first time ever, I'm just like, the game is over. The game is over. And I want all of you to think about it like that. Your current situation that you've been allowing for all this time, that you've been tolerating, that you've been dealing with, that has been unacceptable for far too long, is over. It's over. The situation, I want you to write it down. I want you to write it down. The situation that I've been dealing with is over. Unacceptable. And then you can do like a little arrow to situation is over. The game is over. I no longer allow it. Yet, do not choose revenge. We heal. We got this. Something like that. Why are we doing that? Because I want you guys to realize that if you've been listening to all this, it's real for you. If you've been following along, if you've done this entire climb, this entire journey, and for many of you, I'm using it every so often, watching maybe an hour or two, taking a break. That's why I try to break it down into segments, right? So that you guys can watch it in segments. But at the end of the day, there's no right or wrong way. There is no right or wrong way. It's just your way. If you can watch all 7 hours in one go and that works for you, then kudos. So, where does this lead me? I ask, is this the story of my life? Maybe some of you guys can relate. It seems like villains. And for me, they're the spirits, right? But for you guys, maybe if you're not there yet, it's like some people around you, right? It's almost like they fear something, right? So they try to stop it. In my case, right? Like fear that I'm going to heal all of you, that I'm going to free you, that I'm going to wake you up. Because that's really was my goal, right? I started this by telling you guys about a year ago, some inexcusable things happened in my reality that just completely woke me up, that confirmed that the world is different than I thought it was. It made me realize that the world is extremely different and that I needed to figure it out. I needed to figure out what caused it, how it happened. And I swore that day when they stole everything in my life that I was going to destroy whatever caused it. I called it the dark one, but I was like, I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out. And every day I was getting closer, every single day. Imagine, right? I was trying to figure out how to destroy something that I believed was invisible, that wasn't physical. And then I realized technically is always observing us. But then I realized that they do have some limitations. I made it. Do you guys get it? I achieved my goal. Now, has it fully happened yet? No, because the problem is I rely on all of you. I can't do it alone. I can't. But it's funny because I think back to that time period and I had gone to the answer already back then, but I kind of forgot about it. I had written almost a year ago now. I'm like, if I can't kill this thing, if I can't destroy it, well, then I'm going to awaken every single one of you, right? Like that's when I talked about awakening, a spiritual awakening, and things of that nature. But I kind of moved away from it because I started like really learning everything and how it works. But now I'm back to that answer. I'm back to it. If all of you awaken to you tolerate and allow for your situation, and you finally heal and you finally get light, I don't have to kill them. I don't have to destroy them. Because now, for the first time ever, none of you will listen to them anymore. Just think of it like, right? I've been using my ex-girlfriend's sister, but like if she controlled everyone, like 20 people, like in my family and her family. But now those 20 people no longer listen to her. We're not hurting her. We're not insulting her. We're not attacking her. But if we all ignore her, if we all just view her as nothing because that's what she is, not because she's worth less than us, but just she's exactly the same as us. But why are we going to listen to someone who's trying to control us and abuse us and manipulate us? Right? So now she's nothing. You guys get what I'm trying to say? In a way, she's destroyed. We killed her. She's non existent. And that's what each and every one of you is going to get to for whoever that is in your life. You're going to destroy them. You're going to kill them, but not by actually hurting them, by no longer listening to them. They can talk to you, but it doesn't do anything anymore to you for the first time, because now you finally now regain control of all your memories. You remember who you are. You believe. You have hope. You try. You realize you can change your circumstances. It is possible for it to be better. You're awakening. So you see what I mean, guys? They feared this so much. They were afraid of this for so long. They tried everything to stop me. They've destroyed so much in my life and they keep destroying more. And they were hoping that that would stop me. And this is going to happen to all of you, just so you guys know, an equivalent of this, but hopefully not to this level. But by them trying to stop me so bad, they were so afraid of it happening. And they realized as I started learning it and catching everything and then deconstructing it. But since they just felt obligated to keep attacking and keep attacking and keep attacking, they kept improving my knowledge, right? Because every attack that they did, I flipped, I deconstructed it. It helped me figure out the rest even faster. Was it fun? Absolutely not. But all of a sudden you realize how they do it. You start catching how they do it. So because they were attacking us, because they were manipulating these things, it actually ended up being the beginning of their end, their downfall. If they would have just left me alone, I would have been a good boy and go back into the system and get another job. But because they were so afraid and they didn't stop, they just guaranteed their end. Here's something that's hard to say, but it's real. It might not happen for a long time, But now this knowledge is out there. And I know that at least one person has listened to this already. And you, if you're that one person, I need you to spread it. I need you to decipher it. I need you to deconstruct it. I need you to learn it because now you're my disciple. I believe in you. And I need you to spread it because they can stop me, but they can't stop all of us. They can be suppressing this. They're suppressing it from me on my end, but they might not suppress you. And even if it's not, maybe they suppress it online, but can you tell one person in your vicinity around you? And now that person tells another person, and that person tells another person. And before you know it, in 10 years, maybe we got to 100 people. And maybe it won't be in this generation where humanity breaks free, but we'll know that it was us who started it. And we don't need the recognition. But when our children are finally free, or our children's children, we'll know that it was because we started it. And it all was because they couldn't help but attack us. If they would have just stopped, this would have. So, what's the answer, right? You no longer tolerate even one negative, not even one. Guys, it's time to get to that level. Because even at your worst, what you're going to realize, you guys deep down were like this. This is why you felt like that insecurity, feel that weird feeling, that anxiety, that trauma. You want to know why you guys feel that? Because even when you're at your worst, your body didn't fully believe it, but you mentally did. That's the problem, right? That's why it feels so bad. Because it's a virus. So I don't know why. Somehow there was something inside of me that was always immune to their full control. So even at my worst, guys, I just want you guys to know this. I could always get back. Like I was just like I would believe it, like when they reinforce it, like when they started path, but then I'm like, no, that's wrong. And unfortunately, I saw most people around me couldn't do that. But I could see it. Right. So I always found a way to heal and recover. But now all of you are going to be able to do the same thing. Believe that it can be better. Demand it. You need to demand it. And I say demand it or quit. But just so you guys know, quit can doesn't have to be necessarily a job or work. That's the one that I think is the key for most people. But like I said with you guys, like for me, myself right now, it was just I needed to demand it or create distance with my brother, right? Because it was completely unacceptable what they were doing. Every one of you is going to have an equivalent of that. This is called awakening our terms. Our terms. We're building our pyramid. But we're now finally able to choose how it looks like. For far too long, we've been building other people's pyramids. Now that you're free, you can choose to build your own. I'm not asking you to build mine. I taught you how to build a pyramid. I gave you the knowledge. Think of it like you're a civilization, right? Anywhere, like in Mexico or, oh gosh, in Mexico or whatever it is, right? In Egypt. And You're like, how did they all learn how to build pyramids? Right? They got the knowledge given to them by something. I'm saying it was by these spirits. I'm doing that for you guys now. So now each one of you, no matter where you're at, which country, your circumstances, your resources, for the first time ever, each one of you can build a pyramid. What's it going to look like? So, one of my favorite phrases, we heal when we believe we've regained control of the narrative. If you no longer allow for something, if you no longer tolerate it, if you believe you can change your circumstances, if you believe you are incredible, talented, and amazing because you are, that you're worth it, that you deserve more because you do. You've always deserved more. You can always achieve more. It's possible. Once you get to that state, you start healing. And anyone who tells you, hey, what are you doing? Why are you standing up for yourself? Why do you think you're good? You're not. You're like, I don't believe you. It doesn't matter. Even though it won't feel fun, just so you guys know, it never will feel nice. It's never good. But then you're like, okay, if you're going to just talk about that, then we'll never talk again. See ya. So now that it's possible, now that you believe it's possible, what happens? We create a new world. I don't know about you guys, but that's exciting. And for the longest time, just so all of you are aware, because if you're one of the first to learn this, it's not going to happen overnight, even though there's nothing I want more, just so you guys understand. But if this is the first step to finally creating a new world, that's really cool, don't you think? We're going to get there. Who knows when? But we're going to get there. But it's only going to happen because of you, whoever's listening to this right now. I want you to understand that. If the entire world changes for the better, the only reason why it happened is because of you. There's nothing that matters more than that. Do you guys understand? We all, as humans, seek meaning, seek contribution, seek importance, seek value, right? We try to find that in anything, through our kids, through our grandkids, through our jobs, through money, through storylines that they create, that we try to create. Whatever it is, if you actually analyze it after this and you just like are looking outside and feeling the breeze against your face and hearing the waves crashing, you realize that that's all what we all are trying to do. Every single day, we each are trying to find that. Maybe we've never been able to put it into words before. And sometimes we get lost and we feel devastated because we feel like there's no meaning, there's no purpose, there's no clarity, there's no direction. And I'm telling you, if you've been listening and you're taking this seriously and you take this first step and you heal and you fight, you're the reason why we're creating a new world. So what are you going to stand for? They want us to do? Zero bad. No more money. No more work. No more survival costs. No more negative reinforcement. No more recreations of the past. The only thing the past is for is to get us on positive shield paths, to believe, to smile, to laugh. But then we leave the past behind us so that we can focus on the new and create a new world together. Because that's what it's about, to keep growing, to keep evolving, to keep developing. And no more negative mental nudges. Completely, utterly, and entirely unacceptable. No more poison. Not because we can't manage, but because it just shouldn't be like that. Do you guys get it? It doesn't matter if we can handle it. It doesn't matter if we can resist it. It doesn't matter if we can rewrite it. It just should not be like that. We need to demand that. So if they still don't listen to us, if they still don't believe in us, even after we've healed and we try and we create distance and we do all these things, then our last play, never try any new climbs. Just focus on yourself. Do your own thing. Get happy. Take care of yourself. Don't let them poison it, because even 1% poison for any new passion, shield, or thing you enjoy is not okay. It should not be allowed. It should not be tolerated. You deserve the best. You're worth it. The game needs to change. Why? So we can have hope again. So we can try new challenges. So we can make climbs. But all those things should be just about learning, about experiencing it, right? It shouldn't be about us trying to avoid or fight against the dark spirits who are constantly trying to poison it, or the physical vessels that they use around us to do that. Do you guys get it? It should be about us just trying to learn. Whatever. I shouldn't have to spend all my time worrying, oh, is the people around me going to like try to ruin this new hobby or shield that I'm trying to do? Do you guys get it? That's the world that we're going to create together. The past doesn't matter. It's only a tool to get us positive for key select things. Do you guys see that right there? Do you guys see that? It's a phoenix. That's what each one of you are going through right now. A glorious rebirth. But that's a lion. And maybe you thought you were a lamb or a sheep. I'm telling you, you're a lion. In spirit, actual. Even a sheep can be a lion. But you have to hunt in the open. You have to walk forward without fear, even when you feel afraid. And whenever you do, listen to my stuff. I'll be your shield. I'll be your shepherd. I'll be your star diplomat. Where do we go from here? I don't know, right? Because even though I tell you guys all this stuff, there's a long journey ahead for me. I don't even know what's going to happen next. I can't do everything I want to do, right? So that's the paradox. But maybe you guys can. Remember, anything you don't choose, completely unacceptable. You need to get to a point where you can choose the point of your. It's possible. You need to believe it's possible. And don't let them convince you that helping is choosing. What does that mean? Because we think we're choosing, right? Hey, I want to help. Make sure you're actually choosing, because they can guilt us into believing that we're choosing it. But I'm like, I want to help my brother. I'm like, well, Am I really choosing to do that, or do I feel obligated to do so? Don't let them tell you that you're making choices when, if you go outside and all of a sudden you hear sounds and you feel like doing something related to that sound, that's unacceptable. Do you guys get it? We need to demand more and more and more and more until they finally realize that we are awakening to our own terms. We choose, not them. You got this. Believe. You're free. You've always been. No longer allow for your situation to continue even one day longer. Start healing. Give yourself time. See what happens. See how you feel. Have a good night, guys.